Pick Me Up is the hardest game in the world, consisting of a 100-floor challenge tower where players can only gacha characters from 1 star to 7 star. That's the highest. What makes the game still popular is that the characters in the game have their own thoughts just like real people. When characters die, they cannot be revived. Han Elas was once a famous pick-me-up player ranked at the top of the world and had the potential to clear the game's 100 challenge floors. But after a sudden incident, he was transported into this harsh game world. Here he realized that the characters in the game Pick Me Up weren't products of AI. They were all real people who had been summoned, and when they died for real. The challenge floors here were all horrifyingly difficult. The comrades who fought shoulder to shoulder with him fell one by one, making him wonder, is this game meant for dogs to play? Anyway, no more rambling, let's begin. My apologies. The story opens with an introduction of the characters. My name is Momontak, profession mercenary. Do you guys know where the hell we are? I'm Lai, owner of a carpentry workshop in Adora. As for where this is, I'm sorry, I have no idea either. Grid antique shop employee. Hansi, I also don't know where we are. My name is Jenna. I live in the forest, and I also don't know what just happened. Han Islat, profession farmer. And I'm the same. There's no information at all, so you mean all 11 of us have no idea why we're here. Where is this? Is this a dream, or did I do too many drugs? It's harvest season right now, and yet, could it be that we were thrown here by a sorcerer, maybe to turn us into lab rats? Stop talking nonsense. The only thing that's certain right now is that we are all newbies. Maybe we can find out more if we keep communicating with each other like this. While they were chattering away, a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, "What are you all babbling about? The master is preparing to open the space-time rift, so get ready to fight." Seeing this tiny girl barely 10 centimeters tall, the whole group was stunned. One of them asked a question, and since he asked, she answered. "Call me Iso, a fairy tasked with managing this place. Please follow the rules if you don't want to get hurt." "Are you the one who brought us here? Why do you need to know?" Immediately, this guy fondled his sword and continued, "How can you be so calm after kidnapping other people like this? I'll force you to spill everything you know." Iso sighed and said, "Please stop if you want to live." "A tiny creature like you has a big mouth, huh?" Iso suddenly flashed a bizarre smile. Why do you have to make things so complicated?" But this dude didn't care what she said. "I'm going to fix that attitude of yours." Immediately, this hot-headed guy cosplayed Ezreal's ult. A notification panel appeared. Momontak has returned to the goddess's embrace. His warrior spirit will be eternally remembered. Cause of death: suicide due to stress from making videos that no one liked. Didn't I warn you to stop if you wanted to live? If you had just listened to me, this unfortunate incident wouldn't have happened. If anyone else among you intends to attack me, then prepare to return to Mother Earth. That was self-defense just now. Got it. The group immediately panicked. What the hell is this? Momontak is dead. Is he really dead? What did you do? If you wanted something, you could have just said so. What I want, listen carefully. My order is to fight well and win, that's all. Simple, isn't it? A notification appeared. Setting up party. Matching party. Heroes Lylon to Marilyn Kelko and Jackson have joined Party 1. Finally, the master has started the game. Everyone get ready. The space-time rift is opening. Lylon to Marine Kelku Jackson, see that gate? Go into it if you don't want to end up like Momontak. Suddenly our man spoke up. Wait, it's you again. What do you want now? You must want us to climb the tower too. At the very least, the game master should summon weapons for us. We're all 1 star. You don't want to send a suicide squad in there, do you? The red-haired girl Jenna heard this, but didn't understand. A tower? What are they talking about? He continued. A valuable 2-star hero just died. Can't you at least give us some equipment for self-defense? Looking at the 1-star Momontak with his basic swordsmanship skill level 1 lying face down on the ground, Iso felt it was reasonable. Right after she pulled out a control panel that looked like a computer and started chatting. Master, the heroes currently don't have any equipment. Could you give them some equipment so they can fight better? Heroes without equipment who participate in battle will be equipped with a default old wooden sword. If you place weapons in the armory, the heroes will be equipped with those weapons. Don't forget that you can request to register your own weapons, Master. Preparing to summon 10 million. Summon 10, costing 50,000 gold. Master has received Iron Sword E+. Water has received Earth Bow E. Water has received Wooden Staff D+. Your name is Han, right? What do you know about this place? Not much more than anyone else. I haven't been here that long. What? Not long. Don't tell me this guy. The only thing I know is that if you're slow, you're dead. We'd better start gathering weapons from that house over there. It's about to start. Start. What do you mean by that? Han immediately answered, a battle. A battle. Did you just say a battle? I'm completely clueless when it comes to fighting. I couldn't even get into fights as a kid. Just grab a weapon first, we'll figure out the rest later. Hey, I saw it first. This one's mine. A moment later, the group had armed themselves with weapons. What, the corpse is gone? It must be magic. Shut up. Now you 5 step through the door. Begin. The moment he touched the door, a jolt of electricity shot out, startling the old man. What the hell is this? Stop screwing around and get in there. Jenna could tell with just one glance that he was the cause of all this. Should I follow him? He's going to die in a chapter 2. He's examining a shield, in the middle of all this chaos. Should I do the same, you? You know what's going to happen next, don't you? Why do we need weapons? Where are we? And what's with that little fairy? You sure have a lot of questions. But right now, you just need to charge into battle and kill all the enemies. As for the rest, you'll have to find the answers yourself. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Marilyn has returned to the goddess's embrace. His warrior spirit will be remembered for eternity. Han couldn't help but curse. Damn it! What the system keeps announcing that those guys are getting wiped out one by one? Is this why they're only 1 star? What's wrong? Did something happen? Silence. Team 1 has been wiped out. Useless animals. They all died on the very first floor. Forming team, matching heroes. Han 1 star. Lanto 1 star. Marilyn 1 star. Kelko 1 star. Jackson 1 star has joined Team 1. The rest of you move out. It's our turn. Hey, Fairy? How come no one who went in before has come back out? I have arthritis, so I can't move around much. Please, can you remove me from the team? Arthritis. But you were walking around just fine a moment ago. It just flared up again. Seriously, these idiots. Rena also noticed Min's reaction. Seeing that Min had no objections, Rena dragged the guy with arthritis along. Let's go. We'll just have to fight and survive, attacking each other. I told you I have arthritis. What does she want us to prepare for? I've never even held a spear before. So noisy. Shut up and get ready. Good luck, everyone. Meanwhile, the guy being dragged away was still screaming his head off. I think I have a stomach ache now. Let me go, please. As soon as they stepped through the scene that appeared was a waiting hall. Where is this A temple? What's written up here? Main dungeon. Your current trial floor is floor 1. Climb the Tower of Salvation. Main dungeon, current floor 1. The door is opening. Please prepare. Han immediately shouted to get everyone's attention. Don't lose focus. It's starting. A light shone out, enveloping everyone. In an instant, they were all teleported to a vast open field. Where is this place? What are you thinking about? We're on a battlefield. In front of them was a group of level 3 goblins licking their lips. Floor 1. Mission type subjugation. Objective. Annihilate all enemies. I told you so. Fight and you live, don't and you die, so lift your heads and... The moment he turned around, the whole group had already run for the hills. God damn it. Hey, old man, I thought you said you had arthritis. Looks like you're all better now. Jenna 1 star is in a state of panic. All stats decreased by 30%. Dazin 1 star is in a state of panic. All stats decreased by 30%. After running for a moment, the 3 of them slammed into some kind of invisible wall. Why can't we get out of here? Let me out, I need to take a dump. What's with this wall? Get rid of it now. How utterly humiliating. Can't expect anything from these useless bums. Jenna turned to Han and asked, Han, can we escape if we defeat all the goblins? Do you know how to use a bow? My father's a hunter. You know I'll charge in head-on while you provide cover fire from a distance. Can you do it? Let's do it. Right after the swarm of goblins charged forward. At that moment, Han had a little heart-to-heart with the viewers. To be honest, I've never swung a sword or used a shield in my entire life. My name is Han Islat, but my real name is Han Seo-jin, and it looks like I've gotten myself stuck in some goddamn game. Big Makeup is a mobile game released by the Mobius Corporation studio. The goal of the game is to conquer a 100-floor tower by supporting heroes by creating materials. And building a base, you need to clear the tower using cunning and tactics. Just yesterday, I was still living a normal life. Big Makeup has reached 100 million downloads. Thanks to the support of masters all over the world, Big Makeup has surpassed 100 million downloads. A special event will be held. Event Information 1 receive 100 gems for logging in from January 27th to February 5th. 2 a chance to receive 1,000 gems. 2 masters will receive 1 premium hero. Summon ticket upon logging in. When summoning a premium hero, you are guaranteed to receive at least a 3-star hero. 3 at the end of the event, a new extremely difficult dungeon will open. 4, a new dungeon appears. This crappy game finally has a halfway decent event. The hero ranks range from 1 to a maximum of 7 stars. I'm an extremely unlucky guy. Even after using 1,000 free summons, I've never gotten a hero above 5 stars. The dungeon has a low chance of dropping a transcendent scroll, the item needed to create a 7-star hero. There's no reason not to participate. 4 Big Makeup is different from other character-building games in that it sets harsh rules. No matter how much love and care you pour into a character, when they die for real and cannot be revived. That means even if it's a 6-star hero, once the character is dead, it's over. You're forced to scout the dungeon first with a disposable team. The new dungeon has opened. Suddenly, a bunch of warnings appeared. All members of Party 38 are terrified. What are they afraid of? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I just need to see the boss's attack pattern. 6-star Diora is worried. At that moment inside the screen, a new monster level 999 is slaughtering his entire team. What is that, a bug? It's clearly a system error. The system continuously announces, you have failed. The entire team of 6-star characters got wiped out. They were completely annihilated before I could even see its attack patterns. I gained nothing from this. Suddenly the monster's gaze turned towards him. Then it gave a grotesque smile. Found you. This scene sent a chill down his spine. What was that? Is that another one of its attack patterns? The game should have ended by now. Suddenly his vision went dark. What, I can't see anything. A system window popped up. Create a new account. An account. Please choose a name with 2 to 6 letters. What is this thing talking about? What is this? This name is available. Will you use this name? Water, was it trying to write whatever? I didn't type anything. What is it doing? It agreed on its own water. Welcome to the world of Big Makeup. Play the tutorial after completion. You will receive a reward. A small village in the Hem territory. In this place, there's a boy named Han Islat. He opened his eyes and the scene had changed to a world of smoke and fire. The 4 peaceful lands of both humanity and non-humans. Tanya. A mysterious enemy has invaded this peaceful continent. Hey, Master. If you want to save the world, climb the tower. Countless heroes will be by your side. Tutorial Mission 1. Defeat the goblins invading the village. At the same time, a goblin appeared. He still didn't understand what was happening. What is this message? Is this for real? But it wasn't long before I realized this was reality. The goblin charged, swinging its sword at him. He raised his own sword to block straining with all his might. He swung his sword fiercely, knocking the goblin's weapon away. But I can't get used to the sensation of killing another living creature. Stage cleared. 1-star Han has leveled up. Sending rewards. Please check your mailbox. What is happening? Am I inside the game? This familiar scenery? Is this Big Makeup? Master, before proceeding to the next stage, try summoning an ally. Please tap the Summon tab in your menu. Special, first-time service sending 500 gems needed for 1 premium summon. What the hell is going on? Immediately after, a girl appeared clad in armor with a super premium-looking sword at her hip. Master Water has obtained the 4-star hero Sarah, a summon. Was that a summon? Does that mean I was summoned too? As if a hero was summoned for a player of Big Makeup, I was summoned. Who are you? Han Islat, 4-star level 1, EXP 0 out of 10, class Knight. Strength, 19 out of 19. Intelligence, 10 out of 10. Vitality, 18 out of 18. Agility, 22 out of 22. Skills, Combat, Logic Intermediate, Saber Technique, Knight's Resolve. Han Islat. I am Sarah Dust, a knight. Han Islat. What a weird name. It's not Han Islat. Let's try forming a party with a hero. Drag and drop the hero into the Formation tab and create your own unique party. 1-star Master and 4-star Sarah are now a team. Master Water took me and Sarah into the dungeon again. Are you a newbie? You don't look like much. This is my first time. Unlike me, who had never held a sword, the 4-star hero, Sei has defeated 5 goblins in an instant. Stage cleared. Sei has leveled up. Sending rewards. Please check your inbox. MVP of this match, Sei. What an absolute difference in skill. Because there's a 3-star difference between us. I have nothing more to say. But the problem was what happened next. Master, the heroes have bravely completed their battle. The final guide awaits you. How to make heroes stronger synthesis. The gate has opened. Touch the synthesis tab in the menu. I'm screwed. Just then, Isos suddenly appeared and said, "Hey you, aren't you going to go? The master is waiting." He was surprised. Isos? That's right, I am Isos. No. Wait a minute, how do you know my name? What are you? Heh. I definitely know her, because I played Pick Me Up so much. Me, I'm Han Seojin. Han Seojin, no way. You're not Han Islot. What? Why do you look different from the picture Han Islot was born in Toria on the Him Peninsula? This isn't right. I am Han Seojin born in Gangseogu, Seoul. Now send me back while I'm still asking nicely. No, no way. You're from Earth. What you thought I was from Mars? Islot immediately panicked. How the hell did this happen? I'm going to lose my mind. For now, you go in first. No way, if I go in, I'll die. You won't die, you'll just be synthesized. Isn't that the same thing? Just get in anyway. Damn it, synthesis is starting. Shit, it's begun. Synthesis strengthens by combining two heroes. One of the two heroes becomes a sacrifice to raise the stats of the remaining hero. In this process, one of the two heroes is certain to be destroyed. The problem is, I'm a 1-star hero, and she's a 4-star knight. A normal player would have no reason to save me and kill Zay. Am I about to die? Who would be stupid enough to synthesize a 4-star hero and a 1-star hero? Synthesis complete. He was surprised that he wasn't the one being synthesized. Zay was disappearing into the light. Why are you disappearing? This makes no sense. You're a 4-star hero and I'm only a 1-star. But I wasn't chosen, that's all. I'm counting on you for the rest. As she finished speaking, she vanished into nothingness. He stood there stunned. I don't understand any of this. Back to the present. Grid has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. The formation is in chaos right now. Don't let your guard down. If you do, you'll die. Jenna turned back to the enemy and yelled, "Hey, old man! Fight! There's a monster chasing us!" He continued to fight, his body filled with determination. Anyway, I survived. I got lucky that Zay died because of the master's stupid mistake. Just as I'd expect from a crappy game like this. So what about the last two? I'll take one. What do the rest of you think? Go and get him. While he was distracted, he was ambushed by a goblin. He lost an arm. I don't know why I was summoned in to pick me up, but I know one thing. That I, Han Seojin, was summoned as the 1-star hero Han Islot just before entering this world. The bugged level 999 monster is laughing loudly. It's that bastard. I'm sure it's the one that dragged me here. You picked the wrong person to mess with. After defeating the goblins, the injured man sat on the ground in pain. Gina came over to check on him. Your arm! It'll be fine when I go back. Players don't have much of a say in combat, as most battles are carried out automatically by the heroes. Even so, the game still boasts about its 100 million global players. The reason is that they can observe this world like a god. He looked up, staring straight at the player's name, and asked, "Are you having fun?" I was also a player who loved Pick Me Up. Crafting items, planning strategies, raising heroes, and finding hidden elements. Even if you call it a crappy game, don't give up. Ranked 5th in the world. Loki, Master of Masters. Watch me survive until the very end. Stage cleared. Jenna has leveled up. Rewards 2,000 gold, 2 iron ore, 2 copper, 1 stone. MVP of this match, Han. The other 9 guys bit the dust. The next morning he woke up before the chickens. He started the new day by running 100 laps around the yard. As he ran, he thought, I have to accept this. This is where I have to stop acting like a child. I'm inside, pick me up. I was born and summoned as a 1-star hero. There are 2 ways for a hero to die in combat or by being combined, and I am a 1-star hero. 1-star heroes are truly hopeless in Pick Me Up. We're just props. The most useless props at that. Our 6 stats are terrible, and our growth potential is extremely low. At this rate, I won't be able to escape the danger of being combined. Han Islot 1-star. Level 5. EXP 44 out of 50. Class Apprentice. Strength 15 out of 15. Wisdom 15 out of 15. Vitality 15 out of 15. Dexterity 15 out of 15. Skills none. I have to get stronger. Survive, get revenge, and go back. If I don't get stronger, it's all just a pipe dream. Well, I don't know how things will go from here. If I don't adapt quickly, I'll die. If I don't accept this, I'll be devoured. This reminds me of my damn military service. Being physically strong isn't enough. I have to be mentally strong too. I won't be able to survive if I can't keep my cool. You can survive on your own even when you're young. Don't forget that. Even without your parents or anyone else by your side, you can still manage to survive. Try to remember that struggle. Gina curiously approached and asked, "What are you doing?" "Training to kill monsters." "Why? Why are you being so rude? I came all this way looking for Avener, but..." Suddenly, Gina went quiet for a moment. "I thought all night last night about what I need to do from now on. First, we can't escape from here, can we? My father was a hunter, so I used to enjoy shooting arrows in my free time. I won't get in your way. No, I don't think anything will change if I just do nothing but cry. You know how to survive here, right? Was yesterday your first real battle?" "Yes, it was. I just stayed inside all day." "So how are you with a bow?" "So-so." Xena Sarai 1 star. Level 2 EXP 5 out of 20. Class Apprentice. Strength 11 out of 11. Wisdom 11 out of 11. Vitality 11 out of 11. Dexterity 11 out of 11. Skill Apprentice Archery. She gained 4 stat points just from yesterday. Even if her growth potential is low, she has a prerequisite skill, despite being only a 1 star. Even though she was a bit clumsy since it was her first real fight, she still managed to shoot a goblin to death. She doesn't seem to want to die, and she has a clear goal for what to do next. She's a diamond in this rough. "All right, I'll help you." Gina held out her hand and said, "My father once told me that if I want to survive, I must choose someone to follow. He was a good father, wasn't he? Please help me." Han shook her hand, agreeing to cooperate. The system also announced, 1-star Xena has gained affinity with 1-star Han. Friendship between the two has been initiated. Tip heroes who befriend another will receive additional rewards when in the same party. Han felt something was a little off. This message was a bit concerning. "Izo, are you here?" "Ugh, what is it now? I'm busy." "You showed up pretty fast for someone who's busy. No matter how many times you ask, I won't answer. If you're curious, go climb the tower yourself. All the answers are inside." "Am I the only one who can see the window?" "The status above your head." Izo suddenly froze, hastily denying it. What are you talking about?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I can clearly see it says 257. So I guess you can see it, huh? Is it because your existence was upgraded?" "No, when they become I shouldn't have said that. I'm sure of it now after seeing her reaction. I'm the only one who can see them. The game's messages and the master's messages. Izo, what are we supposed to do if the master escapes the game?" "The master. We can only pray they don't escape. The accident happened when the master tried to combine me. And it wasn't a normal accident either. A 4-star ended up combining with a 1-star. The odds of a 4-star hero appearing in a free summon are a 1% chance. A 1 in 100 stroke of luck, that failed because of a single mistake. Pick Me Up is linked to a phone, so players can't restart it after beginning the game. It's been a whole week since they logged in. Is the time here different from Earth? Stop asking, I'm not going to answer you. So that means time does flow differently here than on Earth. Thanks for the tip. Give me some more tips next time, okay? "Ah, you 1-star trash!" "First, she can't touch me. She can only intervene in self-defense or when a hero refuses the master's command. I have to figure out the rules here one by one. If I don't, I'll die. That's the only law in this world," Gina asked with a puzzled look. "What are you two talking about?" "We have to raid our way to the 100th floor of the tower. There's an entity called a master who can give orders through Izo. We have to listen to them and proceed with the missions. When we reach the 100th floor, we can escape from here. Does that mean we have to keep fighting monsters? Is that why we have to train? We need to get even stronger. Just the 2 of us. Will that be okay? The master can use money to summon others like us. They're planning to summon a lot of people. Our choices from here on will decide our fate. But in the end, our fate still depends on the master's decision. After training all day, I figured out another rule here. Essential items and food regenerate the next day. And if I think about something I want, it'll appear in the wardrobe the next day. And of course, things like guns won't show up. And there are other rules when it comes to the fruits of training, things I didn't understand when I played Pick Me Up. Now it's clear. There are times when heroes of the same rank have different combat abilities. They all have one thing in common: they're too lazy to train. Training doesn't increase stats or level. Rather, it enhances your skills and recovers your abilities. I didn't think about it from the start. Now that I think about it, I don't think they're all AIS. If a master is skilled, They'll classify the main heroes into 3 types. First, a master won't even glance at any hero, who panics easily. Second, skills. A summoned high-rank hero has many skills, while most low-rank heroes have hidden potential that the master must discover. Third, physical condition. That's exactly what I'm working on right now. And with that, 3 days have passed since I started training. The master has connected to the game. By now, his stats should have edged up by a few points plus 2 new skills: Apprentice Swordsman and Shield Technique. I got 2 skills through training. I've done my best. Get ready. The master is here. He's here already. What do you mean? It's been 3 days. Master, I will begin the summoning. I am searching for a hero. The master is summoning a new hero. A party will consist of 5 members, so he will roll 3 times. Master Water has received the 1-star hero Aaron. Master Water has received the 1-star hero Toby. Master Water has received the 1-star hero Jensen. 3 people stepped out, their faces just as bewildered as the previous group. Gina quickly advised the newcomers, "Everyone, we have to prepare for battle. We'll teach you after we get through this safely." Prepare for battle. Who are you people? ISO immediately appeared to announce, "A spatial rift is opening." Gina, choose a weapon before it's too late. Quickly, yes. Because everyone from the last time died with their weapons on them, we don't have any spares. The newcomers freaked out and demanded of ISO, "Who are you? Where are you from? Send us back." Gina did her best to stop them. "Stop it. It'll be worse if we pick a fight with her. Are you all in on this together? Did you people bring us here?" "It wasn't me. I was dragged here too. You're just making more work for yourself. They'll figure it out on their own in a few minutes. My wife is waiting for me. Send me back. I'm a poor farmer. I don't have any money. You've got the wrong person. Aren't you guys going to go in? Are they going to die?" "They'll be fine as long as they don't mess with ISO." And then the whole group of newcomers was shoved into the portal by ISO. After that, everyone was teleported to the 2nd floor. Floor 2, mission-type subjugation. Objective: eliminate all enemies. The 3 of them were panicking, but Han didn't care much. "Gina, are you ready?" "I am." The monsters on this floor are goblins plus a few wolves. Upon seeing the monsters, all 3 of them fell into a state of panic. All stats decreased by 30%. Gina also started to breathe unevenly. Stats decreased by 30%. She's scared too. "Did you eat something bad? Don't scare me like that. Take care of the 2 goblins. I'll handle the wolves." 1-star Jaina is no longer panicked. "Does that mean you were only a little scared?" What a relief. Unlike her, none of the newcomers have any intention of helping, just as I thought. Just as he was thinking this, the monsters immediately charged forward to attack. Han got into his stance and thrust it at a wolf. It's still alive. Is it because of this garbage weapon? He braced himself and slashed with all his might, turning the wolf into pulp. After sending the wolf to the scoreboard, another wolf lunged in, trying to give him a love bite. But Han managed to raise his shield just in time to block. He swung his sword, but it quickly jumped back to dodge. He didn't let this chance slip by. He dashed forward, unleashing another sword strike as fast as lightning, sending the remaining wolf to the scoreboard. He turned to check on the situation with the 2 goblins and saw they had been shot full of arrows looking like pincushions. "Wow, you've become a real archer. How many times did you shoot it?" "Stop it, it's already dead." "Yes." Stage cleared. Han and Gina leveled up. MVP Han. Reward 5,000 gold, 1 iron, or 3 wolf pelts. Congratulations on clearing floor 2. Proceeding to floor 3. What's happening? This is just like when we went to the 2nd floor. Now we're going to the 3rd. If the master is a risk-taker, they'll push us directly to the 3rd floor. But if that happens, now then what's going to happen on the 3rd floor? The master has logged out. Seeing the notification, Min let out a sigh. ISO appeared, stretching and everything. "Finally, I get to go out. Hey, we're the ones who have to fight. How can you be tired? 1 floor per day. It seems like time here. Is 1/3 as fast as in the waiting room? They'll probably log back in after 3 more days. My intelligence dropped by 1, but my strength increased by 2. I still have 4 bonus stat points. But my level increased quite a bit, which proves my physical condition is improving. The master isn't pushing the progress anymore either. If I had just stayed stuck in that state from the 1st floor, it would have been dangerous for everyone." At that moment, the 2 newbies were still asking questions. "Why do I have to fight? Where the hell is this place? And what the hell are those monsters? I already told you we need to fight to survive. You can think whatever you want. How can I fight monsters when I've never even held a weapon before? You think we know how to fight 1-stars are just normal people who've lived far from any battlefield. I think I understand now why 1-stars are called trash. The 2-star Momon. He said he used to be a mercenary. The more combat experience the summoned person has, the higher their star level. High-level mercenaries wouldn't panic at all. Only a little. But if you throw a 1-star mercenary into the middle of a battle, they will 100% freak out. But it's not the same for those who are 3 stars and above. They jump straight into the fight. Are they summoned with combat knowledge? Do they know what their goal is and why they have to fight? I think Sei knows based on her attitude. I'm sure of it. After a while of arguing, Jenna also got completely fed up with this group of people. Why aren't you helping at all? And why should I bother with those useless people? We should advise them and make them our comrades. It's better than nothing. Hey, they'll disappear soon enough, you'll see. Not because they'll be killed, but if they keep acting like this, they'll just vanish. You and I will continue to fight in the next battle. Forget them. Hey, I want to ask you guys something. Ann couldn't care less and turned his back, walking away coldly. Go ask someone else. It's annoying. The pissed-off brown-skinned guy grabbed Ann by the collar and yelled, "What did you just say? Say it to my fist." Immediately, Ann landed a punch on the brown-skinned guy, shattering his avatar. You bastards just stand around while we have to fight out there. See, I did what you wanted. Happy now? Heh heh. The next day, we continued training. After the basic exercises, we moved on to weapon training. As mentioned, I used a wooden sword, and Jenna practiced with a bow. Han's superlative swordsmanship level 2. The other 3 didn't come to the training ground. They went around trying to find an exit, but of course they couldn't find one. Right then, Jenna and Ann were sparring. Jenna raised her bow and shot a volley of arrows toward Ann. Ann was no slouch either, using his sword to block almost all of them. But one of them lodged straight into his leg. Are you okay? I told you not to worry. Don't think the normal rules of the place you lived in apply here. Wounds heal very quickly here. Ha! Acquired the pain resistance skill. Let's keep training. I'm not stopping. The pain is good too. It's proof that I'm alive. Awakening. Hero Han's basic swordsmanship and basic shieldmanship skills have merged into a new skill. Han has acquired basic sword and shieldmanship. Welcome to Pick Makeup. Hurry to the square when the master appears. Are you looking for a beating? Perfect. Just training was making my whole body itch. Why do I get the feeling you're learning even faster than I am? I'm pretty good at this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, the other guys were still protesting. Let us out already. I'm so sick of eating potatoes. You're planning on making us fight again, aren't you? I don't want to. No way. ISO got furious veins popping on her head. She lifted the group of guys into the air. I'm begging you here. Don't make me force you to write apology letters. Get over here now. Don't make me come over there and get you. You're dead to me today. Spare me. Fine, just drag your asses over here. Yes, ma'am. Scene changed to the 3rd floor. The monsters were still goblins, but this time they came with equipment and weapons and their tactics had improved. It's fine. Just fight like we practiced. And these goblins were no match for Ann. 1 slash and 1 goes down. Yep. Cleared the stage. Xena leveled up. MVP Xena. Reward. 7,000 gold. 1 iron ore. I think I'm getting used to this. Yeah, this time it was a little boring. It looks like they still refuse to fight. Let them be. Anyway, I wasn't planning on sharing EXP with those who don't fight. If they don't join the battle, they don't get EXP. It's a shame to have to deal with disobedient heroes. Let's try spinning the lucky wheel. They'll behave better then. 1st floor challenge again. It looks like the master is preparing to spin the lucky wheel. It's still not over, is it? They brought us to a safe zone on the 1st floor. It seems the master isn't completely heartless. They look just like the ones I saw on the 1st floor. Stage 1 cleared. MVP Jenna. Reward 1,000 gold. The master won't let us rest that easily just by dealing with these things. Stage 2 cleared. Reward 1,000 gold. 3rd floor stage cleared. Reward 1,000 gold. I'm so tired. The master isn't going to send us out again, right? Who knows, I'm going to lose my mind. How much longer do we have to babysit those bastards? Don't worry. It all ends today. It ends. What do you mean by that? They don't look like they're going to change at all. I don't think the master is patient enough to keep that useless bunch around. Master has begun synthesizing. Those 3 started to get nervous. Where are we? 1 drag and drop the heroes you wish to sacrifice. Onto the hero you wish to synthesize. The sacrificed heroes will vanish forever. Goodbye, you fools who couldn't even grasp the chances you were given. An opportunity I see so many more opportunities now. Even if the little things don't show up on the screen, the master must know everything. He must know who fought on the front lines, who took the initiative, and which ones were the lazy ones. Hey, Jenna Jensen, get in the synthesis room. Hurry up. Go on. Nothing bad will happen to you. What happens if we go in there? We'll probably be judged based on what we did. But I didn't do anything. I was just suddenly dragged here for no reason. Just get in there. Iso also nodded. This is the first time. We're thinking the same thing. So what, you want me to help you or something? If you had at least pretended to fight, things might have been different. I'm so sick of you. Just get in there already. This isn't fair. Let me immediately after the guy's body began to fade into nothingness. Synthesis complete. Jenna has leveled up. Acquired skill Eagle Eye. What just happened? That guy turned into light and just vanished. The useless ones die as sacrifices for others. Now, it's my turn. I wonder which of you two it'll be. Next up, Han and Toby. Toby looked like he was about to piss himself. You're letting me go home, right? Right, I get to go home. Go home. Yeah, that's right. Just keep telling yourself that. Synthesis complete. Toby turned into light and disappeared. Han has leveled up. Acquired skill Composure. He walked past the blonde guy and said, "You got lucky. So, if the master thinks you're useless, you just disappear in there. Why so sad? You're the one who didn't want to get left behind. If I become useless, will this happen to me someday too? The higher we climb, the stronger the monsters and players will have to face. Will be. We either die at the hands of our enemies, or we die as sacrifices like that. Is that so? You seem to have it all figured out. If you want to live, just do what my father used to say, stick close to the strong." The next day, Rena went up to Min and bowed a full 90 degrees. "Please take me under your wing. What's going on with you? You're the one who said to stick close to the strong. So I'm going to get close to the strongest people. Please look after me." Unbelievable. As long as you work hard, you won't die, so don't worry about it too much. Please look after me too. I'm sorry. I've been so stupid. All I did was cause trouble. Whatever was going on, leaving you two to fight alone was the most cowardly thing I could have done. But from now on, things will be different. And how am I supposed to trust you? I'll even get on my knees if you want. So please, it looks like he's finally serious. Hey, have you ever fought a monster? Before you came here. I'd never fought a single monster either. But you're so skilled. The difference is your resolve. Resolve to win or just to survive. Here, take this spear. I'm no expert, but I've heard it's the easiest weapon to handle. Give it a try. Do you know the basic principles of close quarters, mid-range, and long-range combat? Close combat uses swords, mid-range uses spears, and long-range uses bows. That's the basic theory, right? Since our team only has 3 people, that's the most effective way. What are you doing? Get ready to fight. Fight! Aren't you going to teach me? I've never used a spear before? How can I teach you anything? I learned how to fight on my own. So you should learn on your own too. You should be grateful you have an opponent to fight with. I only had training dummies for opponents. After getting beaten up so much, the blonde-haired kid mustered all his strength and swung blindly with his eyes closed. The man immediately punished him with a kick to the stomach. You're closing your eyes in the middle of a fight. Your life isn't even in any danger, and this is all you can do. If I were a monster, you'd be dead already. But this is my first time. Aren't you being too harsh? I don't want to have to look after others. If you guys can't keep up, I'll just leave you behind. Do you have a family? My sister is waiting for me. At least you have someone. I have no one. Then what will happen if you can't make it back? The blonde kid clenched his teeth. The man, on the other hand, laughed heartily. The spirit in your eyes is better now. You have selected the forge as a subsidiary weapon, LVI.1. Would you like to build it? Costs 500 gem to build. I can finally walk around, and now the forge is open too. If you're here, come out. Who do you think you are, summoning me whenever you please? I'm so sick of that attitude. Try to fix it. You're the one who sent the tips to water, right? Can you get on the internet? If you can interfere with the system, you must be able to use it right. That's right. I can. My hobby is surfing the web, you know. So the tips you sent are being used as a foundation. After summoning items 10 times, you unlock level 1 of the training facility, and then you unlock the forge. How did you know? That post is really popular on the Pick Me Up site. You didn't know. The one that Loki posted. You know Loki, of course. I'm a Pick Me Up user too. You must be stuck on the lower floors. Lord Loki is the master of masters, the war god of Pick Me Up. If there were 7 stars, he'd be #1 in the world. Why do you like Loki? Because he's the one who makes the impossible possible. Ho ho. Makes the impossible possible, huh? You're a Pick Me Up player and you don't even know that. As Isu was rambling on and on about Loki, the main character splashed cold water on her. Sorry to be the one to tell you this. Isu turned back, wondering, what the hell now? The main character replied with a smug look on his face. I am Loki. I am Loki. Loki. Han's eyes lit up as he smiled. I am Loki. Flying next to Han, a shocked Isu stammered, what are you talking about? Who are you trying to fool? He told her to check account number 4663191131. Han calmly explained, to avoid the risk of being hacked, the pick-me-up account number is only known to the account owner and the server. Check it yourself if you still don't believe me. Do I need to read out the museum account number too? Isu opened the system to check. No way. You're Loki. This is absurd. Is this for real? A moment after checking, Isu said, well then give me a notebook and pen, she said shyly. Give me your autograph right now, you idiot. Amazing with this. I'll be a VIP member of Ragnar Loki. Han took the notebook and pen, asking with a confused look, what's Ragnar Loki? Isu excitedly replied, Loki's fan forum. It's the absolute best. To become a VIP, you have to get Loki's autograph. He continued, is that a thing? First time I'm hearing about it. Suddenly, he thought of something. Isu said worriedly, wait a minute. Then what about all the things we've said to Loki until now? Are you being serious? While signing, Han replied, I'm only a 1-star right now. So who cares about that stuff? Isu said with a grave tone. Wait, what will happen to Niflheim without you? I was wondering about that too. Niflheim is the name of the lobby system in his account. It has a total of 13 floors, all of which are lobbies with a capacity of up to 20,000 people. All the infrastructure there is of the best quality suitable for levels 18 to 22. Han thought helplessly, even so, what's the point when the real master is here and not there? Isu panicked, holding her head. Then what's going to happen to those 20,000 people model? Han said reluctantly. If you're that worried, then why don't you just let me go back? A dejected ISO replied, I can't do that. He continued, I know, I also know you're just some middle manager who does odd jobs. He asked again, but the master of this waiting room, AVKPAT, is from Earth, right? And the summoned heroes aren't artificial intelligences either. That's right. This linked world is a bit different, but they are all human. Master VKPAT has no idea. We are all human. He's just a real player enjoying pick-me-up. All the heroes have to face every danger just for their entertainment. Looking up at Iso, Han continued, more importantly, can I go back if I climb to the 100th floor? Well, I don't know. You don't know. Han continued to seek more information. Next question. Who brought me here? ISO said reluctantly. I can't answer that. Not getting an answer, he was a little annoyed. Tisk, sorry. It's fine. Like you said, I'll find out on my own while climbing the tower. Aside from that, what can you access within your authority as a master? Right now I can provide guidance and open or close these facilities, and support a few other activities. Are all the master's waiting rooms the same? Each room is slightly different, but overall they're the same. Han was lost in thought. Do 100 million worlds really coexist? He connected everything. Summoning Mobius, the system that created countless heroes by combining thousands of templates, was actually just a lie, a quantum artificial intelligence. The heroes, supposedly AI, are actually human. The dungeons. The system mentioned it had created countless contents containing hundreds of millions of worlds. If each world in this game is actually a real world, then that means my unconscious choices could kill a hero. After piecing it together, he called out ISO. ISO. Hearing him, ISO nodded eagerly. If you want to climb the tower, remember my words carefully. Only then can you succeed. Evening at the training ground. Watching the two train, Han made a personal judgment. Jenna is a genius. Her growth rate can't possibly be 1 star. Even though she's never used a dagger, she gets used to it very quickly. On the other hand, Aaron is quite slow. At this rate, he'll die sooner or later. After training, Jenna smiled and said to Han, I went easy on Aaron, but it still seemed a bit too much for him, huh? Hearing Jenna's words, he said with annoyance, lose the arrogance and follow me. What is it? Aren't you going to teach your #1 subordinate today? ISO appeared and scolded Jenna. Who do you think you are following Han around like that? The two started arguing. I'm the #1 subordinate, go away. I'm his #1 subordinate, right? Before she could finish, Han grabbed ISO with a swift hand. You sly old fox. Do you know who this is? The masters of, Have you run out of things to do? Anyway, Lock Han's #1 subordinate is me. Remember that. Han looked at Iso helpless. I shouldn't have said I was Loki. Jenna looked at Iso and yelled confused, "What's wrong with it?" "Don't mind it, it's a bit stupid." Heading to the warehouse, he ordered, ISO, you said you have authority, right? Open the warehouse." "Okay, wait a moment." The warehouse opened. Inside it was pitch black. Iron ore was piled on the floor. The system announced, 1-star Han has successfully collected 6 iron ore C, 3 leather C, and 4 wooden planks C from the warehouse. After picking up the items, he continued, ISO, activate the forge. "Yes, sir." Jenna, pulling a cart behind them, asked curiously, "What are you planning to do? You can't keep using a rusty iron sword forever." He realized after talking with ISO, "I've discovered that I'm half master, half hero, and if that's true, then I can invade territories. This is a master's authority." ISO and Han stood before the forge. ISO asked, "Loki, what are you doing? Are Lavatine or Berzenak in here?" The system announced, facility shortage, applying penalty. Blacksmith shortage, applying penalty. Blueprint shortage, applying penalty. Success rate terrible. Continue with refinement. Yes. Looking at the forge, ISO said, "Of course the forging method will be..." Han finished, "Manual." The system continued, "Please select the puzzle difficulty." Super hard. ISO looked at Han's choice, worried. "Super hard. You already have 3 penalties. Just watch." The puzzle appeared. He explained, "This is a minigame for masters. Most masters wouldn't choose this method, but the rewards are very generous." The system announced, "Maximum time 3 minutes." ISO looked at the puzzle in fear. "I can't even make out its shape," he reassured her. "It's nothing. Begin." Watching Han solve the puzzle, her eyes filled with admiration. "Oh, as expected of the saintly hand. Those are truly the legendary hands of 1 in 1,000. Han quickly rearranged the boxes, his speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. System announcement. Excellent success. Han has successfully forged a longsword. ISO shouted in admiration, "Look!" He looked at the longsword with an, of course, expression, and continued his work. With his divine skill, Han created item after item by solving puzzles. When he was done, he stretched. "Are these all just C rank? I guess this is the best I can do with these materials. You're not making any more. If they were any better, they'd stand out too much. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings from the master." The next morning, the wind howled through the forest as Jenna practiced with her new bow. Each arrow shot out and killed a monster instantly. The whole team made it to the 4th floor. Jenna was amazed. This elasticity is incredible for an item to have such high quality. The next guys who come along will probably steal them. Han reminded her, "That won't happen if you use the personal weapon option." Looking at the horde of monsters, Jenna complained, "The master is being a bit unreasonable. There are only 3 of us to attack them." Han assigned the tasks. "You take care of that, Haji. Aaron, you protect Jenna." "I'll do my best, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, the horde of monsters charged at the 3 of them. Aaron panicked, slashing wildly and screaming, "Ah!" The system announced, "Aaron is panicking." All stats decreased by 30%. Seeing the notification, Han worried, "This damn kid? He's too worked up." Aaron continued to slash and scream, not noticing what was behind him. Gina rushed up from behind and gave Aaron a hard slap. "Get a grip!" She scolded, "You'll die if you screw up again." "Are you okay with that?" Aaron looked at his bleeding nose, silent. Han jumped in to block a blow, shouting, "Stop panicking! I'll try!" The 3 of them joined forces and defeated all the monsters. The system announced, "Stage cleared. Aaron has leveled up." After the battle, Aaron threw up everything in his stomach. He said wearily, "Anyway, I didn't do anything outstanding back there. What's going to happen to me?" Looking up at the system notification, Aaron has been added to the favorites list. Han explained, "Since you've been added to the favorites list, it looks like you're going to live." Really? Regaining his spirit, he shouted joyfully, "I'm alive!" Gina teased. "After subordinate #1, it seems subordinate #2 has grown up as well, huh?" "What subordinate?" "Walking alone," Han mumbled to himself. "Subordinate, huh?" He thought, to be more precise, subordinate #1 is Sirius of Niflheim. He recalled the past. The 5 members of Team 1 all had 6 stars and were at level 99. At the same time, they obtained 5 divine artifacts that I created along with a few ultimate skills. If I climb the tower, I'll probably meet them again someday. Since this is an autoplay game, CJ, a Vice Master, should be able to handle things. If not, there's also Unette. Both of them are intelligent and bright. So much so that I've wondered if they're really just artificial intelligence. But thinking back now, they aren't really AI. In another castle... Sirius, do you really have to go? Unette, you should know that we need to make the most of every second we have. I'm not asking for much with this farewell, but I hope you'll pay attention to the investigation, and I need you to take over the rest of my duties. Turning to walk away, CJ said, I'm entrusting the Master's domain to you. The system announced, Mansion has been upgraded to level 2. Hero capacity has increased. Tavern construction complete. Training ground upgraded to level 3. Annex has been integrated. Recovery house has been upgraded. Jenna watched everything change and exclaimed, Oh my God, what the hell just happened? Aaron was in awe. Could the Master be an archmage? Think about it if that's true. Han continued. The Master is just spending a little. He doesn't have any other choice. This is where things start to get interesting. One Han analyzed in his head from the diverse feedback from the heroes and the exciting battles the VK player will feel that they are real people rather than statistics made from zeros. And 2, he won't be able to stop feeling that, because he's a real flesh and blood human. In short, after we cleared the floors, the waiting room has gradually become more complete. Han voiced his thoughts to Iso. The VK player's activity time is also quite fixed. He's most likely an office worker. It seems he watches the raids quite often, and occasionally he has the means to spend. Iso held the item and laughed greedily. Isn't this so much better than having a master who's a penniless student? He even bought the $65 package, Han thought sarcastically. Big Makeup, unlike other games, doesn't reward you with gems for completing quests, and the developer almost never has any events that give out gems, not enough to throw in the players' faces anyway. He said, because the amount of free gems players receive is quite limited, they definitely value paying players more. System notification. The Master has begun a 10-time summon. Aaron was surprised. He's summoning again. Han remained calm. Well, we're done looking at the house. It's time for us to meet the new guests. There are 2 ways to summon summoning with gold, also known as a normal summon, and summoning with gems, which is a premium summon. Right, of course, it's a summon using the game's premium currency. This will be more effective than that crowd that was just suddenly summoned. Where is this? What the hell is going on? I was just at home a second ago. Han, does anyone know what's going on? I don't know if this is real or a dream anymore. He pointed his sword at the man in front of him. The man was taken aback. Who are you people? Han said coldly. Silence. I have no intention of explaining things to you lot right now. I'll only explain to the ones who manage to survive and can think calmly. Hey, this is Iso, she shouted, taking command. Everyone gather round. Is anyone here a carpenter if you are step forward? Next, any carpenters or craftsmen? Is there no one who can cook? He was bewildered. What are you doing all of a sudden? Wait, at least give us a little explanation. The girl standing next to him asked, What's this situation all about? What the hell is that tiny thing? Shut your mouth! Jenna looked at Iso, wondering, What is she doing? Han explained, She's assigning roles. A lot of facilities were just built. If those people who died had been summoned, now they might not have had to go into battle. Right now, the system inside the waiting room is going to change. System announcement, team division. Han explained to everyone, if you don't have any special abilities, then you have to push yourselves. Incompetent amateurs don't even deserve to eat scraps anymore. The Master has finally started sorting out the useful ones, and he's purging the 1-stars. By sending them all into the dungeon, Iso pointed the way. Hurry up and get through that door. Han continued, If you can't adapt, you'll be eliminated. He's probably testing the first floor. The door slowly opened. System announcement. John has returned to the goddess's embrace. Seeing the notification, Han said, That's one dead already. Jenna chided him. If you had just explained it properly to him, maybe he wouldn't have died. There's no need to waste breath on those who are going to die on the lowest floor anyway. System announcement, Tessie has returned to the goddess's embrace. Han counted 2 down. There should have been at least 2 survivors. The remaining people were terrified. Dika, Dekok, Sickler, Chloe. Does she want us to fight monsters? I can't do it. There's no way. Aaron chimed in. I'll fight too. Iso cut him off. What? There's no room for you. Get out of the way. Xena whispered, "Is Aaron always like that?" Han sighed. "Iso consider adding Aaron to the team. He lacks combat experience, so this wouldn't be a bad idea." System announcement. Han received a notification. He called out to Aaron. "Aaron, it's fine if you don't help, but don't make a habit of it like me." Aaron nodded, showing he understood. "I get it," Jenna whined. "I just want to go home and have a proper meal. I haven't eaten anything but potatoes since I got here, all thanks to that damned master." Hearing Jenna's words, Han grew weary. I wonder if she has any ability to read the room at all. Look how blue the sky is. He's watching us just like how God watches over the world. That comment made Jenna jump as her stomach growled. Han laughed reassuringly. "Don't worry, he must be pretty busy. He doesn't have time to eavesdrop on every single person. He won't hear us. I'm sure our conversations get filtered and condensed before being relayed to the master." System announcement. Stage cleared. Everyone walked out of the gate. Han asked Aaron, "Any problems?" "How many goblins did you kill?" Aaron replied. "Just one." "All right then. So you get me. Now about our living quarters." Jenna followed behind, asking, "Are we finally going to be free from those potatoes?" Arriving at the dining hall, Jenna gasped, "Oh." Looking around, she saw it had been upgraded. "The facilities really are better," she said. "A cafeteria means we get to eat delicious meals from now on." "Right, as long as the master doesn't see you lot as useless." She raised her hands and cheered. "So that means we're getting treated to a high-class roasted lamb dinner." Aaron demanded, "I want turkey, boss." Han felt helpless. "Did you all forget I said I'd kick you out if you were useless?" The meal was still potatoes. Jenna and Han stared at the potato chef with disgust. The man explained nervously, "There are seasonings, but the only ingredient is potatoes." Han glared at the chef. "And this guy called himself a cook." The man was terrified by Han's stare. Han sat with his arms crossed, furious. "He doesn't even have any cooking skills. Does no one here have any cooking skills at all?" Turning, he asked the girl across from him, "You're Chloe, right?" "Mommy." "From now on, you're the cook." A notification popped up, selecting the reluctant girl. The chef quickly interjected, Wait, let me try again," Han said wearily. "You catch on quick. But you should have picked a lie that was easier to hide. I'm warning you, old man, this is the only time I'll let it slide." A moment later, after a lavish meal was served, Jenna exclaimed, "This is delicious." "I didn't know potatoes could have so many different flavors," Chloe replied shyly. "That's because I seasoned them a lot." While eating, Han said, "Listen up. I'm not repeating myself so you guys can relay my words to the next batch of newbies. If you don't want to wander around and find someone dead..." After a moment, people asked in disbelief, "Is that for real?" "I'd never fought before coming here either." "All right, let's work together." Another person asked, "So the two of us will be doing different jobs?" Han replied, "Enoch, Chloe, you two will be the carpenter and the cook. You'll help us in other ways." The old man said fearfully, I can help with carpentry too." Han continued, "If this is another lie, I'll recommend you be the first sacrifice for synthesis. I think you'd make the perfect ingredient." His words left the old man speechless. Han continued explaining to everyone around them, "It's true that those who fight have a higher chance of survival, but don't get complacent. There are only a limited number of spots, so if someone more talented than you is summoned, you'll have to keep fighting." Night falls at the base. The next day, Han's daily life is slightly disrupted. Only 3 of them. Let's see. Zith, Hansen, and Dika. 3 teenagers joining the training. Jenna explained, "I bet the rest of them are hiding somewhere in a panic," Han said in an accepting tone. "I'm tired of fighting Aaron anyway. A little change is good." He assessed in his head Aaron is a bad influence because now the kids have all started calling me boss. The stat difference between us is about 7 to 8. It's like comparing a child to an adult. I'd never be able to reach this level in such a short time if this were Earth. Jenna's archery skill was already at level 5 when she was a newbie, and her short sword mastery was at level 2. Aaron's spearmanship also reached level 2, but it hasn't progressed any further. He's the first one to arrive for training and the last to leave, but his skills aren't improving quickly. These 3 kids have each reached level 1 in swordsmanship. Maybe because they're around the same age, they're quite close. But these kids are much better than that other bunch. After practice, Zith said, "You're really strong, boss." Han explained, "That's because my level is higher." "Level, huh? You'll find out soon enough." A few days later, more teenagers were summoned. This time, he didn't have to do anything. Aaron and the 3 kids took care of everything. Only one person died during the purge. Jenna said happily, "Our population has increased, and it'll keep growing." Hearing Han's reply, Jenna wondered, "But why hasn't matter come to the 5th floor? We cleared the 4th floor a while ago." "I think it's because the 5th floor is on a whole different level," Han replied to Jenna. "The remaining team members haven't been assigned yet. The difficulty jumps every 5 floors. In short, it's like a boss floor. There's a chance even I might not survive. Who knows how many people will die? Even after the purge and training, I don't see the need to tell Jenna about the cruel difficulty level from here on out." A 3-system announcement, Floor 4. Conquest Mission. Objective: eliminate all enemies. Monsters appeared and charged at the person opposite them. That young man lost his cool. "It's all up to you guys." Another person reassured him, "Calm down." Han commanded everyone, "You guys with the shields usually don't have to attack. The swordsmen and archers are right behind you." The shield-bearers charged forward, yelling, "Hi-ya!" Even the weak have their own way of fighting. That is through defensive formations. They rushed up to help fight the monsters, using the strength of the group instead of an individual. Eren stabbed a monster and it screamed, "Eek!" Han watched everyone fight pensively. "I'm not joining the fight. I'm more than strong enough to clear this stage. But if I join in, they won't be able to practice their formations." System notification. Stage cleared. I still don't know what the 5th floor mission is. There will definitely be some stages I can't clear on my own. The young people put their arms around each other, celebrating. "See that? What do you mean that was a piece of cake?" Jenna said proudly. "Not bad at all." Han agreed. Yeah. Matter was getting more and more into it. In his second 10 pull, he got a blacksmith and a tanner to activate the forge. The blacksmith, tanner, and carpenter worked together to create equipment, mostly E-rank swords and shields. They are distributed evenly among the newly summoned heroes and have significantly helped them survive better. The main party receives higher-grade equipment, and the 3 who weren't very good at fighting have been grouped together. They are the ones who never bother coming to the training grounds and are always looking for ways to hide. Dopfer is among them, the one who lied about his profession. A few days later, Zith complained, "Are we still just going to the 4th floor today? I want to go to the next stage." Han asked, "Hey, Iso, are we going to the 5th floor today?" "I guess so." Jenna repeated, "Huh, are we really going to the 5th floor?" "Yes. This time will be a little different. Being calm is good, but if you're too calm, your heads might roll off before you know it." "Yes, sir." Understood. The system opened a new stage, a dilapidated old abandoned town. The group of 5 arrived at the town. Eren said to Han, "Sir, I don't see any monsters at all." Han replied, "We'll head to the city center and assess the situation first. Get into formation." "Yes, sir." Han looked around, surveying the completely empty city. Not a single monster in sight. And no civilians either. This isn't a subjugation mission. Eret yelled out, "Sir, over here!" In the corner was a human skeleton long dead. Eren was bewildered. "What is this place? There are houses but no people anywhere." Jenna examined something. "This is a dried blood stain. This mission is different from any we've done before." Han warned, "This is just the warm-up." He gave an order. "Jenna, can you climb that bell tower?" "Yes, I can." Jenna climbed the tower. Han called up from below, "See anything?" From up there she could see the entire city. And then she spotted something. "Hold on. I hope my eyes are playing tricks on me," Eren said impatiently. "What is it already? Come on. Wait a second, let me check," Jenna said in a worried voice. "Is this going to be okay? Can we really survive this?" She yelled down, "There are a lot of goblins outside the city. It looks like they're heading this way." Han asked, "How many?" Jenna replied, "Thousands. Thousands of them." A system notification appeared. Survival mission. Eren yelled in disbelief. "Thousands of goblins, are you sure you're not seeing things?" "I wish I were," Han said. Then he ordered, "You can come down now." Eren was scared. "Sir, is it possible the system is bugged?" Han reassured him, "Don't panic. The mission isn't to annihilate the enemy, it's just to survive. We just have to hold them off for a certain period of time, that's all." Can't we hide?" Han replied, "We can't get inside the buildings. Our only option now is to move." Eren asked, "How long do we have to hold out for?" 10 minutes. We just need to hold our ground for 10 minutes after encountering the enemy. Then it's not impossible, Han thought. How unlucky. This is going to be tense. A countdown timer appeared. Yes, analyzing the situation. When a survival mission is given on the lower floors, the party's survival rate is only 9%. Han shouted, "We can't use the main street. Into the alley now." Yes. On higher floors it wouldn't be an issue, but on the lower ones it's famously known as the hero grinder. Rit asked anxiously, "Isn't there a better spot?" Han answered, "Every building has been destroyed. They're not secure. We don't have time to find another place. We have to make our stand here." He explained to everyone, "Because this alley is narrow, we'll only have to fight them one at a time. Even with 1,000 of them, it makes no difference." "Yes, sir. We'll give it everything we've got." "All right." Han assigned positions. "I'll take the left. Aaron, you take the right. Zid and Hassan cover our backs. Fight in shifts. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't jump in to help someone else. Use that time to recover your stamina. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Jenna, you position yourself in the middle of this three-way junction. Try to conserve your arrows. Don't fire without my order." "Understood." "Set up barricades before they arrive. And make this clear: if one flank breaks, we're all dead." "Yes, sir," Han thought with concern. 30 minutes. Since this isn't a waiting room, time flows the same as on Earth. The timer will only start counting down once we make contact with the goblins. The first one caught their scent. It turned its mouth gaping in hunger. It lunged. Han leaped back, cursing, "Damn it, we haven't even finished the barricades." He swung his sword, cutting it down. The ones behind it surged forward together. "Here they come." Since they're rushing in, use their corpses to block the path. "Got it." Han charged forward, shield in one hand, slashing with the other. He stared at the oncoming horde and cursed, "You goddamn bastards." Jenna told Han, "Let me know when you're tired." "It's just a repetitive cycle block and stab." Han replied to Jenna, "They attack just as stupidly as their dumb faces look." They charged forward, screaming, "Kia ah! You bastards!" Aaron asked. "We just have to survive for 10 minutes, right?" Han frowned, annoyed. "Have I ever lied to you before?" 26 minutes and 48 seconds. They kept cramming themselves into the narrow alley. I can't die a pointless death in a place like this. As evening approached on the 5th floor, the goblins continued to throw themselves at Han's blade like moths to a flame. He commanded as he fought, "Rit, switch places with Hassan." Rit replied, exhausted. I can still keep going," Han snapped. "Shut your mouth and switch places now." Damn it, Han thought, pissed off. My stamina is still too low. These guys are still low level and they don't even have skills. They'll get tired fast from moving around so much. One strike is all it takes. Step by step, no wasted movements, conserve as much energy as possible. Stab, slash, then stab again. These monsters are weak. They're just low-level creatures from the 1st floor. But the problem is, there are too many of them like ants. Don't they feel fear? They just keep charging in like they want to commit suicide. Next switch, Hansen go. "This is the most dangerous moment," he yelled. "Jenna, support Riz. Remember to retrieve the arrows right after you shoot." Reyna immediately fired her arrow. "I've been waiting for this." "Reyna, you've also got that mob of goblins at the entrance." Loud and clear. Aaron said, "Boss, didn't you say we only had 10 minutes left?" While fighting, Han replied, "Idiot, we only have 5 minutes left." A goblin charged forward and was immediately taken down. Jenna snapped, "Don't you come over here, you're pissing me off." Riz was hit by an attack and screamed, "Ah!" A system notification appeared. "Riz is bleeding. Stamina will gradually decrease." Han commanded, "Riz, switch places with Hansen." Hansen cheered. "You can do it, Riz." Han continued, "Don't think about anything. Just take his place. Hold back the goblins." But, he stammered. "Stop your whining. You'll get healed when we get back." A system notification appeared. Riz is terrified. All stats decreased by 30%. Riz cried, "My arm! My arm!" Han kept fighting, then kicked Riz in the head. "You crybaby!" Han yelled. "Snap out of it, you bastard! Are you trying to get us all killed?" I'm sorry." Han continued his orders. "Jenna, stop Riz's bleeding. Riz, remember that, Hansen. We'll die if you don't switch places with him." Yes." Han dashed forward, fighting the monsters like a madman, cursing nonstop. "Go back to hell, you damn dogs." The goblins kept charging as if their numbers were limitless. Hansen yelled out, "My sword can't hold out any longer. Riz, can you fight?" He replied, "Yes, I can fight." "Then switch, Hansen, check your sword." Han realized that even though it was better than an old rank F iron sword, it was still just a common iron sword. "Even if the blade is dull, you can still use it to bash them," Han said while fighting. "And if you feel like you can't use it anymore, you still have your shield." Jenna, switch places with Aaron. Aaron protested. But I can still fight, Gina said. Just rest while you can. Don't be so stubborn. 3 minutes left. We just have to hold out for 3 more minutes. Damn it, how can 30 minutes feel this long? Aaron switched places with Gina. All right. Aaron reassured her. Don't worry. A 10-second break is more than enough. Hudson switch. Yes, Han said hurriedly. Jenna, fire an arrow toward Hudson. Huh, but damn it, I'm almost out of arrows. He yelled, just do it. If they can't defend that side in time, we're all dead anyway. Just use them all. Reyna fired an arrow. All right. The goblin that was hit died instantly. Another was shot but didn't die. It charged at Riz. Hansen worriedly called out to Riz. Riz screamed, Hansen, save me! Hansen was stabbed in the stomach by a goblin. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide. Reyna immediately fired an arrow, taking that goblin down. She looked on in shock as Riz collapsed. Huh. A system notification appeared. Riz has entered a critical state. Life is in danger. Han rushed over, screaming, Fuck! Gina asked worriedly. What should I do? Pull it out! Riz cried out in pain. Damn it hurts! Arg! Don't! If you pull it out. Hazel called out, Riz, come help me for a second. Just for 30 seconds. Please go! Another goblin with a spear charged and lunged at Han, but luckily he dodged it. He brushed his hand against the spear's shaft and pushed back the cackling goblins. He ordered, Hazel, go handle the ones on the left, I've got this. But sir, what about Riz? He's too tired, he's resting. Stop whining and go. Now. A system notification appeared. Riz has returned to the arms of the goddess. Hansen obeyed. Yes, sir, understood, Han said to Jenna. Jenna, Riz is really dead. Forget that and come help me over here. Yes, sir. Han used his shield to block the charging goblins. A system notification appeared. Beginner skill, short sword swing has reached level 2. Gina asked, how much time is left? Han, swinging his sword relentlessly, answered, I don't have time to look. Just keep killing them. A system notification appeared. Heroic soul awakened in a life-or-death situation. Beginner's sword and shield proficiency has reached level 5. Pain resistance has reached level 2. Calm mind has already leveled up twice. It's at level 3. Han complained that all these weird awakenings would be useless if he died here. He screamed. System notification, Hazen is bleeding out. B. Hazen cried for help. Bro, help me, I'm begging you. I don't want to die here. B, he cried and screamed. Bro. Han looked over helpless as Hazen fended off the goblins while crying out, Bro, help me, save me, please. Han rushed past. Jaina, Aaron, move with me, Gina worriedly asked. But what about Zid and Hazen? If you want to mourn them, you have to survive this first. System notification. Hazen has returned to the goddess's embrace. Running into an alley, the three of them stopped. Jenna said, her face full of despair. Are we going to die here? Don't say such jinxed things, Han yelled. He said, Jaina climbed the wall behind you. She was confused. Are you telling me to run away by myself? Han continued, what are you talking about? You climb up and I'll follow you. They're here! Han swung his sword. Killing them one by one won't be enough. He charged out, cutting down a row of goblins. Jenna called down from above. I made it up. Hurry up. Jump up, Han told Aaron. Aaron, you go. Gina leaned down, offering her hand. Here, grab my hand. Yeah, Aaron replied wearily, grabbing Gina's hand. Gina pulled Aaron up with all her strength just before a goblin could stab him. Han said, Jenna, hold on tight. Don't let him go. He glanced over. You look absolutely terrified. He turned and yelled, I'll chop off your leg. Arr! Aaron screamed in pain. System notification, Aaron is bleeding out. He will slowly die. 2. Pull him up. System notification. Aaron is in critical condition. His life is in danger. Han looked down at the goblins and remarked, They're climbing on top of each other to get up here. Pretty smart of them. Smart? What do you mean? Han told Gina, use Aaron's spear. If any of them get close, stab them. Got it. The two of them tried with all their might to stop the goblins from climbing the wall to keep them from getting up here. If they manage to get up here, we'll have nowhere left to run. There! Gina screamed in panic. I dropped the spear. What do you mean now what? Use your feet and kick them, Gina asked. There are too many. How many more minutes? We can't hold on any longer. Han, it's time. 30 more seconds. Just 30 more seconds. It feels like an hour has passed. I'm not lying to you. Just trust me and try to hold on a little longer. But this time he wasn't lying. Just a little bit longer. The clock counted down 3-2. A goblin reached the top and lunged forward, grabbing Han's weapon. He swung his sword to cut it down, but another one suddenly stabbed him in the stomach. It let out a bloodthirsty laugh. "Keg!" he screamed in pain, enraged, his body trembling in agony. "These bastards!" The other one pulled out the knife. Han roared in pain. "Ah!" The room door closed silently. Han collapsed onto his bed, his face buried in the pillow. He was exhausted. I'm not going to cry for those who have fallen. It's part of being in the vanguard climbing the tower. Death is a common sight after all. Now that I think about it, did I really learn the Berserk skill? He analyzed what had happened. Calm mind and Berserk can't coexist. This is 100% a system error. Calm mind helps me maintain my sanity, while Berserk gives it up in exchange for a huge power boost. Maybe it's related to me being a master, but also a hero. I'm not sure yet, but I don't want to think about this today. Closing his eyes to rest, Han thought to himself, I'm going to be busy starting tomorrow. So for today, I'll just lie down and rest. The next morning at the training grounds, Jenna was training with all her might. Watching Gina practice, he found it strange. You're always later than me because you wake up late. Why is today different? Jaina replied. I don't want to die. Looking at Jenna, Han thought she learned a new skill yesterday. On top of that, she's talented and hardworking. As for Aaron, after going through all that, he didn't learn a single new skill. Turning to his own training, he looked at himself. Only getting 5 points per session isn't too surprising. I'm only a 3-star after all. I'll reach level 10 soon enough. The highest level for a 1-star hero. I have to aim for a 2-star promotion soon. But Han was annoyed seeing Jenna touching him. What is she doing? Jenna marveled. Wow, this looks amazing. Hands off. Jenna got tapped on the head and said in a pouting voice, It's not like I'm going to wear it out. Yes, it will. The more he looked, the more he couldn't believe she was like this. After what happened yesterday, she's still acting so annoying. Jenna looked at the training ground, guessing Aaron wouldn't be coming. Looks like Aaron isn't coming. Just leave him be. He's probably sulking in his room. He was close to those 3 after all. She pondered, normally waking up early to train is what you're supposed to do. Han agreed. So were Dia and Kai. Those 2 loved to train. He looked at the others with irritation. Unlike those guys, these ones are total amateurs. They're too busy trying to avoid being synthesized and only train if the master drops by, he thought, with a hint of regret. Rick and Hansen have a potential, though. If I trained them a bit more, those 2 would be very useful. The 2 who were sacrificed yesterday, it should have been some of them. Not those 2. Let's go train. Just then, Aaron arrived at the training ground. Sorry I'm late. He looked grief-stricken. You seem to feel guilty, don't you? If only I were a little stronger. Han addressed him. They couldn't clear that stage because they were too weak. It's not your fault. It had been a month since he arrived in this world. It felt like only 10 days had passed on Earth. He could now sense everything that happened in this world much more clearly. Back in the day, he used to log into the game 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, to check on any potential developments. At the same time, he would research different ways to clear the lower floors, making decisions in real time based on the difficulty, team composition, and skills of each character. Iso spoke in a boastful voice. Looks like everyone's doing well. You have Han's example to follow. He survived floor 5 perfectly. The master is very pleased with him. Jaina whispered into Han's ear. Why does she seem so interested in you? Oh, that's a secret, Iso scolded the others. As for the rest of you, train harder. You won't always be this lucky. You need to rely on your own strength to survive. Han quietly turned away. I should probably get out of here for a bit. System announcement team has been initialized. Han Jina Louis Gelfrey of Win. Iso announced, Hey everyone, the space rift has opened. Time to get ready. Jaina grew anxious when she saw the announcement. I don't know the other 3. How could they arrange the team like this? Don't overthink it, Han reassured her. We'll get to know each other once we start fighting. The space rift opened. Zerg Kendar, 11 o'clock. Han crossed his arms and said to himself, just as I predicted, it's unlocked. The other man asked hesitantly, We're going to fight with you. What's your name? Han asked him. The man replied, My name is Owen. In our current state, our health won't be of much help. Don't worry, Han said before they entered the dungeon. You guys won't have to do much fighting. A light appeared in the dungeon. System announcement Party 4 has entered the daily dungeon Zerg Kendar. They would return after gathering enough materials. The 5-person party was teleported into the dungeon. System announcement tip. The dungeon type changes daily. Be sure to check carefully. Gina looked around cautiously. Where are all the enemies? Don't tell me this is another special mission like on floor 5. Han pinched and pulled Gina's cheek. What are you doing? It's funny, he replied. How is this funny? I don't think it's funny at all, Han explained, picking up a rock. This is called a daily dungeon. It's a place to gather materials. Owen looked at a stream of light and asked, So what's this? Han replied, a trash can. No, actually, you can think of it as a shopping cart. System announcement, Han has collected junk. He broke off a branch to demonstrate. Whatever materials you gather, just put them in there. Like this branch, for example. System announcement, Han has collected branch. After that, it gets stored in our inventory. It's used for crafting items. System announcement. Tip. Owen was surprised. That's it. Jenna followed up, so we just have to do that. We don't have to fight anything. You're different. Follow me. We're going hunting. Gina sounded disappointed. And here I thought I finally got an easy job. She called out to Han ahead of her. What are we hunting, wild boar, deer, or rabbits? Does this mean we get to eat meat now? She saw a strange deer grazing. Gina's eyes lit up. Prey spotted meat. You're mine. An arrow flew out, hitting the prey right on the mark. Jenna walked over, marveling at it. It looks delicious, Han asked her. Do you know how to butcher it? Of course. I mean, how long have I been living like this? Gina said as she worked after letting all the blood drain out. Skin it and gut it, Han instructed before leaving without another word. And make sure you take all those materials and put them into the spatial gate. Don't leave a single one behind. Where are you going? Hunting, of course. I'm sick to death of eating potatoes. He went to a strange part of the dungeon where a waterfall sparkled. Checking the time, he calculated that he had about 30 minutes left before the whole party would be automatically recalled. Seeing the creature eating, he thought to himself, found it. The blue horn is the Forest King, a rare monster that only appears in low-level forest attribute stone dungeons. Its materials are used for ranking up. It doesn't always drop when you kill a monster. It's easiest to find in an area with a high estimated drop rate. Han launched himself into the air. Another deer had already spotted him. Before it could run, he took its head off with a single slash. Another one saw this and charged in, but he quickly dealt with it as well. Standing before the Forest King, he said, All your little lovers are dead now. Feeling angry, it took a deep, furious breath. Pointing his blade at the Forest King, Han said challengingly, Come on, then. Elsewhere in the dungeon, someone screamed at the sight of something. Oh my God, it's a monster! The other person heard and panicked. A monster. What is it? Bright crimson eyes glared out from the bushes. The man looked again and said, Wait, is that you, Han? He walked forward carrying the head of the Forest King. Don't you recognize me? Han threw the head forcefully onto the ground. Whoa, Gina said, amazed. How can a deer be that huge? He said, I'm exhausted. Give me a hand, will you? He asked Gina how she'd done. So how many did you catch? 2 deer and 1 wild boar. Everyone in the waiting room can eat as much as they want. Gina looked at the Forest King's head, confused. But why did you bring the head back? It's not good for anything. I can't even cut the horns off. Now that I'm looking closely, I just noticed, even though it's a female, it has horns. You can tell if it's a male or a female just by looking at it. Of course, I've been living in this place for a long time, you know. System announcement, skill awakening. Jenna has acquired the skill Elder Forest Hunter. Han watched Jenna working on the Forest King's head, thinking she awakened another skill. He glanced at the stone. She'll probably be able to rank up easily. That evening, back in the waiting room, everyone excitedly gathered around the table of food. Whoa, meat! How long has it been since we got to eat meat? Jenna happily linked her arm with Han's. Looks like everyone is really excited. They've already finished off a whole deer. When you're done eating, follow me. Daily Dungeon. This is a system that changes the dungeon's location depending on the day of the week. Today's location, Manhwa Plateau. A dungeon for collecting more types of attribute stones. System announcement. The temporary party is now entering the Manhwa Plateau. Jenna asked, But will collecting materials actually make me stronger? Well, if you want to get stronger, you need to find something called an attribute stone. So we came here to look for those. Jenna walked to the edge of the cliff. She gazed out at the dungeon's landscape, smiling happily. Look at this view. The wind feels so nice, too. Han looked down and noticed something. He mumbled to himself, The Tree of Life. I've seen this in a drawing before. It's the main ingredient for creating healing potions. I should gather some later. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the dungeon. Jenna and Han were working together to fight a wolf. A moment later, it collapsed in defeat. Jenna said proudly, "We're strong enough to take on a wolf." "Yeah," Han warned, "but we have no idea if other ones will smell the blood, so let's hurry." Right, she asked Han. "What should I do with its fangs and claws?" "Pull them all out and keep them separate." Obtained D-rank wind attribute stone. Jenna sighed contentedly. "It's so peaceful here." "Wipe all that blood off yourself before you say that." Gina laughed wistfully. "I wish it could always be like this. Hunting, gathering herbs, having food to eat, and a roof to sleep under. Oh, and if the master weren't here, it would be a total paradise." Jenna's words made Han freeze. "Hey, I was the former master, you know." "I wish the master would never come." Han listened in silence as Jenna spoke. "Do the others in Niflheim think that way too?" "Do they also think it would be best if the master never came?" he asked Jenna. "You don't want to fight." He reminded her fighting on the front lines isn't the only thing. There's a lot more to it than that. Stop daydreaming. Are you planning on taking me somewhere else? If the situation improves, what more could I ask for? Her words made Han realize something. Everything is just so exhausting. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. A few days later, under a clear morning sky. System announcement, Floor 6. Exploration mission. The party has been moved to the Floor 6 forest. System announcement. Dika is joining the party. He says, "I look forward to working with everyone." Aaron looks around. "Seems like we're not heading into a regular dungeon today." Han surveyed the area. "Scouting, huh? Another rare mission." Aaron reported, "Han, I don't see any enemies. Is this going to be like Stage 5? Han warned them, "Keep it down. Everyone stay low and don't make a sound." Hearing this, all three of them dropped flat. Han sighed in exasperation. "I said to get low, not lie down completely." "I see." After his assessment, Han spoke. "It seems there's nothing here. We'll clear the stage as long as we meet the conditions." Elsewhere, 3 level 8 goblins were talking amongst themselves in the forest. One of them asked, "Are we supposed to kill those things?" Another one noticed, "Wait a minute, they have a horn. So that means they can call for reinforcements." Han called out to Jenna, who was scouting in a tree. "Jenna, do you see anything else? Looks like there's a goblin village nearby." She jumped down from the tree to report. "There's a huge group of them gathered there. Probably about 100 of them." Han deduced, "It's like they're trying to set a trap for us. They'll ambush us if we charge in without proper scouting." He assigned the roles. "Jenna, shoot the goblin on the right. Aaron, you throw your spear at the one I flush out." "Got it." Then Han turned to Dika. "As for you, if anything goes wrong, jump in and help us." "Right." Gina's arrow flew through the foliage, hitting one of the goblins and causing it to shriek. Aaron speared another one before it could react his charge, driving the spearhead through its skull. A third goblin raised the horn to blow it, but Han decapitated it with a single slash. "Not letting you call for backup." System announcement stage cleared. Dika stared, stunned at how quickly everything unfolded. Is it over?" "Not yet." Han rushed off. "I'm going to go check something out." He figured there must be a clue about the next stage in here. Since it's an exploration mission, there's no way it's just this one task. The missions might be random, but that doesn't mean I can't anticipate what might happen. At the goblin village, they were in the middle of training a wolf. He hid behind a fence, observing. "I wonder how populated a goblin village is." One of the goblins noticed him peering at the light coming from behind the fence. Just then, the group of 4 regrouped. Gina asked, "Why'd you run off by yourself like that?" "I just wanted to check out the surrounding area." Han pieced things together. "There have been a few times I've found clues in the main dungeon. This quest chain started with an exploration mission called The Flow. I still don't understand what flow means in this context. I wonder if what I just saw is some kind of hint. This is so frustrating. It's not time yet." The flow appeared much earlier than I expected this time. Chloe called out to him, "Han, we have a big problem. Some really strange people have arrived." He replied, "This isn't the first time." "No, these guys are different from before," she explained. "They're armed and there's a really weird vibe about them. They're here. High-grade hero summon." System announcement. A connection to the Wolf's main mercenary guild has been formed. You feel a strong bond between yourself and the 5 summoned individuals. Han asked ISO, "Master, did you use money for this?" she replied excitedly. I did. He bought the newbie summon pack for $50, 2,500 gems, and 50,000 gold. He considered this. So these guys were brought here with the high-grade summon pack. If it were me, I would have cashed out before Stage 5 and put everyone into a single party. Turning to Chloe, Han said, Chloe, go back to the kitchen. They're not going to eat you. They're just a little unusual. As he walked, he announced, party disbanded. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter how special these newcomers are. It won't change a thing. In the courtyard, wind swept leaves over the rooftop. A beautiful girl with black hair was leaning against a wall. Gina approached to say hello, startling her. Hey there. The girl jumped. Oh, hello. Gina introduced herself. I'm Gina Shirai, and you are? The girl answered. My name is Edith Cullen. Gina gestured to Han. This handsome fella here is a little short-tempered, but he's a good guy deep down. Just shut up, Han said, annoyed. He looked at Edith, assessing her. Just as I thought. As a 3-star hero, she already has a class. A classic thief build. Her strength and vitality are low, but her agility is high. It seems she favors short swords over bows. He then addressed her directly. You said your name was Edith, correct? I'd like to speak with you for a moment. Is now a good time? Han placed 2 glasses of water on the table. Edith picked one up and asked, You seem to understand this place well, don't you? Han replied, I know some things, but not everything. What about you? Do you remember how you got here? I don't know either. What I do know is this. I was summoned to fight, that's it. The more I try to remember, the more my head splits. Han continued asking, Do you understand anything about synthesis or the other matters? Edith replied, Synthesis is sacrificing one card to strengthen another. Han concluded, Just as I thought. The amount of information they know depends on their rank when they were summoned. Looking at your clothes, I can guess you're a mercenary. Edith replied, That reminds me. I was part of the Wolf's Mane Mercenary Guild. Jenna gushed, Wolf's Mane? That name is so cool. I remember I was on a mission in Hansi, but when I woke up, I was here. Han guessed that based it on her being a 3-star hero, and she was likely a higher rank than the other mercenaries. Even though she's also a mercenary, she's different from Monmode, who's a 2-star hero. Jenna exclaimed, That's awesome! It sounds so exciting. Edith said shyly, Really? She continued, But now... Before she could finish, a voice called out, Evan Dragonway, Benin Edis, the master is calling you. Get out here now. Han pointed out, Looks like you and your friends are being called to the square. Heavy footsteps stomped on the stone floor. Annoyed, Who is it? A muscular blonde-haired man stepped out. Who is calling my name? Edis stood up. It seems the master is calling us. Let's go. The blonde man gnawed on a large piece of meat, boasting, It's been a while since I've gotten a taste of meat. I want to see what that guy's face looks like. As he left, he slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. Chloe said helplessly, That guy said he wanted meat and took the whole leg. If that was cooked properly, it would have been enough to feed 5 people. Hearing that, Gina fumed, Then we have to make him give it back. Han stood up calmly. Let's just go to the square. System announcement, Team 5 will be renamed Wolf's Mane, now adding heroes to Wolf's Mane. Evan 3-star has been selected as the captain of Wolf's Mane. Someone said worriedly, They look strange. They're carrying weapons. Han replied, I'm carrying a weapon too. But I just have a bad feeling about them. Huh. That's right. And I bet this is just the beginning. An instructor guided them. All right, new recruits head in. The master is waiting for you all. Got it. We'll just do our best. Han thought, They may look like bad people, but they're also very strong. He looked over at Jenna and asked, Jenna, what do you think? Jenna remarked, Edis seems kind, but I'm not so sure about the others. The man from before asked, So what do you want me to do? Protect you people. He said, We would be very grateful to you. No. Han smirked, For free. The man's voice became forceful. Well, are you that strong? Han said sarcastically. Weren't you the ones who were looking down on training just a while ago? Why come to me for help now? If they look so strong, why don't you get on your knees and bow to them? Isn't that the survival tactic you people always use? In his heart, he thought with contempt, Forget Aaron. These guys aren't even as good as Dika. Every day they just slack off from training and eat all the meat that Jenna hunts. They could have learned a trade from Chloe or another artisan. These guys just pretend to try hard to avoid being synthesized. Han glared at them threateningly. Get out of my sight! Before I get really pissed. Hearing the threat, the man panicked. They immediately ran off, leaving the group of 4 behind. Han said to a downcast Aaron, Hey, Aaron, While you were on the verge of death from blood loss, they were just lazing around or sleeping their heads off. There's no need to pity them at all. Noticing Dika's swollen eye, he said, "You just finished a fight, didn't you?" Dika was surprised. "How did you know? Your eye is swollen to the size of a mountain. Anyone could tell." Eren explained it was just a sparring match. He asked for it himself. Han sighed. "All right, I get it. Go inside and get some rest." Glancing to his side, he asked Jenna, "And why are you following me?" System announcement stage clear. The group of 5 entered. Evan led the way, followed by Dragon. He said in a conceited tone, "Just a bunch of small fry." He scoffed. "Goblins, that's child's play. How could something like that be a challenge for me?" Evan saw Han. He asked, "Who are you?" Han retorted playfully, "Who am I?" "Well, that's none of your business." Dragon shouted, "How dare you be so disrespectful, you punk?" Jenna shot back, "You guys were the ones being rude first." Dragon turned and asked, "And who's this broad?" Evan introduces himself as Evan de Jack from the Wolf's Mane mercenary squad. "And you're Ice Layton?" he asks probingly. "Are you carrying a weapon? Are you a mercenary too?" Han, sitting on a chair, scoffs, "Nah, just a farmer." He eyes him suspiciously. "A farmer?" Evan continues. "Did that gathering just now include everyone living here?" "Exactly." Evan gets a calculating look in his eyes. "I see. System notification. Performing a ×10 summon." Han is confused. "What, a random ×10 summon just like that?" "I get it. He's only summoning them because of the situation." A portal opens. System notification, initiating synthesis. Please drag and drop the heroes you wish to sacrifice, Master. During the synthesis process, everyone is confused. Where is this place? What's going on? What is happening? Isu is furious. "Oh my God, Master, you're an idiot." Isu orders Dragon, Diamond, Lesico get into the synthesis room now. Hearing his name, he snaps, "Who are you and how do you know my name?" Before he can finish, Isu cuts him off. "When the Master tells you to go inside, you shut your mouths and do as I say." Dragon grabs him by the collar. "You're Diamond, right? You really look like him." He stammers in fear, I. Jaina is shocked. "No way." Han replies, "It's possible. But they were just summoned." Evan gives an order. "Dragon, bring one more." Dragon yells out, "Who in here is Lesico?" Han watches Jackson drag 2 people away and realizes he's been tricked. "After all, it's my first time spending money on this game." Gia says to Han, "This is wrong. You should at least give them a chance. Right now, Water is making a huge mistake. True 1-star heroes are useless, but there could be a potential prodigy among them. Yet he's sacrificing the newly summoned 1-stars without even checking their abilities first." 2 dragons step out of the portal laughing confidently. "I can feel power overflowing in my body. System notification dragon has leveled up." The voice continues to call out names. Evan, Sorio, Daniel. Everyone is terrified. "What just happened? Please, I'm begging you." Evan immediately commands his group to capture them. "Don't let anyone escape." He asks, "Edis, what are you hesitating for? Are you a member of Wolf's Mane or not?" Edis is silent, her brow furrowed in conflict as she grips the hilt of her sword. Edis draws her sword. Han says to Isu, "Isu, give the Master a hint." Even if they're 1-stars, it's a waste to fuse them without testing them first." Isu hurriedly calls out, "System, give me a minute." System notification tips. Han closes his eyes, exhausted. "I've been through so much since coming here. So many things have happened enough to change a person." Dragon furiously shouts in Han's face, "Who the hell do you think you are meddling in our business?" "Meddling, I'm simply offering some advice." He smiles defiantly. "What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve?" Dragon swings his axe, intending to strike Han. "You son of a bitch." An arrow flies past, forcing him to step back. Gina holds her bow and warns, "That was a warning shot, you bitch." Evan becomes enraged. "Did you just draw your weapon against us?" Edis tries to intervene. "That's enough. Stop right there, Evan. It's too late." Before she can finish, Evan shoves her. "Shut up." He points his sword at Han. "Do you have any idea who we are?" Han is calm. "Oh, I know perfectly well." Han smirks contemptuously. "You're scum." System notification, Evan is displaying hostile intent. Dragon is displaying hostile intent. Ben is displaying hostile intent. Han and the Wolf's Mane have become enemies. Isu intervenes. "Stop it immediately. Fighting between heroes is strictly forbidden." "Do you want to be punished by the Master?" Han says, "I don't think it's forbidden." "It's true that it isn't, but..." Han poses a question. "Be honest. You aren't really mercenaries, are you? Evan frowns. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course we're mercenaries. We only act when we're hired. Han immediately refutes it. Nonsense. You're just a bunch of bandits. Evan warns him, you're crossing the line. Are you that eager to die? Han says to Isu, hey Isu, people like this are just a liability. No matter how high their level, sometimes heroes with evil natures are summoned. These types don't just disrupt the order of the waiting room. They also reduce the efficiency of clearing stages. In other words, they're just trash that needs to be eliminated. Isu hesitates. But he gives an order. Open the duel system. System notification: Han has challenged Evan to a one-on-one duel. Evan is baffled. I've never met a lunatic like you. What did we do wrong that made you go this far? Han states his purpose bluntly. Because you're all just trash that needs to be taken out. Nobody wants you here. A moment ago you were even asking about the population in this area. That's because it would be a huge pain if someone strong enough to deal with you guys showed up. That's what you're afraid of. And as soon as you were sure no one could fight back, you people immediately went after the newly summoned one-star kids. That's not even enough to fill your stomachs, is it? Heh. I'm right, aren't I? Evan chuckled. Oh ho. So what you're saying is you're ready to be sacrificed. Jenna was confused. What's going on? Han explained. What's so complicated? If I win, I absorb him. If he wins, he absorbs me. Evan smirked. System notification: Evan has accepted the duel. He pointed his sword at Han. I accept your challenge. Bring it on. Han thought Walter's just a coward, huh? He ordered Jenna take the others inside the mansion. She asked with concern, will you be okay on your own? System notification. Han displays his confidence. He stretched and warmed up. You think I'm going to lose, Jenna? Replied. Right, good point. System notification: Evan has accepted the duel. The duel between Han and Evan will now begin. Han said, the match ends when one of us surrenders. Do you agree? Evan accepted Han's terms. As you wish. He looked down on Han. I won't kill you. After all, I still need a fresh sacrifice. Han asked Iso, conceal us. Don't let that guy interfere with this duel. She asked worriedly, are you sure you'll be okay? But Evan lunged at Han. You fool, it's already started and you haven't even drawn your sword. Han silently assessed his opponent. Looking at his stats alone, fighting this guy isn't a good idea. He's level 2 and his strength is about to hit 20. And his novice-level swordsmanship has already leveled up to stage 3. However, system notification: Han has entered a berserk state. The color of his eyes changed. His smile became crazed. Don't get so arrogant over a tiny difference in level. He effortlessly dodged Evan's attack, catching his arm with one hand. With his other hand, he grabbed Evan's head. He was terrified. Han slammed Evan into the stone courtyard. He hit so hard that the paving stones cracked. Han drew his sword from its sheath and twirled it a few times. This thing is perfect for dealing with guys who don't know their place. Holding his head, he thrust his sword toward Evan. If you make another stupid move, you'll die instantly. Evan screamed in pain. Han whispered, say you surrender. Evan trembled in fear. Sir. Han pulled the sword out and repeated, speak up! I can't hear you! Evan screamed. Ah! Quay tried to stop him. Stop it, we lose. Let Ivan go. Han turned back, ignoring his words. Let him go. Did you ever think about letting people go when you were so eager to devour them? Quay denied it. That has nothing to do with this. Han glared menacingly. If I say it's related, then it's related. This is a duel we both agreed to. Why are you interfering? Whether it stops or not is up to the participants. The match will end if the loser admits defeat. Ivan struggled to say, Sir, Rend. Han quickly covered his mouth. But if he doesn't say anything, it won't end. He threatened them. This guy is my prey now. Don't worry about whether he lives or dies. Go take a nap. Benin drew 2 blades from his back, cursing, You lunatic. You think you can get away with this? Do you have any idea who we are? Didn't you say you were the Main Wolf mercenaries, Edis? Are you sure they're the Main Wolf mercenaries? Edis looked uncomfortable. That was their old name, but now they're just... Han smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. Now you're just a bunch of pathetic bandits, aren't you? With the way you all wander around treating people like this. So why are you still hanging around them? Edis hastily explained, I'm just doing what my father asked me to. Han, still holding Ivan down, made Edis an offer. Edis, think carefully. Are you going to stick with trash like them, or do you want to join our side? Edis hesitated. Dragon heard this and exploded. You bitch. How dare you suck up to the enemy? Are you that eager to die? These nobodies sure yell a lot. Dragon was still cursing while Evan's hand tried to reach for his sword. You bastard, Edith. You know what happens to traitors in the end. Right. Grabbing Evan by the head, Han slammed it down. This is what the end looks like for trash like you. Crunch. Then he continued his recruitment. Join our team. I need one more person, and this situation is quite convenient for you. Hearing this, Dragon threatened Edis. Edith. You know the price of betrayal. Edith. Hearing her name. Edis's legs trembled. Edis closed her eyes, thinking. She opened them, her decision made. In the end, she decided to side with Han. That's right. Everyone needs someone to follow. You made the right choice by following me. System notification: Edis has left the Main Wolf Mercenary Squad. The Main Wolf Mercenary Squad has been disbanded. Han said to the remaining squad members, I have no reason to see you guys anymore. Get lost, Benin cursed. You bastard. Evan said, his words slurred from the pain. You want me to surrender? Han asked back, Are you sure you'll be okay after you surrender? I swear I'll eat you alive. Evan maintained his arrogant tone. You'll regret messing with me. You're getting annoying. Just surrender already. I can't take it anymore. The whole family should just jump that bastard. Just as Aisu rushed out to stop them, she said, The duel isn't over yet. You can't interfere. The three angry men paid no attention to Aisu's words. Get out of the way, you sewer rat. If you get involved, you bitch will kill you too. They had fallen right into Han's trap. So stupid, you bastards. Farewell. Aisu smiled coldly. You won't get a second chance. As she finished, Dragon, Benin, and Wave were all sliced into several pieces. Aisu said irritably, I told you not to interfere. System notification. Dragon has returned to the goddess's embrace. Wave has returned to the goddess's embrace. Benin has returned to the goddess's embrace. Sudden death. Cause of death: suicide due to stress. With her mission complete, Aisu demanded praise. Loki, what do you think? Hey, wasn't I cool? How did I do? Was it good enough? You did great. Evan trembled, a few teeth missing from his mouth. I surrender. System notification. Han has deactivated the berserk state. He felt tired. My head hurts so much. Is this a side effect of being berserk? I think I should limit using it unless it's a real life-or-death battle. System notification. Han has defeated Evan in the duel. Evan will be synthesized. He feels weak and uncomfortable. Master just has to tap the screen. Han smiled. He just wanted to cancel the synthesis. Then he shouldn't have agreed to this duel in the first place. It seems he didn't even know the duel system existed. What a total noob. A free-to-play player who also sucks at the game. System notification. The skills, Novice Sword and Shield Mastery, and Pain Resistance, have been enhanced. Han leveled up and exclaimed, This feeling isn't half bad. Aisu worried, What do I do now? What if Master quits the game? Those 3-star units! He just summoned them from a premium pack and they didn't even get to pick a royal crest before I sent them to their graves. Master must be so salty right now. Now all that's left are 1-star units. Han reassured her. If he were going to quit, he would have done it after losing a 4-star hero to synthesis in that duel. System notification. Hero has reached the maximum level. To level up your hero, you must first raise your own rank. He walked away mumbling to himself, how sad. Judging by how he did 10 free summons to save money, and now the few 3-star units he got from his first top-up are already dead. You really have terrible luck, Master, but still. If people like them keep showing up, the waiting room won't be able to function normally. You'll thank me for this later. These guys are all brawn and no brains. Han assessed himself. I'm currently level 10 and I can increase my star rank through synthesis. I'm the MVP in most battles. If he's foolish enough to mess with me in this situation, then there's no way he'll be able to climb the tower. After a moment of thought, Han wondered to himself, what the fuck? What's he planning to do? If you want to deal with me, you have to be decisive about it. The waiting room returned to its normal state. Han walked into the kitchen area, and as he entered, he saw everyone standing there. Dika's eyes lit up with admiration. Boss, that was amazing. Annoyed, Han pinched Gina's cheek. What the hell is this, Gina? Did you put them up to this? I told you not to say anything unnecessary. Didn't you? Ow! 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 Gina retorted. You told me to. I was just telling the truth, that's all. The fat guy from earlier spoke shyly. Han, we heard everything. Thank you. For dealing with those guys with the swords who were threatening to kill us. Someone else chimed in. That's right. Those guys were real villains, he explained. It seems you've all misunderstood something. We already know everything. From now on, we'll also... Han narrowed his eyes. I only saved the newcomers. He started to walk out of the dining area. This has nothing to do with any of you. What do you mean? Han gave a dangerous smile. Master is very angry right now. Isu shouted. Summon Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Anon, and Dunka. You 6 get out here and present yourselves to me immediately. He chuckled to himself. This guy catches on quick. That's why he changed his attitude so fast. The fat guy tried to calm everyone down. Everyone just relax, it's fine, this is just business as usual. We're just going to hunt those goblins. Gina wondered, for a normal party formation, the master would only call 5 people. But he just called 6 people, I wonder why. Han replied, what else for synthesis? This news struck those present like a bolt of lightning. The fat guy panicked. What do you mean? But we've already done our best. Han called out, Aaron, Dika, in your opinions, did they really work that hard? While you guys were sweating blood and tears all day on the training grounds, what were those guys doing? Gina, have they ever helped you hunt? Gina thought for a moment, then replied, I think they helped me carry the meat and hides I hunted. Hearing this, he scoffed, even livestock can carry things. Looks like you lot are only as valuable as livestock, huh? One of them, feeling insulted, yelled back, What do you mean, livestock? Han struck the man. Don't get smart with me. He repeated in an angry voice, I said get to the town square now, didn't you hear me? Just because I let it slide once, doesn't mean you can get familiar with me, you hear? The fat guy begged, please help us. The master will listen to you. Jenna asked curiously, who will the master synthesize them for? Han guessed, it must be for Edis. She was just summoned, so she's still low level. That would be the best choice. The others cried out, I'm not going. I said I'm not going. Just one more chance. If you just give me one more chance... System notification synthesis successful. Han has leveled up. Learned skill weapon awakening trap. Han said it again. Who you people were before you came here. Doesn't matter. Don't think for a second that someone else will carry you. And don't expect anyone to protect you. If you want to live, then prove your worth. Those words terrified the group. One man trembled. I don't have any talent for fighting. My hands shake like this just holding a sword. What am I supposed to do now? Do you want me to die? Han offered them an option. Chloe, Enoch, Walter, Batman. If any of them seem like a good fit, teach them a trade. The old blacksmith said blacksmithing isn't the kind of trade you can learn in a day or two. However, Han smiled and said, if they have enough willpower, they'll learn on their own. If those guys try to beat you, just tell me. I'll beat them to a pulp. If you want to learn how to hunt and process meat, learn from Jenna. And for woodworking, go to Enoch. There are plenty of ways to survive. You all just haven't done anything worthwhile. System notification master has confirmed the end of synthesis. Well then, goodbye, master. Jenna complimented him. That was really considerate of you. Me, you've got a strange sense of humor. You taught them how to survive. Han acknowledged that she wasn't wrong. If they did as he said, they wouldn't die a stupid death anymore. Just now, that was only because Walter was openly angry. But if not today, they would have been eliminated sooner or later anyway. The 10th floor is gradually approaching. At that point, the second party will become important. Instead of a support team that's all for show, he'll want a team strong enough to rival the first one. The next morning in the waiting hall, Chloe, carrying a tray of steaming hot pastries, greeted him. Good morning, Han. Han looked at the tray curiously. What's this? It's bread. This woman told me she used to be a baker. Taking a piece of bread, Han said, I don't remember us having any flour in the warehouse. Chloe smiled happily. She made them by grinding potatoes into flour. That's great. The more dishes we have, the lower the stress level in the waiting room will be. There must be flour in the Samiro Plateau Daily Dungeon. You two can tell the others to go in there and find it themselves. The door creaked open. Han, holding the bread, opened the door and called out, Edis, come to the training grounds with me. When the two of them went out to the grounds, they saw Jenna practicing with her bow. Han called out, Jenna, spar with Edis for me. Remember to use a dagger. Gina looked annoyed. But my usual weapon is a bow. Stop complaining. Gina spun the dagger a few times, built up momentum, and lunged, attacking Edis. Gina took the initiative. Edis could only dodge her attacks. Edis was surprised. How can a child be this strong? Gina denied it. I'm not a kid, you know. You can tell just by looking that I'm grown up. Edis quickly jumped to the side, dodging Gina's blade. Edis changed direction and charged at Gina. "All right then, come at me!" They both moved so fast that all you could see was a cloud of dust. After a moment, Edis was exhausted. Pant, pant, pant. Edis yielded to Jenna's blade. She asked, "Were you two mercenaries before?" "Or from some famous martial arts clan?" "Not at all. I'm just the ordinary daughter of an ordinary hunter. We weren't this strong in the beginning either. We were definitely much weaker than you. We only got stronger when we started training here," Han continued for Jenna. "If those idiots had spent less time learning bad habits and more time getting stronger, I would have been in trouble. Right now, Edis, you may be weaker than us. However, you have superior skills and a faster leveling speed compared to the other 1-stars. We just need you to level up. Then you'll definitely catch up to us one day." Hearing that, Aaron retorted from the side, "That's a load of crap. You're just feeding her a line. I've been training my ass off and I still haven't caught up." Han pretended not to hear and continued, "Anyway, you can get stronger depending on how hard you work. Don't be lazy with your training. It doesn't matter who you were before." Edis wiped away some sweat and thought for a moment. "I'll keep that in mind." On the training grounds, everyone was training enthusiastically. It seemed they had become aware of the situation and were training harder. It made sense. No one could help them here. If you weren't valuable, you'd be eliminated. Han thought, still not many will truly survive, not even for support roles like carpenters or blacksmiths. If they can't do it well, they'll be synthesized soon enough. Turning, he noticed a young man practicing with a sword. Han called out to him. The young man turned and replied, "You called me. What's your name?" He introduced himself. "My name is Roderick. I was just transferred here in the latest summoning. I heard what you said to everyone yesterday." Han continued, "You look decent. What did you do before you came here?" Roderick answered, "I was a porter for a group of mercenaries. I carried luggage, stood guard, or set up camp." Han continued his questions. "For someone who did that, you look like you know how to fight, huh?" "Because I wanted to become a mercenary." Hearing the answer, Han smiled slightly. He held his sword out in front of Roderick. "Then pick up your sword. Let's see if you can become a mercenary." Hearing this, Roderick accepted immediately. All right. That night it was time for the newbie's trial to begin. Matter didn't care if he needed help or not. Aaron volunteered to join but was rejected. 2 died, and 2 more were synthesized. Roderick was synthesized and reached level 3. The others went to the dungeon weekly, as usual. The mine where they could get fire attribute stones was still closed, and at dawn that day, Han's group gathered. Jenna was confused. "Why at dawn? I'm so sleepy." Han stood opposite them. "Does anyone know why I called you all here?" All 5 of them tried to think. Dika raised his hand. "To choose the team members." Gina was surprised. "Isn't Matter the one who chooses the teams?" Han explained, "I can make suggestions that even Matter can't refuse." He presented a cup containing lots. "Now everyone look at the cup." Han smiled, his voice laced with danger. "We're going to draw lots. We'll pick the teams by drawing lots. There are 6 of us, so we'll be divided into 2 teams of 3. Dika looked at the cup pensively. Han reassured him. "Relax. I'm not going to throw anyone away." He looked at Edis and made the assignments. 2 people will be team captains. I'll be one, and Edis will be the other. Edis was confused. "Me? What about Jenna?" Han was blunt. "Not Jenna." Jenna argued, "What about me? I'm good too." Edis asked further, "But why do we have to split into 2 teams? What if one team dies or the 2 strongest people end up on the same team? If not, will we be short on people?" Han explained, "Matter will handle that." The 5th floor was an example. The power gap between members was too wide, and the whole team was in danger because Zid and Hassan couldn't keep up. We don't need to split into multiple teams. If we can clear an entire floor with just 1 team. But after that, we'll need more people for missions. For special missions, we might need 10, or even 100 people. It'll be a problem if we don't develop enough team members. Besides, we need a backup team in case the main team gets wiped out, before we just chose randomly. But now we have the summoning rule. Hopefully Matter has learned his lesson. Draw to join. Han stated the rule. Red draws go with me, blue goes with Edis. No need to be happy or sad about it. It's the same whether you're with me or Edis. Placing the cup on the ground, Han said, "Draw." The atmosphere on the training grounds became tense. Jenna cheered. "It's red. I would have been so sad if it were blue." Aaron, standing next to Jenna, said, "I got red too. No need to check the rest of the cards then." Dika and Roderick looked at each other hesitantly. Edis joked, Look at your faces, it seems like you don't trust me much, huh? Dika quickly explained. It's not like that, it's just... I know. Edis gave a reluctant smile. I haven't been here long and I don't have much combat experience either. Objectively speaking, the power gap is too big. But it can't be helped. The two leaders of the red team taunted Edis. You'll be left behind if you can't keep up, Edis. The leader of the blue team replied confidently, of course I can. I saw them get synthesized yesterday. Don't worry, we won't lose. System notification. A hero is requesting a fixed party at another location on the 7th floor. Bloodthirsty goblins are waiting. System notification floor 7. Mission type, subjugation. Objective, eliminate the enemy. Team 1 stood in the middle of a goblin horde which was poised to attack them. Aaron looked at the goblin horde, relieved. Phew, this looks pretty easy, Han said confidently. Jenna, just stand here and watch. I'll kill them all myself. The goblins charged. Han stood alone, sword in hand, ready to face them. He took a deep breath. System notification. Han has entered a berserk state. He transformed, dashing forward and wiping out the goblins. The creatures were sliced in half before they could even touch him. Han's eyes glowed fiercely. He spun, stabbing the one in front of him, and wiped out the entire horde with a single strike. One was left standing terrified and trembling in the rain. Han sheathed his sword. Jenna, what's your take? Should I finish it? This is most likely a trick quest, so it probably can't be completed right away. Han sparred it. Just leave it. There's only one left, so it can't do anything. Let's start searching. He looked around, assessing the situation. The first strange thing was the rain. Second, there was a river. And third, there used to be a dam here. System notification complete. Aaron has leveled up. Jenna ran after him, asking, Are we done for today then? I'm going to go take a shower, okay? Do whatever you want. Aaron, what are you going to do? I'm heading to the training ground. Hearing that, Han warned him, Don't overdo it. You'll destroy your body. He suddenly realized something. Han changed his tone. Aaron, don't go. System notification. You have selected the newbie power pack. He realized this was the third time Walter had used money. System notification. If you want something, pay for it. Mobius respects your decision. Right. Han gave his orders. Jenna, bring the drawing paper from my room and put it on that table. Aaron, bring Edis here. Okay. A summoning gate opened. Someone new was arriving. Han started to leave, telling Aaron, Aaron, you stay here. Me, sir. Bring Edis with you instead. All right? Someone new will be arriving soon. System notification master premium summon will begin shortly. Han smiled as if he had expected it. I knew he would choose this way. While there are some who would never spend money to win, there's no one who pays money to win just once at the beginning of the game. In pick-me-up, players are often fascinated by observing the autonomous AIs. For new players, watching the heroes' reactions as they clear stages or synthesis rooms is quite interesting. The enjoyment of observing the heroes, the enjoyment of helping them clear stages by giving orders and guidance considering tactics and strategies. The higher you climb in PvP mode and the more you upgrade the lobby, the more content appears and the hero's behavior gradually changes. Toying with lives like that must be quite amusing. System notification. Master Premium Summon will begin shortly. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Ding, ding. Rare. Master Walter has successfully summoned Ivanka. Rare. Master Walter has successfully summoned Roderick. The white-haired man stepped out of the summoning gate and asked, Who are you people? The girl glanced around. Where is this? Flustered, she accidentally stepped on her dress. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Jenna stepped forward to check on her. Oh my, are you okay? What is she doing down there? Are you hurt somewhere? Han explained. Don't mind her. She can get up on her own if she wants to. What's with that outfit? She's not hurt, she's just embarrassed, Edis whispered to Han. She's a noble. A noble you know. With my experience as a mercenary, I'd say she's a noble lady. I wonder why she's here. That girl fell and is too embarrassed to get back up. It was a sunny day. Roderick had somewhat grasped the core concepts of master summoning and synthesis. However, he had no knowledge of levels or skills. He was the guardian of a large city. Other than stating that he always felt a sense of responsibility, he didn't have any other distinguishing personality traits. Roderick shared, I always feel that I have a duty to do something. It's as if I'm hypnotized. I must stay here to fight against unknown enemies, right? Yes. Han replied. I'll explain the details after we draw lots. Edis and I both need to recruit more people. If you draw the blue lot, Roderick will go with you. If it's the red lot, you'll get Ivanka. A veteran soldier or a noble lady? It's pretty obvious who the better choice is. He asked Jenna, could you bring me the lots? Yes, coming right up. Han glanced into the cup. If the lot on the right is red, then the one on the left must be blue. He looked over at Edis, who was smiling, completely sure of her victory. Damn it. Looks like Edis saw it too. Gina placed the cups with the lots on the ground. Here, pick one. Han quickly lunged forward, and so did Edis. Both of them had the same idea. The lot on the left was the one they needed. Ivanka looked over, exasperated. Han suddenly prepared his fire magic, but before he could draw, Edis quickly snatched the red lot. Han smirked. Why don't you let go? You saw it too, huh? Edis shot back. In your dreams. Of course I saw it. Han looked over at Ivanka. Are you a mage? Ivanka activated her fire magic. This is a brief introduction of myself, Edis warned. Just be a good guy for once. A mage is a much better fit for my party. Don't you want that, Guardian? Jenna on the side was excited. Wow, a real mage. Han immediately replied. Too bad. I've never been a good guy. Besides, fire magic pairs very well with an archer. In pick makeup, warriors and rogues can be upgraded to 1 star. Through proper nurturing, of course. Mages, however, are completely different. They are individuals who can only be acquired through paid summons, and the probability of summoning a mage is extremely low. Ivanka looked at the two of them fighting over her, annoyed. Hey, what do you two think you're doing? This isn't fun at all. I'm not some specimen for you to appraise, you know. Gina finally noticed the cheating. Huh, now that I look closely, you two peeked at the lots, didn't you? You cheaters. She took the lots and shuffled them. Drawing lots is supposed to rely on luck. Ivanka asked, what are you people doing? Han answered simply, it's simple. We're deciding which team you'll be on. So whose team will I be on? Compared to the man beside her, she was a bit slow on the uptake. Ivanka raged, grasp what I was just dragged to a completely strange place. Roderick beside her advised, think carefully for a moment. What do you think they're trying to do to us? As if she understood something. Ivanka fell silent. She gets it now, doesn't she? She felt disgusted. Yeah, this isn't good at all. Being treated like a toy? Roderick nodded. I agree. Jenna announced once again, all right, no cheating this time. Let's let luck decide fairly. Han sighed. What's fair about luck? Don't talk back. All right then. Whatever the result, no hard feelings, okay? Edis agreed immediately. Of course. Both of them drew a lot at the same time. The two stood silently holding their lots. Han was the one who drew the red lot. He boasted, well, it's decided. Tss. Any more complaints? Edis said, nothing annoyed. Han announced to the two, Ivanka, you'll be on my team. System notification, Ivanka has successfully joined Team 1. Roderick has successfully joined Team 2. Gina noticed a man being dragged away by Isos. Leave me alone, he screamed. Sir Han, didn't you say you'd let us live if we worked hard? This is outrageous. Yisaquat yelled, shut up and get over here. You the mage who just joined, step forward now. Han muttered, he can't learn any support skills. Ivanka, get over there. His eyes turned emotionless. If you don't want to fail and become a disgusting thing like them. System notification. Synthesis successful. Ivanka has leveled up. Ivanka was silent. Han warned, the same will happen to you if you fall behind. See? There's no way to avoid the risk of being synthesized. If you want to live, the only way is to try harder and harder. Han's voice blended with the noise from Isos outside. Get over here, you idiot, Roderick remarked at the cries for help. How brutal. Han announced, it's your turn. They are your synthesis materials. System notification, Roderick leveled up. Isos flew between the spatial rift and read the command, spatial rift open? Ivanka didn't understand. Han explained. He's testing the abilities of the new members. Isos ordered, Team 2 enter the spatial rift. Edis turned to look at Roderick. Follow me. You're going to be the main character in this match. He nodded. I understand. Standing outside, Han got more information from Ivanka. Hey, mage. What kind of spells can you use? Ivanka was irritable. Why are you asking? Han threatened. You don't want to fight anymore. Just answer me, Ivanka said, terrified. Wait, why do I have to go in there? Han stated the obvious. Isn't fighting the reason you came here? As a 3-star hero, you should understand this. Ivanka snapped back. It's unnerving to have to fight in a completely unfamiliar place. Without even knowing why, You need a reason to fight. If you don't fight, you'll become synthesis material just like those guys you just absorbed. Upon hearing this, Ivanka's eyes filled with fear. Han grew annoyed. So I'll ask again, what spells can you use? You need a reason to fight. If you don't, your fate will be the same as those you assimilated. Bewildered, Ivanka silently processed the information. I'm asking you one more time. What kind of magic can you use? This time, Ivanka provided the necessary information. The strongest fire spell I can cast is a Tier 3 fire ring. Han continued. I already knew you could use fire magic. Is there anything else? Can you use teleportation or any support spells? Ivanka scoffed. Support spells? I don't know any. Why would you even ask a fire mage if she can use support spells? Good grief. So you don't know any at all? That's right. So what? She laughed boastfully. You'd be astonished if you saw my magic, you know. No support spell could even compare. Han looked slightly disappointed. This is a bit unfortunate. She'd better be as good as she claims. He considered that a defensive system would be more flexible than an offensive one. I asked because even though she's a fire combat mage, there was a chance she might have had an awakening and gained other spells. But it seems that's not the case. Still, a combat mage is a mage after all, Han said in a commanding tone. From now on, you will fight with us. Understood? Reluctantly, Ivanka replied, even though I don't want to, I understand. Do you have experience fighting monsters? Of course. My nickname is the Witch of Rivel. Han found it strange. Are they just running them through the lower floors to test their abilities? Judging from Edis's expression, it seemed Roderick was stronger than she thought. He turned to Jenna and Aaron. It's our turn now. Get ready. An ISO announcement came. Group 1 will now enter the spatial rift. Han said confidently, let's go. System. Climb the tower and save the world. Ivanka looked around, still in disbelief. Han thought to himself, we should probably head to the 4th floor. The stage on the next floor is likely locked. If we want to test her abilities, the 4th floor should be enough. There are harpy and goblin monsters there. What I want to know is how she uses her fire magic. Han gave the order. When the battle begins, we're just going to observe. We need to see what you're capable of. Ivanka was outraged. What are you talking about? You're trying to provoke us, saying one of us 3 could conquer the entire 4th floor alone. Are you just not confident because your level is lower? But you said I would be amazed by your magic, right? Ivanka's explanation was exactly that. But I'm special, exceptionally so. Anyway, just watch and you'll see. ISO, excitedly. Well then, let's begin. System announcement. The gate will open in 10 seconds. Please be ready. ISO said with a reluctant look. Good luck, Han. Han suddenly realized something. Han was shocked when an unlock symbol appeared on the gate in front of him. He cursed. That bastard. System announcement. Main dungeon. Current challenge, floor 8. He quickly warned everyone. This is the 8th floor. Everyone be careful and get your weapons out, Jenna asked in a panic. Didn't you say we were just going to watch? Weren't we going to the 4th floor? Aaron was also surprised. Huh, why is it suddenly the 8th floor? Han yelled. Everyone shut up. He tried to stay calm, thinking to himself, ha! Is he angry about what happened last time? Is he really holding a grudge just because I killed a 3-star general? He's trying to make us suffer. Or is he trying to say that testing our skills on the 4th floor is too boring? Ivanka looked around, feeling a sense of familiarity. Huh, I think I've seen this before. Han turned and yelled, everyone get out of the way! Ivanka, still dazed, didn't understand what was happening. Huh. She was stunned to see an arrow flying right at her. Han appeared behind Ivanka and pushed her down. Don't just stand there gawking. The arrow whizzed past Ivanka's cloak. Han gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it! System announcement, floor 8, mission type conquest. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Han looked ahead, assessing the situation. Not just one. There must be nearly 30 of them. This is going to be a hassle. He ordered Jenna, fire your bow. An arrow hit its mark and one of them fell. Han surveyed the terrain. He realized the ground here wasn't level. He assigned a task to Aaron. When they get close to us, dodge to the side and then attack. Can you do that? Aaron replied. Got it, I'll do my best. Han turned to look at Ivanka and shouted, Ivanka, look behind you! He immediately noticed it himself and raised his shield, blocking an attack from a goblin. Blocked it on this side. He turned to the other side. A goblin on horseback holding a scythe charged from behind. Seizing the moment he wasn't looking, it swung, aiming to kill Han, but he managed to dodge it. He raised his sword and with a single slash killed the goblin. After finishing it off, he looked behind him to see a whole pack of scythe-wielding goblins on horseback chasing him. Han could only retreat, using his shield to push back the goblins. He called out, "Aaron!" Aaron stabbed the goblin behind him with his spear, replying, "Yes, elsewhere." A goblin was raising its crossbow, preparing to fire. Aaron spun his spear, knocking the incoming arrow away. Down below, Han held his shield to block the enemy's attacks. He yelled, "Ivanka, cast a spell!" Ivanka, flustered, hesitated to cast. Han snapped, "Don't make me repeat myself. You said you were a mage, so kill them all." Ivanka requested, "I need time to cast." "How long?" 1 minute. Han didn't want to drag this fight out any longer. "Then hurry up!" He swung his sword with incredible speed and power. He swung his sword so fast it left an afterimage. Ivanka closed her eyes to focus. She held out her hand, chanting and forming a red orb. La, Ger, and Sedus. He recognized that spell. Han continued to give orders to the team. "Aaron, block the arrows aimed at Jenna, cover her, so she can fire back at them." Aaron spun his spear, creating a barrier against the arrows. "Got it." Some other creatures attacked from the side, trying to interrupt Ivanka's casting. Han realized the situation was bad. "Damn it, they're prioritizing the mage first. How can I buy more time? But blocking this whole mob is going to be tough. Maybe I can use a magic shield to block a few arrows." He turned and shouted to Ivanka, "Can you put up a few magic shields?" As if she hadn't heard him, Ivanka remained silent, chanting, "Can't you hear me?" "Or can you not answer?" Jenna warned. "If you keep standing there, you're going to get hit." Han made a quick calculation in his head. "No way, forget the shields. She can't even move while casting a spell. She has to stand still to chant." The wolf mount opened its mouth wide with hunger. A wolf-riding goblin charged, and Han quickly blocked it with his shield. He repelled its attack, but was hit by another one that charged in unexpectedly. Han could only dodge. Clang. They rushed in recklessly. He swung his sword in a wide arc, and the goblin was sliced in half. The wolf mount next to it growled. Graph. Han smirked. "Pretty tough, aren't you?" He planted his foot to gain leverage. He lunged forward, thrusting his sword through the wolf. A single slash flashed by. Han extended his leg to brace himself. Beside him, the wolf lay dead. Someone called out to him, "Boss!" Han turned towards the voice and realized Yvonne was casting her spell right in the middle of a goblin horde. She can't move while chanting. A goblin swung its knife, slashing upwards at Yvonne, who was still chanting. Luckily, Han managed to pull Yvonne down in time to avoid the blow. Thud. Ivanka complained, "Hey, what are you doing?" Han scolded her, "You're so much trouble. Why are you standing there chanting in broad daylight without any protection, huh?" Ivanka sounded annoyed. "You're so aggravating. Can't you see I'm turning all this mana into fire?" Han softened his tone. All right, let's get moving." "See that forest? Run straight for it," Jenna asked worriedly. "What if we get blocked again like last time?" Han replied, "Let's just get there first." Grabbing Ivanka's hand, he started running and giving orders. "The moment we're in the forest, start chanting immediately. Aim your spell at the spot." Yeah, where we just were. Being pulled along hurt Ivanka, and she cried out, my hand, it hurts, slow down a bit." Han asked again, "Do you understand? I get it." Jenna, who was in the lead, spotted something. "I think we can get in through here." He realized this was the border between the forest and the plains. Han yelled, "Ivanka, get into the forest now!" Ivanka snapped back, "Why are you yelling at me like that?" as Han pulled her forward. "Huh!" He shoved her forward. What does it matter if I yell or not if you end up dead?" "Right," Aaron called out with concern. "Boss, you get in too, it's dangerous." Han's hair began to change as he said, "Just wait there. I'll be right there." A system notification appeared. Han's Berserk state has been activated. He thought, "That's twice I've had to use Berserk just today. It really takes a toll on my stamina. But I have to buy some time." A goblin fired a crossbow at him, and Han quickly blocked it with his shield. Another one, riding a wolf, charged in. He thought in alarm, "It's so fast." The goblin slashed at him. Han dodged just as an arrow flew past. He fell backward to avoid it and realized, this one is closing in on me too. I thought they were just probing with hit-and-run tactics. Finally, Han decided, if that's how it's going to be. He planted his foot back, gathering his strength, and lunged forward. "I'll kill all you wolf riders. I just need to take out that mobility you're so proud of, and you're finished." The boss blocked the goblin's attack with his shield. He quickly retreated to avoid the blow. Eren cried out in alarm. This time, Han wasn't fast enough and took a direct hit. System notification. Han's berserk state has been deactivated. He was pinned under the wolf. Damn it, my blood. The goblin raised its spear to strike. Han saw it coming but couldn't move. Suddenly a spear flew from out of nowhere and impaled the goblin. As it staggered from the blow, its spear strike went wide. Seizing the chance, Han drove his sword into the wolf's throat. Immediately, the other wolves lunged at him. Eren panicked. Damn it, I'm going to block them! Han yelled again. Stay back, don't come out here. I'll draw this mob and buy time. You and the others just focus on killing any that get past me. Han was losing his patience. Is she still not done with that spell? Jenna announced, Boss, the spell is ready. Han ran, luring the horde to another spot. He suddenly leaped up successfully, dodging the goblin's blades, then kicked off another one on his way down to change direction. Then he used his shield to shove them aside. Move it. In the forest, Ivanka completed her spell. Her hair erupted in flames, and the grass around her began to smolder as the goblins continued their chase. Opening her eyes, Ivanka uttered the final command, Ignite! The fire orb in her hand erupted, shooting out in a wide crimson line. Han took cover behind his shield to escape the blast. The goblins were incinerated wherever the flames touched. Han watched in awe. Now that's some impressive firepower. The wave of fire wiped out the entire goblin horde. Jenna was stunned. Is that magic? Is that? Han looked back and gave new orders. There are still a few stragglers. Eren, Jenna, cover her. We're finishing them off. Jenna and Eren replied in unison. Waiting for your order, boss. Han raised his sword, blocking a goblin's strike. He thought with dread, damn it, I'm exhausted. But if brute strength won't work, then I'll just have to rely on my skills and keep dodging. He leaned away from a strike, slamming his shield into another goblin. An arrow flew past him, killing a goblin. Han looked up, surprised to see Jenna smiling proudly. See, I'm pretty skilled myself, aren't I? From below, Eren charged in with his spear. Clang. A goblin fell. Eren said confidently, If you're exhausted, boss, I'll protect you. Han chuckled lightly. Getting a big head now, are you? The last of the goblins charged forward. Jenna leaped high, attacking from above. She deftly dodged their strikes, drew a dagger from her sheath, and plunged it deep into a goblin's neck. With its rider dead, the wolf lost control and charged straight at Ivanka, who was still chanting with her eyes closed. Just as the wolf lunged, an arrow shot out and pierced its eye. Jenna let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha! That was too close. She yelled, Ivanka, wake up, run! Ivanka raised her hand, a ball of fire held high, her eyes still shut tight. Jenna kept screaming, Hey, get out of there! She's not done casting. Ivanka's eyes snapped open, glowing with embers. Han started running, shouting to Eren, Damn it, run! Yes, boss! Ivanka clenched her fist and roared the final command, Erupt! The orb fell right on top of the goblins and exploded violently. The fiery shockwave tore through the forest. Han took cover under his shield. Ugh. If we hadn't run, we'd have been caught in that. I'll get swept away, too. Han stood up, wondering, is it over? He saw something. Han's eyes widened. A goblin was still alive and charging at him. Damn it, there's still one left! Ivanka raised her hand high and recited the final incantation. Annihilation! A ring of fire coiled upwards, forming a massive tornado. The fire tornado swept away everything in its path. Jenna was blown back, clinging tightly to a tree. The fiery light swept past, turning the entire forest crimson. Trees burst into flames, and everything within the tornado's range was incinerated. Ivanka stood there admiring her work. Han was too stunned to speak. Where the fireball had landed, a deep, fiery crater was formed. A system notification appeared on Eren's screen. He couldn't believe it. Wiped out over 20 goblin knights in a single blow. So this is magic, Jenna said in awe. That was amazing! Ivanka laughed boastfully. This is the absolute power of fire magic. Didn't I tell you that you'd all be shocked when you witnessed my power? She reintroduced herself. I am the court wizard to the Count of Rivel, Ivanka Rivelquack. After saying that, Ivanka collapsed. Ivanka, Jenna cried out in worry. Han explained, she's out of mana. It's no wonder after using such a massive amount. Han assessed her. While she's chanting, she's completely helpless for a full minute, and her nearby allies have to focus entirely on protecting her. Besides being unable to use defensive magic, her vitality and dexterity are both below 1 star. I've fought against and alongside many mages, but I've never seen one like her before. And of course, there are plenty of cases like this in the real world. It's not the strangest thing I've seen, but it's rare. Firepower is the answer. If I had to make a comparison, she's like a tank with no armor and no wheels, stupidly focusing all her strengths into the main cannon. Her firepower is immense, but she has zero flexibility or defense. But she is undeniably strong. It's only a matter of time before we complete a team with close, mid, and long-range capabilities. The next day, after logging in, the first thing Master did was build facilities dedicated to mages. A system notification appeared, constructing facility. Please select the desired facility. Magic Research Lab construction complete. Research function unlocked. Alchemy Lab has been constructed. Synthesis of different items can now be performed. Library has been completed. Now the mages can study and hone their knowledge. Excellent. The 3 auxiliary buildings of the training area, the Magic Research Lab, the Alchemy Lab, and the library, have been merged into a new magic castle, Ivanka said, panting. Why do I have to do this? She complained, why does a high-class mage like me have to go through such barbaric training? I'm a profession that uses their brain. Han, following behind her, said, in that case, you should only be eating potatoes. Meat is food for people who use their bodies. Hearing this, Ivanka wailed, "Og, you selfish jerk, daring to value food over my intellect." Han thought, even though it won't help her chanting process. She needs to be trained to dodge attacks aimed at her. He sped up. Pick up the pace. Ivanka argued back, why should I why? Han thought, she just keeps whining, it's so annoying. On a battlefield of swords and spears, stamina is a crucial factor. He assessed her. And it's also better than that tight, uncomfortable outfit of yours. This is a magical artifact from my family. A magical artifact capable of increasing the damage of her fire magic. The dress Ivanka wore was said to be a special magic item crafted by her family specifically for her. Han continued, even though this is stamina training, this is nothing. You have to run 3 laps around the field every day, and I won't let you slack off with that slow pace. Compared to my usual training, I could write you a whole essay on how easy today's session is. Help me, Ivanka cried. I don't need this kind of hellish training. Han shot forward, teasing. Looks like Ivanka only wants to eat potatoes tonight. I'll go tell Chloe. He thought, that master guy. He doesn't do anything but sit back and watch. But I have to admit, watching this situation is pretty fun. Master thought, right now the 10th floor isn't too far off. How lucky. We've acquired a mage, and the magic castle has also been unlocked thanks to all the dungeons that were opened yesterday. Now we can get all 3 types of dungeon materials every week. All the materials we have are being stored in the warehouse, and they're waiting for my instructions. Now it's time to craft some consumables like potions. A system notification appeared. Master has logged out. Han thought, he finally logged out. Han turned to leave, not forgetting to give an order. Jenna, don't let her run off. Jenna ran alongside her, cheering, keep running, Ivanka. Let's go! Let's go! Crafting potions was originally a high-level task that required a pharmacist and an alchemist. But just like with smithing weapons, if you use the mini-games, you can still craft them without the necessary skills. Han entered the level 1 magic castle. So this is what it really looks like. He picked up a book to examine it. There are guidebooks here for specialized professions, but I can't read them. Time to start crafting potions. Han put all the ingredients into the pot. The minigame for crafting potions was a rhythm game. A system notification appeared. Brilliant success, Han has successfully crafted a low-grade health potion. A brilliant success, Han had successfully crafted a low-grade mana recovery potion. His eyes lit up. Oh, just as I expected. Han looked at his results. He counted 6 health potions and 2 mana potions. Master might have his doubts, but this is still better than trying to hoard potions only to die because we had nothing to use. The next morning in the waiting hall, Han made an announcement. Our party now officially has a mage. Yeah, that's right, because we won't get another chance to draw for one. Han asked Jenna and Aaron, do you guys know why I brought this brazier here? Han raised his hand and said loudly, gather around and see what I'm about to do. Jenna and Aaron couldn't believe their eyes. Han was putting his hand into the brazier. The 2 of them worriedly exclaimed, Boss, what are you doing? You must be crazy, Han. If Ivanka can control fire magic, then we have to get used to fire. Han counted to 2 in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At 10, he pulled his hand out of the brazier. Phew, it's okay. Watching his hand gradually heal, Han explained. We'll recover quickly in the waiting room anyway. Ivanka uses fire magic and we'll be fighting right next to her. So if we don't get used to it... What do you think will happen? We'll get cooked before the enemy does. Gina couldn't accept it. So that's why you're making us do something like this. Aaron frowned. How long do we have to do this? Han replied, until you can stand it. Jenna and Aaron were in disbelief. We have to do this crazy stunt until we gain better fire resistance. Han reminded them, remember what happened on the 5th floor. Remember what happened when we weren't prepared for that. Aaron was terrified, but still reached his hand into the brazier. Han grabbed Aaron's hand and whispered, go do this somewhere no one can see. I don't have some twisted hobby of watching you scream in pain. What I did was just an example. I understand. Jenna trembled. I don't want to do this. Besides, I'm a long-range attacker in the back. Han grabbed Jenna's hand with a devilish smile. You don't want to? Then let me help you. If I hold your hand and we put it in here together, it won't be that hot. Putting it in slowly will make it hurt less. Jenna panicked. What the hell is this? Are you planning to run away every single time Ivanka uses her magic? She can't even protect herself or move while she's casting. If we can't be there to protect her, she's as good as dead. She probably couldn't even dodge a snail if it decided to attack her. If you don't want to waste the mage we were so lucky to get, then learn this fire resistance skill. Let's do it until we reach the 10th floor. I'll be learning it too. Jenna agreed. Oh, okay, that's true. But then Han pulled out a knife and continued, Aaron, sorry, but you still have another training option to choose from. He twirled the knife a few times and stabbed himself. Now how about this? To endure pain, you don't have to do exactly as I do. You can all find your own methods. It'll help you withstand the pain. It's definitely going to be terrible, but you need to do it. Although health potions can restore your health, they often come with intense pain. If you want to fight while using a health potion, then being able to endure pain is absolutely essential. Jenna stepped back. No way. Me too. Not you, he said, making Jenna sigh in relief. Han paused. But you'll still have to learn to endure pain at some point in the future. Please let me do it last. You'll learn to switch. Hearing Han, Jenna was confused. Switch! He gave her the assignment. Practice until you can switch. Between your bow and your short sword as fast as possible. That way you'll be able to fight freely at both long and short range depending on the situation. Jenna protested, but I'm much better with a bow than a short sword. Then change starting now. He made a decision. The close mid and long range formation is scrapped. From now on, we'll form a triangular formation with Ivanka in the center as the main damage dealer. We'll start training tomorrow. Even though this really doesn't suit you, if it's just me and Aaron tanking the damage, it won't be enough to protect. Ivanka, you need to protect one more side during combat. Jenna frowned. She's being protected so heavily. This could be called Operation Protect the Princess, but we can't afford to ignore this method. If we want to use Ivanka properly, the most effective party composition in this game is a dual mage system. It would be even better if we had another mage who specializes in support for healing and shielding the party. There's still the 9th floor, but there's a high chance we'll pause for a bit. The 9th floor might be given to Team 2 so they can get some tower climbing experience. As long as the quest chain is still active, we can't level up with just one team. If that happens, and there are casualties, there won't be anyone to replace them. Developing a secondary team with diverse members is common knowledge, so Master probably already knows this. Subjugation, survival escort, breakthrough, assassination, protection, siege, pursuit, defense, escape. The hint has been given. The 10th floor is a difficult one. There will be a mission that requires at least 2 groups to cooperate. Since it's a cooperative mission, it'll be more dangerous and difficult than anything we've experienced before. Even Han is training his fire resistance skill. We can't afford to slack off while in the middle of preparing. Cough, cough! Damn it! System Han has acquired the fire resistance skill. The next day, a voice rang out. What? Han repeated her question. What do you mean, what? Right now, you're useless. You need to master your skills, shorten your casting time, and reduce your energy consumption. Ivanka was furious. How dare you say something so insulting? Han's voice turned icy. Don't like it. Ivanka gritted her teeth in acceptance. She turned away, sulking. Fine, I'll do it, okay? Han noticed Ivanka's fire magic followed a 3-tiered structure. The first tier was creating a flame and shooting it forward. The second was incineration by detonating the flame. The third tier sends the explosion straight up. The more tiers manipulated, the greater the energy consumption. The effect is certainly powerful, but to achieve it, she needs to train relentlessly. Han grabbed his sword and walked over to Jenna. Jenna, let's begin. As the group approached the 10th floor, everyone trained with increasing intensity from dawn till dusk. Jenna aimed her bow at Han. All right, I'm starting now. He swung his sword, splitting the arrow in two. At some point, while practicing blocking arrows, I stopped using a shield and started training by dodging and parrying them with my sword. Jenna commented, "Looks like this exercise is making you stronger. You're improving fast." Han said seriously, "No need for compliments during training." He spun around his sword, cleaving an arrow in two. System Han has acquired the skill counter. Han's beginner sword and shield reached level 6. Good. I got the skill I wanted. But Jenna lunged up from below, slashing at him, her other hand already pulling an arrow from its quiver. With the bow drawn and a knife clenched in her teeth, Jenna took aim. A 1-star swap. He dodged it quickly. Han pointed his sword at Jenna. He realized her starting rank was 1 star. She has immense potential. Her learning speed is exceptional. If I didn't know about this game, I would never have been able to surpass Jenna. "Oh," Jenna said, "a compliment. I'll take it." Jenna teased, "Oh, who was it just now that said there's no need for compliments during training? Who could that have been?" Annoyed, Han pinched her cheek. "You're really asking for a beating. A typical 1-star hero is usually at Aaron's level, even though he has raised his beginner spearmanship skill to level 3, that's about his limit. Aaron hasn't been to the training grounds for a while. He's just been holed up in his room trying to learn pain and fire resistance. Ivanka is probably practicing what I told her to as well, in the Magic Castle's special training grounds. Even with slightly reduced firepower, her spells are already quite powerful. Barring critical situations, she only needs to use the first of the spell's 3 tiers. The training grounds are now open to a few others as well. Any newly summoned 1-stars, but they're all useless. Both Party 1 and Party 2 have fewer than 5 members each, but it seems the Master has no intention of recruiting new heroes. It seems he wants to use free people like us to boost the levels of those who need it. The next day, Edis's team returned from the 9th floor. Han asked, "Looks like you all had a tough time." "So what was the challenge?" Edis answered, "Subjugating a goblin village with about 50 of them." Han pushed, "Anything else?" "Was there anything special about the location? If you saw anything unusual, tell me." Edis thought for a moment. The ground was a mudflat, as if it had just rained. "A mudflat, is that all? I didn't have time to notice anything else." ISO called out, "Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ivanka. It's our team's turn." Whoosh! System stage cleared. Han mused. "There's nothing left to train on the 4th floor. Using the item protection strategy, my level is 10, Jenna's is 8, Aaron's is 6, and Ivanka's is 4. Everyone's level has reached the cap for these floors. For now, we've leveled up as much as possible on these lower floors. Running the equipment workshop allowed us to fully upgrade the whole team's gear. The rank E leather jacket was enhanced to rank D by attaching exterior metal plates. Aaron and I received short swords as secondary weapons. 2 people from the training grounds were added to Party 1 and Party 2, even though they lack the combat experience, skills, and abilities to keep up. But there's no other choice. The 10th floor is close. ISO came over to ask, "How's it going, Loki? Have you figured out the upcoming challenge yet? You'll handle it easily?" "Right," Han said, exasperated. "Only a god could do that. I have no idea what use you are to me here. So stop saying such useless things." But ISO was still gung-ho. "But you're the top player in this game. If I were a god, I would have conquered all 100 floors long ago." That annoying guy. The best of the best. It's true, I was one of the highest-ranked players in this game. But even so, after 2 years of grinding, I've only made it to the 88th floor. A dozen of my parties have been wiped out by unexpected random challenges and traps. The top players in this game improve through failure. It's just that Master has never tasted failure, so he has no idea what it's like to suffer. Han was afraid. If things kept going like this, the moment he experiences failure will also be my last. 2 parties were gathered in Ivanka Square. It was strange. A whole crowd of people gathered in the town square. Why are they here? It's not like that kid called them here. Han replied to her, "She'll call them soon enough. Don't ask questions. You always act like you know everything." Han calculated the time. It's been 30 minutes since Master logged in. He hasn't given any orders, which means he's still considering it. System notification. "Do you want to begin the conquest of the 10th floor?" Han wondered. Does he want to conquer the 10th floor, or is he considering waiting longer? The new member isn't used to the party yet, and I've already reached the level 10 limit for a 1-star. But I haven't completely mastered my skills yet. Something's still missing. He calculated that if Master gave me about one more week, I could upgrade my skills to the 1-star limit. After that, we could conquer the 10th floor with a much greater advantage. But that wouldn't be like the Master I know. Isu notification. Opening a spatial rift. This is our reality, not Master's. He realized, that's right. In the end, this is just a game. Even if we all die, he can just get more heroes. He instructed the new guy. When the battle starts, you find somewhere to hide. The guy argued, but I can fight too. A level 3 with a level 1 basic beginner skill. On this stage, he'll just get in the way. If this battle had been delayed by a week, maybe. System notification. Warning. This is a difficult challenge requiring the participation of 2 parties. Han thought, the strategy room. He doesn't even know how to use it. It's a bit complicated for a beginner. Han ordered Isu tell him to grab some items from the storage. Okay, system notification. Warning Master has usable items. That's right. I keep them in storage so the heroes can carry these items. They'll use them when needed. Han calculated in his head. We have a total of 6 healing and mana potions. Dividing them by 3 for each party is perfect. He spoke up, Edis, how are the preparations? All done. Any last wishes? Edis joked, you're taking it a bit too far, buddy. The mana potions are mainly for Ivanka. Han instructed Edis, we might get sent to different areas. If that happens, we have to regroup as soon as possible. Edis asked how. He explained, just head for the center. If you don't know where that is, get your bearings from a high vantage point. Isu pointed a finger, annoyed. You guys better try not to get in the way. I'll be keeping a close eye on things. Han corrected her. Don't control them. Really? Isu hesitated, but Han gave a slight reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll help us get through this 10th floor. A teleportation gate opens. Someone was sitting in a corner. What's the point? We're all going to die. Everyone will die, we can't win. We're all going to die. The women and children, too. No one will escape. We're all going to die. Before he could finish, Han kicked him down from behind. Thud. Who are you? Who is this idiot? Han asked. The other guy was terrified. A ghost. That's right, it must be a ghost. Reyna, standing next to Han, said, This guy! I don't think he can see us. The guy stopped. Wait a minute. You... Reyna continued talking to the guy. Hello, can you see us, sir? Hey, sir? Han realized it was an NPC. He realized this was the ruined city used as the challenge for the 5th floor, but the difference here was that it hadn't collapsed yet. Reyna noticed the difference. Wait, isn't the timeline a little weird? Things weren't originally like this. Han brushed Reyna's question aside. This isn't the first time the timeline's been weird. We can talk about that stuff later. The important thing is that we've been summoned here, and to survive, we have to complete the mission. Han continued assigning roles to the party. The mission hasn't started yet, so we should use this time to gather information. I'll give one person 5 minutes to scout this area as much as possible and report back to me. After 5 minutes, you must return here immediately. If you're late, you get left behind. The gray sky casts a gloomy atmosphere over the entire city. From the bell tower, Han figures this is probably the best place to observe the battle. Sigh. Seeing the trembling soldier behind him, he judged that the troops' confidence had hit rock bottom long ago. I don't want to die. Looking into the distance, Han saw the goblin army before the city numbered in the thousands. In the northern forest. Is that a siege tower? Phew! Lucky for us, it looks like they don't have any siege engines. To the east were a few hundred goblins and the giant wolves we saw on the 7th floor. They didn't have any siege engines either. After surveying the enemy's formation, he compared it to his own. In stark contrast, it looks like the people gathered outside the castle are all the manpower we have. They outnumber us 10 to 1. No, even more than that. No matter how you look at it, this is a hopeless situation. His observation complete, Han descended the tower. Still, there's no mission description yet. If this is a survival mission, our chances of making it out alive are pretty high. Assuming it is a survival mission, of course. If the survive for a set amount of time requirement is active again, this will be much easier than the 5th floor. We have a whole bunch of NPCs we can use as decoys. Xienan. Plus, we also have a mage who's skilled with area of effect spells. The wheels of fate will be turning soon enough. Returning to the group, he said, Party 2 has joined up with us. Edit this mission. Beep. System announcement. Warning. 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 Han was taken aback. A triple warning. Does this signal a high degree of difficulty? System announcement. 10th floor. Mission type defense. Objective: protect the city from falling. Learning the objective. Han cursed under his breath. It wasn't survival, it was a defense mission. He did the math. Including Party 1 and 2, there are a total of 10 people. Add in the NPCs and our total manpower is around 360 to defend against thousands of goblins. Finishing his calculations, he announced, "Everyone's here." After sharing the information he had gathered, we'll discuss the mission objectives and everyone's roles in detail. Gina spoke first. "For my part, I tried talking to the people in the city, but no one responded." She thought back to what she'd seen in the city. "My bag feels heavier. Am I getting old?" Gina gave her assessment. "It means we can see and interact with the NPCs, but they can't see or hear us." Aaron continued. "The evacuees are currently gathered in the city center. Meanwhile, both the north and east gates are under attack by the goblins. There are no gates to the south or west, so we're essentially trapped. Which means if the outer walls fall, everyone here will be wiped out." Edis asked, "Han, tell me, what do we have to do this time?" Han answered grimly, "Our mission is to defend." Edis, defend. He continued, "Our mission this time is to protect the city from the enemy invasion. In other words, we have to wipe out all the goblins." Edis was shocked to hear this. "No way," Roderick suggested. "What if we make a temporary retreat? After we get past the city walls and reassess the situation, we could use guerrilla tactics and hit their rear guard." Han immediately shut him down. "No." He continued, "My guess is that we need to annihilate the entire enemy force to complete this mission. And therefore the failure condition," turning towards the divine statue, he said, "is over there, in front of the bell tower. See that glowing statue? The statue of the twin goddesses often appears in special missions." He continued, "It has nothing to do with killing goblins. If that statue is destroyed, we lose." Roderick was pensive. "Unbelievable. So we have to kill all the enemies and protect that statue." Han crossed his arms. "And if by some chance we fail this mission," he said bluntly, "we all die." Roderick asked, "Even if we escape the city?" "That's right. No matter where we are, the moment the mission is failed, we will die. No exceptions." Han's head throbbed. This was truly an impossible situation. But as long as this was still a game, then no matter how impossible the mission seemed, there had to be a way to complete it. Han analyzed their strategy. Even though the goblins have overwhelming numbers, their only real equipment is that one siege tower. And what's more, only the northern group has it. This means, here, if we can successfully defend the north, we can buy ourselves enough time. With that, he assigned the roles. Edis's team will move to the northern outer wall and assist, and with the defense. Your job is to destroy or push back the ladders they use to scale the wall." Edis asked, "So that's our role." Seeing Edis's troubled expression, Han asked, "You look unhappy. What's the problem? Tell me." Edis explained, "No matter how hard we try, there are only 5 of us. I don't think adding our 5 people to the 300 NPCs already here automatically means the city is completely protected." Han considered Edis's words. She wasn't wrong. "Team 2's combat power is equivalent to 50 human soldiers," he continued, "as long as they don't have anything else to besiege the city with their only way in is through those crude ladders. Well, if you guys succeed in defending the most strategic point on the wall, our defensive effectiveness will increase dramatically." Edis clarified, "That's not what I meant. Even if we can buy some time, there's no way we can annihilate them." Han agreed. "I know that too," he thought helplessly. "Even if both our parties work together, it won't change anything. We might hold out a little longer, but in the end, the city will still be breached. It's all due to the difference in numbers. A combat ratio of 1 to 10. Even with us, it's still 2 versus 10. From what I remember on the 5th floor, they had no intention of retreating. In other words, winning this battle is impossible. But there must be a hint." Han asked Jenna, "There's a river east of the city, right? Try to remember the 7th floor." He recalled the heavy rain on the 7th floor. Was there a broken dam? Because the dam broke, the water's current was incredibly strong. All the hints from the 5th to the 9th floor all point to the eastern dam. There must be a reason for that. The game has to be guiding us here. But what's the point of breaking a dam on a river that's far from the city? He clenched his fist in frustration. Damn it, there's too little information. Jenna seemed to remember something. Clapping her hands together, Jenna said, "I remember now. I heard something. I heard the sound of horse hooves from the other side of the river." Gina recalled it was a rainy day. She was standing there and seemed to have discovered something. Looking across from this side of the river, Han had an idea. That means... Edis realized it too. Han pinched Gina's cheek, scolding her. Why are you only telling me this now? Oh, I'm not that sharp, he called out to Edis. Buy as much time as possible. If the outer wall falls, retreat to the inner wall. Use the soldiers and evacuees as meat shields if you have to. No matter how hard it gets, lock the city gates and hold out until we get back. Edis calmed herself. I can't show any weakness while everyone else is doing the harder job. She accepted the mission. All right, we will hold out for as long as we possibly can. Jenna was still trying to process everything, panting. That's the whole strategy. Isn't that a little too simple? What are we supposed to do? Han replied. Unlike you, Edis has a brain, so she understood immediately. Pack your things. We're moving to the east gate, Aaron asked. Commander, are we retreating? There are several thousand goblins out there. It's dangerous. That's right, but we still have to go, Han continued. If we just stay put here, we'll be finished sooner or later. He explained to Aaron, the dam we reached on the 7th floor was already destroyed. If the sound of horses that Jenna heard was from reinforcements, then it's possible the city on the 5th floor was destroyed because those reinforcements couldn't cross the raging river, because the dam had broken. That means what we need to do is go out through the east gate, break through the goblins, and stop the dam from being destroyed. Jenna found it hard to believe. If that's the case, no way. That's right. Han drew his sword, his voice firm. We're going to turn the tables. Meanwhile, at the city gate. Hurry up. Move the refugees into the castle. Form a proper line. Don't push one at a time. Ivanka looked back. We're only slightly ahead of them. Han, walking in front, added, we've only just left the inner city. It's going to get tough out there. That was the outer gate. He quickly gave an order. Jenna, get up on the wall and check the situation outside. Roger. Aaron, get ready to open the gate. Roger. Ivanka, start chanting. The moment the gate opens, cast your spell immediately. Roger. He turned and saw Suran. This guy is here too. Aaron, pull the pulley, open the gate. What? The gate's opening. What's happening? Did the goblins get in? No, it's opening on its own. It's turning. What is this? Stop it now, Jenna shouts down from the wall. Commander, there's a horde of goblins outside the gate. Won't they pour in the moment we open it? It doesn't matter. Get down here first. Ivanka's magic will clear a path for us. We'll stop their soldiers from pushing through. The soldiers were bewildered. What is going on? Is this the work of a demon or something? Stop it now. Jenna tripped the soldiers. Ugh, oof. Ivanka stood in the middle of the gateway chanting, Ragurn Interio. The castle gate slowly creaked open. An arrow flew through the opening. Han caught it just before it could pierce Ivanka. The goblins stared into the fortress, their faces full of aggression. Han took the arrow and threw it right back at the goblins. Hey, Humph! A few soldiers tried to stop them, but Jenna kicked them out of the way. Is that a ghost? Where are you? I won't let you go, another soldier cried out in fear. The goddess has abandoned us. Rain began to fall with a soft patter. Han glanced up at the rainy sky, then looked back at Ivanka. He wondered to himself, her fire magic. Getting wet should be fine, right? Aaron roared, Row! The gate is open. The goblins charge in. Han yells, blow them away. Ivanka recites the incantation. Blaze! Fire shoots out, incinerating the goblins before they can even set foot inside the fortress. Han warns her, don't burn the gate. Keep the explosions outside the walls. Ivanka continued, explode. Goblins caught in the fire burst into flames one after another. Phew! Han called out, Jenna, Aaron. The two heard the command and dashed forward. Got it. We're going ahead. Ivanka looked drained. Phew. Han instructed her, take a sip every time you cast a spell. I know. He glanced at Ivanka and continued, there's still a lot we have to do. Can you handle it? Ivanka snapped, of course I can. Who do you think I am? She said confidently, I can still use my skills at least 100 more times. Han called out to Saran. Hey, Saran, still haven't calmed down yet. Yes, sir. Han turned back with a smile and asked, do you still want to follow us? A system message announces Saran is panicking. Han just said go to Edith. She'll tell you what you need to do. If you're still alive after this battle, then I'll train you myself. Understood. Han slowly walked out of the fortress. The gate was closing. Let them close it. Our escape route is blocked now. The only path left is forward. Before him were thousands of goblins. We will slaughter every last one of you, he commanded. Get into position. Han gave the orders. Ivanka only used Tier 1 skills. It's fine if the firepower is weak. Just make it spread as wide as possible. Got it, Jenna said worriedly. The rain's getting heavier. They'll break through the fire and crush us. Before they could even prepare, the entire goblin army charged toward the four of them. Han counted down 20 seconds until Ivanka finishes her chant. 19. A goblin lunged at him from above. Han sliced it away. 18 were two others fired at Ivanka. 17, 16. Han leaped over, blocking the attack with his shield to protect Ivanka. 15, 14. He kicked a rock from the ground at them. 13. Meanwhile, Aaron was skewering them one by one with his spear. 12, 11, 10. Over here, Jenna stabbed another in the neck with her dagger. 9, 8, 7. She switched to her bow and arrow to fight. 6. Aaron was struggling a bit. 5, 4. Han threw a dagger from afar to help Aaron. 3, 2. He pulled his sword from the goblin's body. Han gave the order, clear Ivanka's line of sight, switch positions. 1. Blaze. A torrent of fire erupted, creating a red path. The goblin horde was instantly annihilated. Han ran ahead, commanding, push through. Even though I can feel the extreme heat, through my armor I can still endure this heat. It's a good thing Ivanka is on our team, but because of the rain, the fire is extinguished quickly. The survivors continue their charge. Ivanka cast it again. Ivanka. The wall of fire is disappearing fast. Han kept running his sword, cutting down goblins. Aaron, cover my right, I'll handle this area myself. And the 20-second countdown began again. The three of them once more surrounded and protected Ivanka. 10, 9, 8. A goblin lunged at Han from behind. 2, 1. He cut it down instantly. Switch positions. Ivanka's fire shot out again, creating another path. Han commanded, keep moving forward. Use the fire as a shield. We'll reach the river this way. Thousands of goblins were incinerated in the blaze. A commander stood on a rocky outcrop looking down. He took a step forward, the firelight casting a long shadow on the ground. The goblin holding a blade stepped forward. He raised his weapon and let out a great roar. He shouted something in a loud voice. Ivanka continued her chant. Blaze. Dozens of goblins were incinerated in the flames. Han gave another order, attack now. The bloodthirsty eyes of a goblin appeared through the fire. One of them threw a spear at Han, but he dodged it just in time. He spun around and stabbed it with his sword, killing it instantly. Han felt that something was strange. The goblin's attack pattern has suddenly changed. They're still charging in, ignoring the fire magic we just used. He surged forward, cutting a path. Any that tried to rush him were sliced to pieces. He saw something. He realized, it's definitely because of him. The goblin commander said something. He thought, it must have figured out that Ivanka's spell has a delay. That's why it's controlling the monsters to attack recklessly. I can't let this continue. It obviously knew our plan. Han cursed. Damn it, does it have to be this smart? He glanced over. Even though Aaron and Jenna looked okay, they wouldn't last if this continued. There wasn't much oxygen left, and they were all surrounded by fire. Fire resistance only increases heat tolerance. It doesn't grant complete immunity to flames. Han made a decision. All right then, he shouted, slashing his sword as he called out to the others. Everyone gather around me now. I'm only saying this once, so listen carefully, Han said curtly. We can't lose. Right now, there's only one chance. Confused Aaron asked, one chance, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the chance to tear that monster to pieces, Han explained. Meanwhile, the goblin commander was still shouting something. It targeted Ivanka, who was chanting a spell. Its soldiers followed the order and charged at her. They attacked the circle of fire she had created. One of them managed to break through, but Han instantly rushed forward and kicked it away. Another was shot dead by Jenna's arrow. Han hurried her. Ivanka, are you done with the spell yet? Incinerate them. Ivanka continued her incantation. A wave of fire erupted, wiping out all the goblins in its path, but they immediately charged in again. A single spell doesn't seem to be powerful enough, Han thought. But then a third spell shot out, crashing down and creating a powerful shockwave. It's not over yet, you bastards! The commander looked on, stunned. Ivanka continued to burn them. A fireball exploded, wiping out the goblins within its radius. Everyone quickly advanced. Aaron held up his shield, protecting Jenna as she fired. Her gaze was intensely focused as she loosed an arrow. Jenna aimed right for the goblin commander. The arrow pierced straight through his head and he collapsed. At the same time, Ivanka, having overexerted herself, fainted. Han caught Ivanka just in time, lifting her into his arms. She stirred, trying to say something. "Shh, don't say anything," Han said, realizing that no matter how powerful her magic was, it couldn't kill all of them. If we keep getting surrounded without any time to recover, the whole team will be wiped out. However, our team isn't the goblins' target, the fortress is. We're just stones in their path. Will they risk their lives for the fortress, or risk them to remove an obstacle? Han wondered what they would do without a leader. Instantly, the goblins stopped their attack on the four of them. They ignored the ring of fire and charged towards the fortress. Han realized, so they chose the fortress, huh? A moment later, by the riverbank, Han sighed in relief. We escaped. Aaron sat down exhausted. They're all charging toward the fortress from this far away, so they probably won't pay any attention to us. Ivanka grumbled. Couldn't you have put me down a little more gently? Jenna panted. I really thought I was going to die back there. Han grew pensive. The only reason we all survived is because their leader is dead. If it were still alive, our plan would have definitely failed, and it would have killed all of us, he warned. Let's rest for a bit and use the healing potions. Put some on your burns and take a sip. We only have one vial each, so don't use it all up. Jenna sighed. Ah, what a waste. Han calculated in his head. The northern keep is still under siege. The outer keep is still holding strong. Is Edis's team still holding out? He started walking again. This is just the beginning. He stood silently before the dam as a few goblins approached. Han sighed. They won't even let us rest for a second, he said before giving an order. Everyone prepare to fight, we barely got any rest. A giant footstep stomped down on the grass. Aaron, startled, said, Han, that's... Standing in the rain, Han grinned. That's right. This time a goblin approached, walking with heavy steps and roaring. They brought a really big friend this time, Han assessed. It sure looks big. I'm giving out orders, he announced. Ivanka, create a firewall and hold them back. Aaron, you protect Ivanka. Ivanka said worriedly, I can hold back the goblins. But what about that monster? My firewall won't do anything to it. Stop talking and just start, Han yelled. I'll take care of that pig. The goblin slammed its axe down. Han quickly dodged to the side. Just one hit from that thing and I'm done for, he thought, tensing up. It swung its hammer in a circle, building momentum for another downward smash. Han leaped aside, dodging the blow. With this kind of horrifying power, a shield would be useless. It'll take longer, but I'll just have to attack it slowly. It was surrounded by the firewall. Jenna jumped up, firing arrows down. As Han landed, the creature's hand reached out to grab him. He slashed a line across its arm. The goblin roared in pain. Argh! From the sidelines, Jenna kept firing her bow. An arrow flew up and embedded itself in the monster. The enraged goblin swung its hammer wildly. Oh, it's working! Jenna smiled faintly. Because it's so big, it's much easier to hit than the little goblins. It can't dodge, so let's just keep attacking it like this. A roar echoed out. Roar! The arrow fell out of the goblin's body. It had no effect, Jenna said. Okay, I take it back. The little goblins are much easier, Han analyzed. It's not dodging because it doesn't need to. Unless you hit a vital spot, you won't do any real damage. Save your arrows. Jenna is wondering if it has a critical point. She's panicking. Huh. Oh no, this is bad. There's another one over there. Han turns around tense. What the? He curses. Damn it, Aaron's busy dealing with the other goblins. If one more shows up, we won't be able to handle it. At this rate, we'll be at a disadvantage. Han makes up his mind. He charges the goblin. Guess I'll have to take a risk. It punches down. Han uses his shield to block. Crack! Han grits his teeth in pain, extremely tense. He quickly jumps aside to dodge the blow. I just have to forget the pain. Rising up from the side, Han holds his sword and thrusts upward. The goblin shrieks. Han scoffs. This one's still kicking, huh? Not anymore. Ah, the critical point. It swings its hammer in anger. He jumps to the side. He gathers momentum and leaps in front of the huge goblin. Han stabs his sword into its nape. The goblin screams in pain. Kiki-aye! Han calculates, too hot-headed. I still haven't reached the point I need to strike. He raises his shield to block, but it doesn't matter as he continues to leap up and strike the weak point. The sword is lodged firmly in the goblin's nape. Han pulls his sword out. Blood sprays in an arc. One down. He looks to the side. Next up is Aaron. Tense, Han shouts, It's heading this way. Is it aiming for Ivanka? Jenna, shoot an arrow. Lure it away. Jenna shoots an arrow from behind the monster. It keeps moving forward, aiming for Ivanka. The goblin's foot is about to stomp on Ivanka, who's in the middle of casting a spell. No, it's too late. Han screams, Ivanka. Ivanka falls to the side. Huh. Why is she so surprised? Han realizes something. It seems a dam on the 7th level has collapsed, as if something struck it. Debris is scattered all over the ground. The goblin has no weapon, but it has the strength to destroy city walls and buildings. Han curses, Damn it! It wasn't aiming for Ivanka. The goblin charges towards the dam. It's aiming for the dam! Han yells. Jenna pulls out her dagger and stabs the goblin in the neck. Han charges forward in a rage. You think I'll just let you do that? You're going to die right here. Han delivers a fatal slash to the goblin. It lets out one last pained shriek, K, then collapses into the river, splashing water 10 meters high. Han sighs in relief. That was close. But we've only just... A hand reaches up from under the water. Gurgle. Aye. Han is stunned. The goblin rises from the water and punches the dam. The dam breaks in two. Aaron reports, Han, I've killed the rest of the goblins. What should we do? He remains silent for a moment, then replies, We've failed. If the information and predictions I had were correct, there should be reinforcements hiding in the forest on the other side of the dam. But now that the dam has collapsed, they can't cross the river. At this rate, the 10 people in Teams 1 and 2, along with the 360 soldiers protecting the city, will have to fight against more than 3,000 goblins. He's lost in thought. Someone calls out, Han, Sir Han. He doesn't notice the call. What should we do? Han is extremely tense. What do I do now? Aaron claps him on the shoulder. Boss. Han tightens his grip on his sword. He starts walking. Let's just go back. We have to come up with another plan, he thinks to himself. But, can I even find another way? Suddenly, Ivanka says, Wait here. What? Ivanka. Ivanka raises her hand and continues chanting, Rasute Siradius. A source of mana surrounds the large rock beside her. Han is shocked. Ivanka recites the final incantation. Teleport. The rock is lifted off the ground. Ivanka forcefully mimes a throwing motion. Ha! The rock falls, blocking the middle of the dam. It connects the two broken sides. Han is stunned. Ivanka, you... Ivanka smirks. Object teleportation is one of the most basic types of spells. Why wouldn't I know it? Han yells. I thought we were done for. If you could do this, you should have told me sooner. Ivanka grumbles. Why are you yelling at me? Wait, why are you mad when the mission would have failed without me? Is that so? Han pinches her cheek, scolding her. Ow! Who told you to hide this ability? I specifically told you to tell me all the spells you know. This spell is so simple, why would I need to tell you about it? Han says softly, whatever. We're alive thanks to you. He reflects. In the end, if it weren't for Ivanka, this campaign would have been a failure. The only thing left is... Jenna looks behind them, terrified. Be boss! The goblins are coming back! Han curses. Damn it! They called the whole swarm, then a goblin with a spear charges forward. Han crouches down, pulling his sword back to gather momentum. He dashes forward, slicing it in two. Han calculates the stage started a while ago, but there's no sign of the reinforcements. I'm getting more and more worried. He uses his shield to block a blow, frowning tense. What if I was wrong? What if there were never any reinforcements to begin with? He commands, Damn it, Ivanka, drink the rest of your potion. Use your magic again. A goblin leaps up. It's lunging for Ivanka. Han was worried. Ivanka stood frozen. Suddenly, someone on horseback leaped forward. The goblin was sliced in half. Ivanka was stunned. The horse came to a stop and the goblins froze in place. The stranger in silver armor stood still. Han, panting with exhaustion, looked over at him. The goblins charged forward. He shouted, Iron Lion Cavalry, show them your might! A legion of cavalry charged across the river. Han was shocked. Cavalry? From the forest on the other side of the river, a whole legion charged forward. It was a cavalry unit. System notification. Alley NPC, the Iron Lion Cavalry has joined the battle. Han gave an order. Aaron, Jenna, don't just stand there, gather around Ivanka. Right. With their numbers in the hundreds, the cavalry advanced. Han estimated their numbers. About 500 men. Even though we're still outnumbered, they're much stronger than the castle guards. Aaron exclaimed happily, Boss, they're pushing them back. Whoa, they're amazing! Looks like we don't even need to lift a finger anymore. Can we just stand here and watch now? Han thought to himself, I wish we could do that too. He looked at the surviving horses and asked, do any of you know how to ride a horse? Ride a horse, of course, do you, boss? I just need to learn it now. What normally masters can't directly intervene in battle. However, they can influence it. For example, I request the introductory horse riding skill book. System notification: Han has requested the horse riding skill book. Upon purchase, the hero will immediately learn this skill. Will you purchase? Yes. A book appeared in front of Han. Horse riding. It's one of the practical skills sold in the shop. Even if I can't learn skills for direct combat, I can still learn supplementary skills to aid in the battle. System notification: skill awakened. Han has acquired the horse riding skill. He leaped onto a horse. Eren was surprised. You said you didn't know how? Well, I know now, he smiled. All right, we've managed to close the power gap. The counterattack starts now. The entire troop turned back towards the fortress. Han calculated the time. Until the main gate collapses, the goblins in the east aren't a major threat. Right now, we need to be wary of the enemy equipped with siege weapons from the north. The cavalry unit heading north seems to be thinking the same thing. If we just stick with the cavalry, we might succeed. There's no way it's going to be that easy, is there? No way this damn game would end like that. Han ordered, split off to the side. We're leaving the battlefield. Eren was confused. What, shouldn't we be protecting the north gate? Han replied, you think this is going to end that easily? Stay with Ivanka. He turned back and said, move out of their archer's range. We're heading for the northern forest. Right. Looking at the sky, Han thought, the rain has completely stopped. Perfect timing. The group ran towards the northern forest. Han looked into the woods. Just as I thought. Goblin cavalry is preparing an ambush from the forest. If we use Ivanka's magic to block their path, we can stop the attack. The footsteps of a giant ogre echoed as it approached the fortress. A horde of ogres began their attack, charging forward wildly. Han said to Eren, you see, if we let these wolf-riding goblins join the main force from here, it'll be big trouble. Our cavalry won't be able to stop them effectively without any support. Han rode his horse swiftly towards the northern forest. He asked Ivanka, who was behind him, Ivanka, do you have any magic left? Ivanka replied, I can do it, but the spell won't be very powerful. Han instructed Ivanka, instead of power, focus on the range. He then announced to everyone, from now on we're cutting through the northern forest. As they quickly reached the forest, Han shouted to Ivanka behind him, use your power, burn the entire forest down. At that moment, back at the fortress, soldiers were dying in droves. Soroi was trying to kill every goblin he could. Stab. Suddenly one of them grabbed the hem of his clothes. He panicked. Ah, I'm falling. Edis rushed over and cut down the goblin, saving Soroi. Soroi turned to her. Thank you. Edis, still tense from the battle, replied, focus on the fight. She turned her head forward again. It was the leader of the cavalry unit shouting, all troops prepare, a cavalry legion has arrived. Show them the fiery might of the Iron Lion cavalry. He ordered the attack. The reinforcements arrived and immediately annihilated every goblin in their path. Standing at the gate, Edis was overjoyed. It's reinforcements, Han succeeded. She shouted encouragement to everyone as she fought. Everyone just hold on a little longer. Victory is right around the corner. Right. On the other side, Ivanka used her magic again. A wave of fire burst forth, incinerating everything in its path. The fire engulfed the entire forest. A few wolf-riding goblins managed to escape. After finishing the spell, Ivanka looked utterly exhausted. Han grew worried. If she uses any more magic, she'll suffer from mana overload. It seems Ivanka's role in this ends here, he calculated. At this rate, we'll burn down the entire forest, but that's fine. Let's head back. Han thought to himself. Honestly, this is for the best. The forest is an ideal breeding ground for goblins, and burning it all down will also help wipe them out. The city's defense line starts from there. About 100 surviving warriors are fighting on the northern wall. The city's defense force suffered heavy losses before the cavalry could arrive with reinforcements. Half of the cavalrymen lost their lives in the goblin ambush and in the ensuing battle between them and the remnants of the goblin cavalry. If we hadn't burned down the entire forest, the whole cavalry might have been wiped out. That aside, the cavalry is truly powerful even when placed at a severe numerical disadvantage. Their skill was enough to overcome the disparity in numbers. After a while, the cavalry wiped out all the goblins attacking the city. And just like that, our mission was complete. The soldiers roared in celebration of their victory. All hail the goddess! Surin and Roderick hugged each other overjoyed. We're alive! Ivanka cheerfully waved and called out from on top of the wall. Han led everyone back relieved. We didn't suffer a single loss. No new messages. No return to the goddess's embrace notifications. No one died. Jenna beamed. We're not the same as we were back on the 5th floor. Han was inwardly pleased. That's right. We're not who we were in the past. We'll keep moving forward. Jenna looked puzzled. Why aren't we going back yet? I thought the mission was over. Han seemed to realize something. He looked back on guard. Han recalled the battle outside the walls. The goblin commander was dead and the cavalry had won. Han wondered to himself, we've already taken care of all the monsters. But the mission completion notice hasn't popped up yet. Why not? There's nothing left to do. He felt that something was wrong. What is it? System notice loading. Everything seemed to freeze. Han glanced around, tense. System notice restoring. What system notice? A critical error has occurred. You have been disconnected. Please wait. Everything came to a halt. A voice called out from somewhere behind him. Han turned around. 2 shadowy figures were standing there, unidentified being level 999. Han tensed up completely. He remembered that horrifying memory. The unidentified being gave a wicked smile. Han realized it was that bastard from back then. He cursed that son of a bitch. He remembered his old party composed entirely of 6-star members. We were a hand-picked team, the Koreans who cleared the 88th floor. By using heroes no one had ever considered, I reached 5th in the global rankings. This is a game based entirely on gacha skills and combat. The heroes charge into battle on their own, fighting their own fights. I can only issue simple commands, but the heroes decide for themselves which skills to use. For various unknown reasons, however, some things are impossible to execute during a battle. If this game was really just about star levels and a player's luck, I would have never been able to climb this high. The biggest thing that drew me to this game was the fact that you could overcome luck with skill. Han's eyes filled with hatred, but it was all because of that damn thing. Level 999. Even with 7-star heroes. The maximum level is only 99. This makes no sense at all. He ground his teeth in anger. You son of a bitch. Then he saw something. The 2 of them turned to leave. One, a masked man at level 15, laughed mockingly. I'll be waiting for you. Hearing this, Han's face tightened. The one called Dark Priest turned to the unidentified entity. He turned and left. He stepped into the flames, vanishing along with the unidentified being. System notice. Recovery. Successful. Connecting to server. We apologize for any inconvenience. Jenna looked at Han with concern. What's wrong? Han reacted, shouting, Jenna, hurry! Get on your horse and get to the castle now! Jenna's eyes widened in surprise at his command. Han urged her, don't hesitate. Hurry with Ivanka behind him, Han spurred his horse and took off. Aaron shouted, chasing after them, Boss, what's going on? Han explained that it's not over yet. A dark cleric. A monster that was never reported on the lower floors. Its abilities suggest it's from somewhere else. The hand of a dead soldier twitched. The sound caught another soldier's attention. Suddenly, a lumpy, writhing arm emerged as the dead soldier transformed into a monster. The living soldier looked on in terror. He screamed as he faced the monster's wide-open mouth. Ah! The dead cavalrymen are transforming. Aaron was stunned. That's Han Hector. Whatever happens, just ignore them. Ride straight for our starting point. Han frowned, tense. Resurrecting the dead? In some special cases, they can turn corpses into the undead. They won't stop attacking until their heads are destroyed. As Edis stood on the castle gate, she commanded, Someone run and open the gates. It's impossible for this type of monster to appear on the lower floors. The soldiers were shocked. What? The gate is opening. Close the gate. Close it! Hurry! Aaron and Jenna made it inside the city just in time. The horse reared to a stop. Jenna was confused by Han's calm demeanor. He lifted Ivanka off the horse and instructed Jenna, I'm leaving Ivanka in your care. Ivanka let out a surprised cry. Be careful. He pulled the reins, turning back as he gave the order. Rendezvous with Edis in the castle and protect the goddess statue. You'll be able to hold them off if you lock the gates tight. Keep it that way until I get back, okay? Hearing this, Jenna shouted, What are you doing? Aaron added, his voice trembling. You can't do this! Boss, how are you going to survive against monsters like those? Everyone watched Han head back out of the city gate. He yelled, "Aaron!" Han's brows furrowed as he warned him, "Snap out of it. You'll either come back to me alive or you'll become food for that writhing horde." Aaron was taken aback by Han's words. He made his decision. I'll make it back to you, boss," Jenna asked worriedly. "You're going to come back alive, right?" Han smirked. He left with a confident tone in his voice. "Do you even need to ask?" Ivanka said one last thing before the gate closed. "Don't die," Han smiled. "You too." Now he was alone outside the walls. Han drew his sword, closed his eyes wearily, and regained his focus. He opened his eyes. It was him alone against an undead army of more than 3,000. The undead charged. They looked disgusting, but they're nothing if they act alone. He beheaded them one by one. If only they acted alone, Han knew it would be the end for him if he faced them all at once. The only plan right now was, a monster raised a hammer and slammed it against the gate. Han swore. Damn it, was that guy just resurrected? He grew worried. At this rate, the gate won't hold. A pack of undead wolves charged forward and Han spurred his horse on. An arrow struck the wolf right behind him. It was Jenna providing cover fire from the wall. Han smiled, reassured. That kid. The gate couldn't withstand the hammer blows. The soldiers watched the gate tremble in fear. The gate was blown off its hinges. The guards screamed in terror. Ah! A massive undead creature stepped through, followed by others. The terrified soldiers turned and ran. Ah! Han was tense. The gate's been smashed. He turned his horse and galloped away. I have to deal with the one who cast the spell. That thing disappeared into the smoke of the burning forest. I'm coming for you. If that's what happened... Han gritted his teeth. All right, just you wait. He slashed with his sword, killing every undead in his path. He promised himself, I will kill you. The movements of these things are based on two principles, one to destroy the goddess statue, and two, their hunger for the living. Their combat skills and physical abilities are even worse than when they were alive, but their hunger for flesh is abnormally high. It'll be even more troublesome if I let them live, because they'll get stronger and there will be more corpses nearby. A completely random entity created just to fight off attackers. Facing thousands of monsters, Han grew tired. At times like these, I wish I had two bodies. Edis's leadership is even more reliable than mine. Even in a situation like this, she still displays incredible combat prowess. The one thing we must prioritize is protecting the goddess statue. If the outer walls fall, they need to immediately defend from the inner walls. And defend the castle gate. If Jenna and Aaron use the experience they gained from the 5th floor, they should be able to hold out longer. The townspeople screamed in panic. Ah, what is that thing? They were desperate. Let us in. I know there's still room inside the inner walls. We have nowhere else to run? Please save us? It doesn't matter how long they can hold out over there. I wonder if I can deal with the dark. Cleric quickly. A system notification chimed. Han's fire resistance skill has increased to level 2. Han reached the edge of the forest. A few monsters that were still alive lunged out. He immediately cut them in half. He took a swig of a recovery potion. Han looked at the invisible wall. This is the edge of the map, he said. I know you're there. System notification. Maken is panicking. Suron is terrified. Maken has returned to the god's embrace. Edis is bleeding. Dika is terrified. Han listened to all the system notifications as they appeared. Something shot towards him. It looked like a drill. Han immediately raised his shield to block it, but the object pierced right through and stabbed into his shoulder. Han assessed the situation. The combat ability of a dark acolyte is very low, but they're the type of monster that usually appears on the middle floors. Their strength is on a whole different level compared to the lower floors, like right now, for instance. Black arrows flew at him relentlessly, and all Han could do was dodge as fast as he could. To avoid being impaled, Han leaped to dodge the attack, then spun around and sliced through the black arrows. He blocked the blow with his sword. An attack from behind shot upward, grazing his shoulder blade. Han thought to himself, I would have been a goner if it weren't for my armor. System notification. Han is bleeding. He will continuously lose stamina. He assessed the situation, breathing heavily. This isn't good. Every time I inhale smoke and bone dust fill my lungs, I don't have much time before I pass out. Before my party gets wiped out. A voice suddenly rang out. I wish to speak with you. Han answered, Speak fine, what is it? You are very different from the rest of us. Han swung his sword in a wide arc. An explosion erupted as he threw his sword, followed by a scream of pain. Arrgh! He pulled out a dagger and twirled it in his hand. The black arrows appeared again, attacking him. System notification. Han is entering a berserk state. Enraged, he charged, leaping to dodge their attacks and rushing straight for the unidentified monster. But there was a strange look in Han's eyes. He gritted his teeth in fury. Han raised the dagger high, spotting the sorcerer who was controlling the black arrows. They pierced through his armor and into his body, through the armor and into his flesh. Han charged forward recklessly. The sorcerer was taken by surprise as Han rushed in and plunged the dagger into him. He slashed forward right into the sorcerer. Blood sprayed everywhere. He stabbed at it madly over and over. After a moment, the sorcerer's form dissolved. Han returned to his senses. He panted exhausted, his eyes filled with pain. He coughed up blood. He slumped down against a tree, tired. Where's the floor completion notice? His vision started to blur. It's not over yet. Then, I guess this is it. Han slowly closed his eyes. I can't feel anything anymore. His eyes shut tight. I guess I'll die before the god statue is destroyed. The system notification Suran has returned to the god's embrace. Han couldn't accept it. Damn it, what kind of a bullshit way to die is this? Dragged to some unknown place only to die like this, after everything I've had to endure. Han closed his eyes, his breathing growing faint. Meanwhile, Xena was still fighting. Eren was still fighting. Ivanka was so weak she had fallen unconscious. Saran had died from a bite. Macon was dead, his arms severed. Roderick was still trying his best. Eren was growing desperate. The old white-haired man was also exhausted. Edis clutched her injured arm, panting. The god statue continued to glow despite being stained with blood. A blue light appeared. Han wasn't dead yet. He was teleported back to the waiting lobby. System notification, floor completed. System notification. Among the Master of Heroes. A hero is preparing for a rank-up once the materials are gathered. Combine them into a rank-up stone and reclaim the lost memory fragments. The exploration dungeon has been unlocked. Collect adventure stones and other rare materials. Master, congratulations on completing the 10th floor. The name of the waiting room will be changed to Tanya. Han slowly opened his eyes and looked around the brightly lit room. He stared at the ceiling, thinking, I'm alive. By now it was evening in the waiting lobby. Eren was sitting alone in the dining hall. He was startled by a voice. Why the long face? Eren turned around. Boss, you're awake. Everyone was so worried. Han, standing beside him, replied, What was there to worry about? What are you thinking about to look like this? I was just thinking about the reason we fight. Han reached for a glass of water on the table. The reason we fight? Eren's face was pained as he recounted what had happened. After you left the gate, the corpses, they flooded into the city and... Han held the glass and thought, the NPCs up there must have all died. He must be under a lot more stress now. Eren pushed back his chair and stood up. Excuse me, I'm going to head out. Han sat down and asked, Are you planning on looking like that tomorrow too? Eren gave a tired smile and turned to leave. I'll have pulled myself together by then. Eren left the dining hall, leaving Han sitting there alone. He was lost in thought when someone exclaimed, Whoa! A lavish meal was being served. Gina said cheerfully, What's all this? Why are we eating such a huge feast? Chloe answered. Sir Han told me to prepare the most lavish meal I could with the ingredients we have. Han picked up a piece of bread and asked, You don't like it? Gina laughed. Of course I like it. You can't fight on an empty stomach, right? He checked Xena's status and sighed in relief. Thank God Xena is back to normal. Eren's doing okay again, too. He looked over at Ivanka. Ivanka's fine as well. He turned to Dika and saw the kid was still out of it. Dika, this one's going to take a while to fully recover from the stress. System notification. Welcome to Pick Makeup Master. A hero is awaiting an upgrade. The hero is upgradable. Han began constructing the synthesis room. The upgrade room has been completed. Beginning item synthesis. Synthesis complete. ISO happily congratulated her on the upgrade. Fleetingly, she added, With this, you've finally escaped the 1-star rank. Let's get to 7 stars and clear the tower. Han held the stone, pondering. I wonder if I can even reach 7 stars. ISO droned on boastfully. Ha ha, besides Loki, who else has ever reached 7 stars? Han looked at ISO, exasperated. If that's the case, then Sirius has already reached 7 stars. I've tried everything I possibly could, but I've never gotten a 7-star hero. There must be some other special condition. System notification. Matter. The upgrade will begin. An additional facility will be added to the synthesis room. The upgrade room. After coming in here, I'll be upgraded to a 2-star hero, so this is the gate to the 2nd floor. Han entered the upgrade area. This was one of the areas that the master couldn't see. After placing the hero and materials into the upgrade room, the hero will emerge after a while upgraded to the next level. The master has no way of knowing what happens during that time. Han placed the stone on the stone table. A flash of light blinded him. The stone table lit up and a beam of light shot straight up from the stone. Han was blinded. He shut his eyes tightly. A moment later he opened them as memories flooded back.
My child.
A woman was holding a baby.
Good boy, good boy.
On guard, Han drew his sword. Who are you? But an invisible wall blocked his path. I can't even get near her. He looked at the child. I don't even have anyone to call family. The woman was still cooing to the child. Such a good boy, such a good boy. He denied it. That baby isn't me. That baby is Han Islat. The child who was supposed to come here, not me. Han turned away confused. I don't understand what's happening. Wasting time here is getting me nowhere. A completely new place opened up before him. A waiting room. He was surprised. So it wasn't just one facility that was built. It doesn't really look like the master's waiting room either. A spatial gate opened and ISO appeared. Han was confused. ISO looked closely at him. He realized that wasn't ISO. She was smaller than ISO and seemed unable to speak. Should I talk to it? Are you telling me to enter the space-time rift, prove your worth, upgrade dungeon? Han was bewildered. This is a system notification. The upgrade dungeon is opening. Warning, warning, warning. Han was teleported from the waiting room. System notification. Han is afraid. He felt bewildered and numb. What is this pressure? He stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Han gritted his teeth and endured. System notification. Han has entered a berserk state. System notification. Han has overcome fear. He panted exhausted from the pressure. Han heard a voice. Oh! An unidentified entity level 999 stood before him. We finally meet. He pointed his sword at the man. How the hell is that bastard here? That's right, we finally meet, but damn, there's no chance now. This is the one who wiped out the Diora Mark Guild, both 5- and 6-star members, in less than 10 seconds. The man taunted, aren't you going to rush me? You must be furious, right? Han replied. If you're just going to spout nonsense, then send me back. The man laughed. Ha ha, good, very good. If you didn't restrain yourself like that, you'd have been dead a long time ago. Han clutched his head, his hand still gripping his sword. My head hurts. Are all hero upgrades like this? The strange entity stepped forward. You know that's not the case. You are a special existence. This place is a gift for you. My stage has been prepared for the glorious debut of the big makeup just for you. Han watched the entity transform. What are you? The entity smiled softly. Let me introduce myself. I am... For some reason, she looks a lot like ISO. The woman laughed. I don't quite know how to introduce myself. Han thought ISO might look like that when she's grown up. He snarled. Introduce what I know exactly what you are. You're a monster. She sat down, her expression dangerous. That's just a cheap trick. You think I look a lot like ISO. It's not that I look like her. It's that she looks like me. She pulled out a card. She's just a copy of me. To be precise, she'd be the 479 billionth one. She threw it towards Han. Isn't that about the same as the total number of downloads for the game? Han caught the card President of Mobiuscope. He said, are you messing with me? It's not like I only have 1 or 2 names. Each of them is used depending on the situation. Han angrily stomped the ground. She gave a small smile. A little rude, aren't you? Enraged, he pointed his sword at her. Were you the one who brought me to this place? That would also be one of the situations, wouldn't it? She still smirked. Don't be so resentful towards me. I didn't expect you'd be summoned into this game either. It was unexpected. Just an accident. I don't care what your situation is, he threatened. Send me back now if you don't want to die. Her face filled with scorn. Only 1 star and you dare threaten to kill me. Aren't you dreaming a little too big? Han frowned. That will change over time. Her gaze turned dangerous. If that's the case, then perhaps killing you right here is the answer. She cocked her leg back. Black arrows shot out again, piercing Han one by one. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as blood seeped from his wounds. Han's face darkened. She snapped her fingers, praising him. You didn't even blink when the spear touched your heart. You're brave. After the snap, the arrows retracted. Han sheathed his sword. What do you want? He pondered. There were plenty of opportunities to eliminate me in the game, yet she summoned me here. I think she might have another purpose. She stood up and answered, Nothing much. I just wanted to have a chat with you. An invincible player. Loki ranked 5th in the world. I'm a fan of yours. You have no idea how many of your games have impressed me every time I watch Niflheim. You're also a top priority observation target for the company. How could I see someone like you and not have any interest? I came here to tell you a truth about this world, Loki. What do you think of the story in this tower climbing game? The story is one of the elements that users don't really care about in a gacha game. They always pay more attention to the content and gameplay. Just like me, to be honest. The story in this game is quite outdated. There isn't much to learn about this world from it either. After evolving a hero even just a little, most masters don't even know this world exists. With that, she snapped her fingers and a scene appeared behind her. She asked, Do you know where this place is? Han said bluntly, I don't really care. She continued, I apologize. I got a little off topic. This is the continent of Tanya on the Him Peninsula, the city of Neosa. Even though it's the city we find on the 10th floor, you can see it's been completely destroyed. This is Sukia, Kaya, Edora, Ponia, Marian, Ekadia, Lingia, Hansia, Arantia, Sydnia. Even Badia. This is the current situation for all regions in Taria. Do you think Niflheim is any different? She snapped her fingers again and the scene vanished. All the continents connected to Mobius have become like this. Over 100 million worlds, all facing destruction at the same time. This is a book whose ending has already been decided. A sad ending. Everything will come to an end. The characters in the book are all hoping for a different ending. What they need to do is simple. They need to pull someone from outside the book into it. They need to fix and rewrite the book. Even if the settings and probabilities end up in a mess, even if space and time collapse and shatter, a higher dimensional entity can change causality just through observation. That's why this game was created, Master Loki. After hearing all this, Han was silent for a moment. He then smiled and said, I was wondering what grand story you were going to share with me. So what's the reason you're telling me all of this? She held out her hand, proposing, I want to cooperate. Han was confused. Cooperate? You save the world with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Han's dagger flew and plunged straight into her head. He drew his sword, his face cold. I was wondering what you were going to say, but you just kept spouting nonsense. Think about it, Loki. Do you agree or do you refuse? Han was enraged. Shut your mouth, you bastard, after dragging me into this world and making me endure all this, and now you want to cooperate? What kind of game is she playing? Han replied. I won't cooperate with you. If you're going to kill me, then just try it. At least I'll get to smash your head in once. You're so crude. I'm heartbroken. Ha 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 ha. Han blamed himself. I've tricked everyone I could, but I can't kill that bitch right now. I'm only a 1-star at level 10. It's no use. If I want to kill her, I'll have to get stronger. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Just send me back. She replied, You've hurt my feelings. I used a great deal of interference to bring you to this place. Loki, I value you far more than the other players in this game. Even if they put a high-ranking player before you, they would be but a flickering flame before the power of the moon. Do you know why? That's because you've achieved a unique accomplishment that no other player has. System notification. Master trusts the bond with your heroes. I know where this phrase appears. It's a notification that appears after clearing the tutorial. You are the only one who understands the meaning of this phrase. Out of 100 million masters, you are the only one. The previous space dissolved, and another scene appeared. Do you know where this is, Loki? This is the stage on the 80th floor of Niflheim, the place where you became a master 6 months ago. Among 100 million players only, you and 4 others were able to reach this terrible and difficult challenge. This is why those ranked below 6th. Han recalled the memory of that floor. This floor gave me an extreme level of surprise. The 80th floor? He was confused. Why are you showing me this? She sat down and replied, It's simple. Let's watch this scene unfold together. Another chair appeared beside her. An invitation was offered. Sit down. You'll be more comfortable. She continued, What do you think? Seeing it with your own eyes instead of through a screen, it's magnificent, isn't it? The stage on the 80th floor is a first conquest type where nothing is revealed to the player. Big Makeup has random stages with RNG-based difficulty, but when you get to the 80th floor, all the rankers, every single one, failed miserably. Among them, the 80th floor is even known as the Wailing Wall. He recalls, me too. No, I was like that once too. Turning to the person beside him, he says, I've figured out how to clear this stage. What do you mean? Are you showing me a video of myself clearing the 80th floor? A glass of lemonade is offered. It's nothing. You'll understand if you keep watching. Han takes the glass, lost in thought. After reaching the 79th floor, I was sure I could clear the 80th right away. And yet aside from my main team, I suffered a humiliating defeat and most of my power was wiped out. Hell. That's the only word I can use to describe it. The environment was so harsh that no life could possibly thrive there. That is the nature of the 80th floor. Shards of chaos, shards of despair, shards of envy. Han looks at the scene and says, those are the shards, the things that make the 80th floor a living hell. She agrees, that's right, you know quite a bit. Do you know about this? The difficulty in Big Makeup can be based on the account itself, and the summoning rates are completely different too. Seeing Han's surprised expression, she continues, Loki, the reason you've never pulled a hero above 5 stars? You think that's because of probability. It's not bad luck that you can't pull high-tier heroes. It's simply because there aren't any left in Niflheim. It's the same with the difficulty. Niflheim is one of the few accounts rated as S-class internally at the company. It's the absolute worst. It's a mystery how you managed to climb to the 88th floor. Han sips his drink, saying nothing. A beam of light shines out in front of him. He stands up in shock. The strongest heroes of Niflheim? Footsteps emerge from that light. From rank 5 to rank 1, they're all here. They appear on an island floating in the air. They're surrounded by a horde of monsters. The moment they see them, they attack. The monsters immediately charge the heroes. System announcement. The effect of the strategy room has been applied. Base level code is collecting the stage map. Now projecting onto the tactical screen. Effect activated. Arrows are appearing around the islands on the stage. The arrows are in constant motion. They jump, planting flags on different islands. The arrows glide, dividing the areas of the stage. She laughs, praising him. The strategy and plan you created on the 88th floor is quite interesting. Grab as many sub-items as possible and attack the enemy. A complex plan, but a simple objective. Watch them directly. See how they act, and see what you mean to them. 5 heroes stand around the stage map. One hero speaks, "This is why you are the one and only Master Loki." He continues, "What are his instructions?" Another replies, "As always, perfect. Nothing needs to be added." The commander gives an order, "Failure will not be forgiven." The other responds, "Obviously, for our sake and for his." System announces time freeze will end in 10 seconds. Someone opens a book. "As we have sworn," System announces, "the battle will resume shortly. Prepare yourselves." A hero holding a bow. "I am the Bow King Nikugaifris." 4. Another holding a spear says, "I am the King of Spears Muden Nidel." The system continues its countdown. The mission will resume in 8, 7, 6. The hero with the sword continues, "I am the Sword King Religion." 5, 4, 3. I am the Eye King Inexted. 2. The last one speaks, "I am the Fire King Seri Agensium." System announces mission start. A wall opens. The monsters charge in. They attack the Fire King first, but are blown away by a single one of Seri's sword strikes. The woman watches from the outside, holding her glass of lemonade, impressed. "Ha ha, quite impressive, isn't it? They have truly pledged their loyalty to you. They are all 6 stars. You could consider them the strongest on the server. Except for the 7 stars, no one can compare to them. I assure you, you have helped the people here." Han asks, "So what?" "Ha ha. Actually, their abilities aren't what's important. It's what they think of their master." She continues, "As heroes who climb the tower and constantly grow stronger, they will begin to realize the truth. And soon after they will fall into despair when they learn that someone sees them as nothing more than toys or pets. Will they still be loyal to their master then?" "Loki, She glances at Han. Ah, but you are different. You truly govern their waiting room. Only you. Loki, you are the king of Niflheim. Even now, the heroes of Niflheim are frantically searching for you even though they know you've fallen into this place. Just think about it. What kind of heroes would go searching for days in every direction just because their master disappeared? Are the heroes in other waiting rooms like that? Hearing this, Han just shakes his head. She chuckles softly. Your playstyle is also very unique and very intense, though I didn't expect it. Who knew a master would appear who doesn't use the synthesis room? Han glances over annoyed. He thinks back. A normal master would use the synthesis room to control their heroes. When a hero disobeys or becomes useless, a normal master would delete them without a second thought. And because of that, they run from the waiting room by going rogue. Even low-rank heroes can show off their talents, and a master will use that as food for higher-tier heroes. But as for me, I've never even pulled a 5-star, and I only managed to pull a single 4-star. Everyone called it a dead account, even telling me to delete it, but I stubbornly kept playing. I'd gotten used to how absurd it was. He remembered a winter day from his childhood. He stood alone, watching a father and son holding hands, walking happily. Returning to the present, he said, It's not that I don't use it. I only use it when necessary. She continued speaking. Other masters wouldn't merge multiple times a day. Only you are different. In fact, it's been effective. The way you play the game is truly special. Before you became famous, most masters treated their heroes like toys. They'd use them until they got bored, then toss them away like they were disposable. An image of everyone in the lobby appeared in Han's mind. Even if their levels are low, if they have potential, I won't cast them aside. If I rule the lobby with fear, it will soon collapse. I reward them when they prove their worth and punish them when they fail. So, she sat down and continued, Have you figured out the truth yet? She smiled dangerously. These heroes are only human. I don't know how you found out, but it's impossible for you to keep playing like this. His eyes glinted as if he understood everything. That's my conclusion, too. The heroes are so real, it's hard to believe they're just characters created by a program. They give different reactions to every command, and the way they act isn't the same either. But it all just stops at being hard to believe. He had never thought they were actually human. He told himself, this is just the most effective strategy, that's all. Han crossed his arms and continued. So you like my style? Is that what you're trying to say? That's right. I've wanted to speak with you at least once. It's a shame I couldn't do it while you were still on Earth. Han laughed coldly. I think it's a shame too, because if I had met you on Earth, I would have buried you 6 feet under. He stepped closer. You've certainly earned my resentment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I can guarantee I will never forget this. You've really pissed me off! She provoked him. Oh, really? He moved closer, asserting, Tanya or Niflheim have nothing to do with me. I'm from Earth. Don't project your own situation onto others. She laughed, haha. Nothing to do with you. The heroes of Niflheim would collapse if they heard you say that. Han turned away, uninterested in what they did. He calculated, ignoring her words from behind him. You're truly interesting. If she simply wanted me to climb the tower, she wouldn't have needed to summon me here. Niflheim's team is attacking aggressively. We've suffered practically no casualties. All the way to the 88th floor, and the demon wall, where the #1 ranker is on the 90th floor, is almost within our grasp. He decided, I will not cooperate with you. Han continued to think, but while we were in the middle of all that, I was dragged here. His eyes blazed with anger. My only wish is that you get the hell out of my sight before I lose all my patience. She replied, You could have become the warrior who saves Mobius, but that's fine too. I just want you to safely reach my location. If you do that, I can overlook this level of humiliation. Han asked, The appearance of the Dark Monk on the 10th floor, was that your doing? And what if it was? Don't be so angry. From the 15th floor onward, I won't interfere. Even if I do nothing, your Tanya will welcome you with a shock. Her eyes glinted with amusement. Just like the S-rank difficulty in Niflheim. No matter how well you do, there's about a 90% chance the master will give up. Well, if I lend you a hand, perhaps that could change. Hearing this, Han fell silent. I will at least stake my name on this. If you can climb to the top of the tower, I will send you back. Her legs dangled. And one more thing. I will transfer half of my shares in the Mobius Corporation. That I own to you. You will become a major shareholder in a mega corporation that could shake the entire world's economy. Han thought a major shareholder of the Mobius Corporation She asked again, "So anyway, do you accept—" "I don't care if you're annoyed. Just make sure she doesn't appear in front of me again." Han pondered about returning and being rewarded. He frowned, unable to trust her. "So you're going to hate me until the very end, are you? Why, we haven't even finished talking about it." Han threw the knife at its face. He believed in himself. The higher he climbed the tower, the more truths he didn't know would gradually be revealed, even without relying on trash like her. "I'll use my own strength to get back." After thinking, Han smiled and replied, "This is my answer." She became blurry. "Heh heh heh. Very well. The spirit you possess had to be at least this strong. Otherwise, you never would have been able to climb the tower. I shall forgive your insolence. Since you've begun to climb the tower, I will show you something." A portal appeared before him. It slowly opened. "The true introduction to big makeup prepared just for you." As she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. The light expanded, enveloping everything. A scene appeared, a land where humans and demi-humans lived together in harmony. That land was Tanya. Images of people harvesting rice. Children were playing happily on this continent filled with peace and prosperity. An unwritten enemy began its invasion. The continent was engulfed by the power of darkness and was ultimately torn to pieces. She explained, "Do you know why the difficulty of big makeup is so high? It's because you have to reverse the tide of a battle, whose outcome is already a guaranteed loss. Change its destiny, Loki. However, there is still a glimmer of hope. The Masters." The image shifted to familiar faces. "If you want to save the world, climb the tower. Many heroes will walk this path with you. Trust in the bond with your heroes. The future of this world is in your hands, Master." No, I'll rephrase that. In your hands. Of course it's in your hands. The future of this world rests in the palm of your hand and in your Master's as well. Can you truly reach the top of the tower, a feat no one has ever accomplished? Many enemies will stand in your way. Mysterious lands hide ferocious foes. Han looked at everything confused. "What the hell is this?" She said, "Climb the tower, Loki." Another portal opened. Han continued on his own. Her final words were, "I will be waiting for you." He turned back and said coldly, "Get lost. System notification. Congratulations, Master, for awakening the hero's forgotten memories. Upgrade complete." Han emerged, returning to the synthesis room, wondering, "Is that it?" System notification. Your level and skill limits have been increased. Seeing Han come out, Aaron asked, "Ah, you're back. So what were you doing in there all by yourself?" Han replied, "Just upgrading. You'll get to experience it soon enough." He asked about the situation. "Did anything happen?" Aaron smiled and replied, "Same as usual, nothing out of the ordinary." Looking at Aaron, he thought, so this guy's sister is Nina. That's the reason Aaron has to go back. My goal hasn't changed either: climb the tower and return to Earth. Han flopped onto the bed, exhausted. "If anything's changed, it's just that I feel even more disgusted. No matter who you are, no matter what your name is, I will definitely repay this debt." The next day, in the waiting room. System notification. "We apologize to all Masters for the unannounced system shutdown that occurred a few days ago. The circuits on the lower floors of the tower were all disconnected, and a surprise apology notice for a server crash was released." He could confirm that it was related to what had appeared on the 10th floor. "Right before we cleared that floor. System notification error. Compensation." AI Sue cheerfully shot off a party popper. "Loki, congrats on the upgrade." She looked concerned. "Hey, you don't look too happy. Did something happen?" Han said, annoyed. "I met your main body." Sue looked confused. "Main body? What do you mean?" Han asked. "You're also the CEO of the Mobius Corporation, aren't you?" Sue was shocked. "Me no way." "How much do you know?" Han smirked. "I don't really care. Nothing's changed. I'm going to climb the tower. You just need to help me do that." Sue agreed. All right." Seeing Sue pull out a gold card, Han asked, confused, "What is this?" Sue showed it off cheerfully. "Do you know what this is? It's a gift card. You can get whatever you want with it." He looked at the card, unconvinced. "A gift? You're giving this to me? It's from the Master, to be exact." Even that idiot is aware of it. How amazing Loki is. A gift is something you can send to a hero when they do something. Depending on the value of the gift, you might like it or have to use gold to reach a milestone. And higher-tier gifts might even require using game or other high-level materials that would normally need premium currency, but not if you use a gift card. They're received through events, so you can do it for free. Han pondered the card. A gift worth less than 10,000 gold. So this is what the master thinks I'm worth. Han presented the card. He'd probably be quite surprised. He didn't do anything special, yet his heroes are actively climbing the tower for him. I don't need it. Give it to someone else. ISO was at a loss. Ack. The system announced that Han had rejected the gift. ISO was surprised. Really? But with this you can have anything. Delicious food, glamorous clothes, cosmetics to enhance your beauty. You can buy anything with money? Han laughed. Not everything can be bought. 10,000 gold can't even buy a decent item from the shop. He turned to leave. Why are you following me? I'm going to sleep. ISO called out. Wait! Wait! The system announced that a warhorse statue had been purchased with the gift card. ISO gave the warhorse statue to Han. He was disappointed. What the hell is this? ISO said reluctantly. It's from the master. Han immediately threw the statue to the ground. If you're going to buy gifts, everyone should get one. If you only gift one hero, the others will grow resentful. Giving rewards for appropriate achievements is what determines whether you are a good master or not. And depending on the hero and their personality, the gifts they desire will differ. Just giving them randomly isn't enough. Using them incorrectly is worse than not using them at all. Han returned to his bed, muttering to himself, I know and remember the personalities and preferences of the top 100 heroes of Niflheim. He smirked. A warhorse statue? What is he thinking? Or is he truly not thinking at all? ISO announced the opening of the space-time rift. Han calculated, right now my level or rank isn't the problem. The biggest problem is the internal opponent. Let's clean up quickly and get out. The enemy, the master, is the problem. Even though he's just a newbie, he needs to wake up. He observed that Ivanka's death level had reached its maximum. That was because of the repetitive training schedule and her experience on the 10th floor. A decent master must first take care of his heroes. Ivanka asked, annoyed. Where are we going this time? Han calculated that in their current state, they couldn't clear the 11th floor. So we should be going to the 8th or 9th floor. The master still hasn't realized the true nature of pick-me-up. The portal opened. Climb the tower, save the world. Han looked on, puzzled. No way. Is he suffering from the I'm too good disease or something? The system announced, the main dungeon is now challenging the 11th floor. The gate will open in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Han was helpless. He already confirmed it. He informed everyone to prepare to go to the 11th floor. Jenna was surprised. What? The 11th floor? Are we going to the next floor already? The term was created in the player community. The I'm too good disease is an illness in which the master dumps all the strategizing onto the heroes and then deludes himself into thinking that clearing the stage was due to his own skill. Normally, he should reorganize his heroes on the lower floors before aiming for the 11th floor. Taking us to the 11th floor immediately, I know he's completely misunderstanding. The system announced 11th floor. Han was angry. He's definitely not a good player. Can I really climb to the 100th floor with an idiot like this? Here on the 11th floor, the scene of a gloomy cemetery appeared. Around the cemetery were human bones. They all rose up at once. This is called a skeleton. Jenna drew an arrow and asked, Skeleton soldiers. I think I have to deal with this first. Han ordered, get into position. Yes. One reason Pick Me Up is called a trash game. An RNG game is because the difficulty of the first few floors is completely dependent on luck. If you get a good hero, then the player will pass easily. But if not, the player will have an incredibly difficult time. Which case is our master? Ivanka recited the incantation, Blaze. The bones burned to ash in the flames. His first 4-star hero had combined with me. Even the 5 characters connected to that hero have all died. But that doesn't mean his luck is non-existent. He was very diligent in the early floors. He continued to develop facilities, train heroes, and craft items too. Jenna complained, these skeleton soldiers are so annoying. He's following the strategy I used before. The change started from the 5th floor. He completed a mission he should have failed thanks to me. And so he began to stray little by little, without any thought. He used 5 special summons at once and didn't develop any new members. Taking them to the 10th floor was an even bigger mistake. The master mistook the hero's skills for his own. He thinks he was the one who cleared the stage. The master who only depends on heroes and the game wants to be called the best. The system announced challenge complete. Han leveled up. That night in the waiting room, Han called out to ISO. ISO replied immediately, Here! You always answer whenever I call, don't you? ISO said proudly. Hey, of course. So what is it? Han crossed his arms and made a request. I want to know a few things. ISO immediately agreed. A few things. The things I can tell you, Han continued, are limited. That's what you were going to say, right? I've already heard everything from her model, so you can't tell me information outside of that scope, huh? That's difficult. Normally I can't, but since you've finally accepted, fine. I'll make an exception for you. Han started with his first question. What's her name? ISO was confused. She is your instance. ISO replied, the manager has many names, up to hundreds of millions of them. It depends on the world she's in. If you want a name from Tanya, she is called Taile. Han repeated Taile. He pondered a different name for every world, so her name in Niflheim is different from here too. After clearing the 10th floor, the waiting room's name is set by the master. The name here is Tony, while my account is from Niflheim. 4th rank is Raglansit and 3rd rank is Ezekiel. If what Taile said is true, then each master holds the fate of a world in their hands. There are 100 million worlds right now, and that number is still increasing. Han continued to dig for information. Next question. What is Mobius? ISO was confused. Mobius, are you talking about our company? Our company? Han immediately denied it. Not that company. ISO's eyes widened in confusion. Han explained, it's a spiral universe that connects thousands of parallel worlds. He connected the information. That's why each account has different missions and no heroes overlap between players. Han continued. So each master is assigned to one world, I think. I'm starting to understand her identity a little. He continued asking, is Watford human? ISO confirmed the information. Human, of course. Only humans from Earth can become masters. Han clarified, that's not what I meant. I'm asking if Taile has influenced Watford or not. ISO was shocked. Influenced a master. ISO hurriedly went to check the information. Wait a moment, I'll go check. Han rested his head on his arms and thought to himself, finding out about Mobius, huh? I don't need to think about it right now. The fire in the room was still burning. A moment later, ISO returned with news. Don't worry, Watford is 100% human. Han was skeptical. Can I trust you? ISO insisted. Yes, I confirmed it with another manager. Besides, to do something like that from the start would require complex conditions and be far too risky. Han was silent for a while. He replied, I see. At the training ground in the lobby, he pieced together the information he knew. Watford is just a regular human not influenced by anyone. Roderick charged forward. Here I come. Then what he's doing now is just Watford's normal playstyle. Han quickly dodged the blow and attacked. He confirmed, there's no mistaking it. A blow came from behind. He dodged it. In the end, Watford really does have protagonist syndrome. Sajan brought his blade down from above. Han raised his arm to block with his shield. If these symptoms get worse, he's going to have a hard time in the future. He continued to dodge Sajan's attacks. As he dodged Sajan, Roderick rushed in. Han blocked with his shield. He also had to avoid the attack from Edis behind him, each dagger grazing past him. Han thought 3 against 1 is too much. He's only at level 1 of his protagonist syndrome. Han pushed off and jumped up. With the right approach, we can cure him. Gina and Aaron charged forward at the same time. The two teams sparred with each other. The most effective way is to eliminate the hero the master depends on the most. At that moment, Edis's side was also fighting with all their might. Han realized it was him. The system announced, welcome to the pick matchup. ISO called out their names. Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ivanka. Jenna was excited. Are we going to the 12th floor? We're starting to pick up the pace. Aaron felt something was strange. Isn't this move a little weird? It's too soon. Han calculated. We just climbed to the 11th floor yesterday. Not even a full day has passed on Earth. ISO announced, opening a spatial rift. If we're being sent to the 12th floor, he's planning to clear 2 floors in one day. Gina saw Han standing still and asked, Oh, aren't you going in? Han asked ISO, Which floor is Watford taking us to? ISO looked away and scratched her ear. The 12th floor. Han furrowed his brow. Just as I thought. Heroes can make demands and also resist their master. And sometimes they can disobey their orders. Han crossed his arms. I refuse to participate. The system announced Han has refused to participate. ISO panicked. What? Han replied, I'm not going. She asked again, really? Do I look like I'm joking? Gina was surprised. He said he's not going. You can do that. Aren't orders mandatory? Han replied, haven't I told you? You can refuse, although there are consequences. Gina couldn't believe it. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Weren't the others dragged in even though they were screaming they didn't want to fight? Han replied, they just don't know how. ISO tried to stop him. Please reconsider, it's dangerous. Han smiled. And you're not going to throw us into the dungeon again? ISO's voice turned into a plea. Please, Han replied. I know what you're going to say. He thought to himself, synthesis. Although I can refuse to participate, I can't refuse synthesis. If Watford gets mad, I'll become synthesis material. Yes. Han was firm in his decision. I will not participate. Ivanka was worried. Then what about us? Are you saying we have to fight alone? Han said to the three of them. You can all decide for yourselves. I won't stop you. Eren tightened his grip on his spear. He returned to the lobby. If you're not going, I'm not going either. The system announced, Eren has refused to participate. Jenna sighed tiredly. You should have told us this sooner. What a pain. System announcement. Jenna has refused to join. Ivanka panicked. How am I supposed to clear this stage alone? System announcement. Ivanka has refused to join. Group 1 has lost control. Han smirked. Punishment for the instigator. Iso panicked. I didn't know about this. Han calmly said, I know. Jenna turned to him. So what do we do now? He was silent for a moment, then said, let's just wait. See what Matter does. It seems he was caught completely by surprise. System announcement Group 1 cannot operate. He never would have imagined that the heroes would refuse to follow his orders, even though he might have known it was possible. He could have found out through online guides, but perhaps he didn't. ISO called out the names Edis, Roderick, User Dika. Dika, the leader of Group 2, looked confused. I thought you all had already gone. So why were we summoned back? Han turned and answered, we decided not to go. Edis was puzzled. Why, how? Edis exclaimed. That's so dangerous. Han replied, I know. She continued, if you don't prove your worth to Matter. Han answered immediately, I'll die. As Edis voiced her thoughts. Do you think Matter will be happy when someone disobeys him? Would you kill yourself just because Matter told you to? Han retorted, I thought you were fighting to live. The question made Edis fall silent and think. Han knew that there was no such thing as so-called loyalty among heroes. They all fought simply because they didn't want to die. Edis addressed Group 2 again. We're leaving, and we need to get stronger. Besides, I don't want to be synthesized anymore. All of Group 2 stepped into the spatial rift. Jenna asked curiously, what's going to happen to us now? Han said bluntly, I don't know. It depends on Matter. Jenna found that strange. That's not something you'd normally say. Han warned her. Let me tell you one thing. If I get synthesized, and give up immediately and never disobey Matter's orders again, that way everyone else won't have to die. Jenna said confidently, You're not going to die. Yeah, I have to admit you're right. Han smiled with pride. They've really grown a lot. System announcement. Dika is bleeding. User is bleeding. Dika has entered a state of fear. Han assessed, it seems floor 12 is much harder than floor 11. A moment later, Edis's team emerged from the spatial rift. Han asked, how did it go? Edis was silent, saying nothing. She said his name, Han. Then she asked seriously, how do you disobey an order? Han answered right away, it's simple. System announcement. Edis has refused to join. Group 2 cannot operate. Iso panicked. This is getting worse than I thought. Han agreed, it is. Both of his main groups are inoperable. He won't be able to enter the main dungeons, the weekly dungeons, or the Trailblazer dungeons. The waiting lobby is effectively paralyzed now. He turned back to his team and said, we've disobeyed the master, but we're just going to carry on with things as usual. We're not going to stop training. He then asked Iso, all dungeons will be open in 3 days as compensation for the error, right? We need to restock on potions, and Jenna and Eren need to level up. We can enter the weekly dungeons whenever we want, so let's go. Iso asked nervously,
Are you sure about this?
What if Matter just quits? Han turned and walked away unconcerned. Let him do whatever he wants. If he can't solve this, then we can't climb the tower anyway. Yiso was terrified. What if he synthesizes Loki? Han remained calm. I'd rather die in peace than be worked to death. This problem isn't that hard to solve. Just like the hint suggested, all he has to do is synthesize the hero who caused all this. Of course, that hero's stress level would skyrocket while their morale would hit rock bottom. But they would never disobey Matter again. He could buy some fruit or upgrade the facilities to boost morale. Han and his party turned and walked away, leaving Yiso behind. Of course, he's not that smart. The next day, they entered the weekly dungeon to gather elemental stones for upgrades. Ivanka and Han, Jenna, and Aaron. Group 1 split into 2 teams and entered 2 different dungeons. And just like that, the party obtained a basic fire elemental stone. Afterwards, they continued to train. Han assessed himself. His sword and shield technique had reached level 6. I've reached a point where I need special training to level up further. I either need to find an opponent on my level to fight or I need to handicap myself during practice. Han gave Yvonne a task. Since she was only proficient in one type of magic, she was to practice control magic until she acquired the skill. Yvonne argued, but I only know how to use fire magic. Han threatened, do you want to eat potatoes for the rest of your life? He didn't log in that day, nor the next. But then Yiso said sadly, the master still hasn't logged in. Did he quit? Han replied coldly. I don't know. System announcement. Loading complete. Touch. Welcome to Pick Me Up. Yiso was so happy he could cry. He logged in. Standing in a corner, Edis commented, perhaps he had a change of heart. Han replied, I don't think so. He fell silent. If a god complex were that easy to cure, it wouldn't be so well known. It's obvious what he's thinking. He's going to use all the gems he has. Along with the reward for changing the assault team, the system announces, Matter has initiated a special summon. System announcement master has acquired the hero Steam Master. Acquired hero Mazel Master. Acquired hero Tasiredis. Announcement. It seems some new heroes have joined us. Han calmly stood up. I know. Edis continued to suggest, if there's anyone like Roderick or Ivan, shouldn't we split into teams? Han immediately objected. We don't need to do that. Why they won't join our group? Edis asked, confused. Han turned and walked away, saying, you'll see. A man was arguing with a girl. So are we clear? She retorted, I said no, you smell like an old man. Don't you know that? Hearing this, the man got angry. What did you just say? You dare speak to me like that just because I was being easy on you. System notification, TASIR has become hostile towards Mazeo. System notification, Mario has become hostile towards TASIR. She immediately shot back, you think I'm weak because I'm a woman, you son of a bitch? System notification. A hostile relationship has been formed. Han looked wearily at the 3 people in front of him. They had only just arrived and were already about to fight. A young man in armor ran over and asked, were you here first? Han replied, that's right. He raised his hand to introduce himself. I'm Steven. Just stop. A knight apprentice. Would it be all right if you stopped those 2? They won't listen to me. The young man pleaded, with arguing in the background. Why should I? You're just a noob. The young man was shocked by her words. What? She said, I agree. Who would listen to some lucky guy who just comes from a good family? Hearing the girl's words, Stein became angry. I can forgive insults against me, but I will not tolerate insults against my family. System notification. Stein has become hostile towards Mazeo and TASIR. Edis walked over to look at the arguing people. What's with them? Han said nonchalantly. I guess they just don't like each other. The chemistry between heroes is very important. Some heroes get a stat boost when grouped together, while others cause a stat decrease. Stein charged at the other 2 with his sword drawn, although it's rare for them to fight as soon as they're summoned. The man named TASIR also swung his scythe out. I'll teach you some manners. The scythe was blocked just before Stein could counterattack. Iso appeared and scolded them. What's wrong with you people? Are you crazy? Do you want to die? TASIR glanced over. Hey, who are you? Iso introduced herself. I am Iso, a representative of the Master. Don't do anything stupid. I'm stronger than all of you. Hearing this, the young man clutched his head in annoyance. Master, Iso repeated, anyway, fighting in the lobby is forbidden. I'll let it slide just this once. Understood. Mario waved her hand. In that case, get rid of those two. I don't want to see them. She turned and pointed at Han. If we have to form a group, I'd rather have that guy over there. Iso shouted, You don't have the right to choose your group. Only the master is allowed. System notification. Stein has joined Group 3. Mazeo has joined Group 3. TASIR has joined Group 3. A spatial rift opened up. Han turned to leave. Edis asked, Where are you going? To sleep, Han said. She continued, What about them? Han replied, They won't be coming back. The system continuously announced, Stein has entered a berserk state and is attacking an ally. Mazeo has entered a berserk state and is attacking an ally. Stein has killed one ally. Hearing the constant notifications, Han grew annoyed. I'm trying to sleep. These notifications are really loud. System notification Group 3 has died. You have failed. Iso appeared with tears welling in her eyes. System notification. The master has left the game. See you later. With tears and snot streaming down her face, Iso rushed at Han. Loki. Iso whimpered, What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What if they delete this account? Han played along. That's possible. Iso grew even more worried. What's going to happen to me? To us? She continued tearfully, If the master doesn't log in for 5 months, the account will be automatically deleted. You know that. We can't just let that happen, Han said calmly. So, converted to lobby time, we have about 1 year and 6 months. But Iso started to panic. The lobby can't function without the master. I don't have the authority to interfere. I'll disappear forever even though I haven't even lived that long. Han reassured her. Don't worry too much, it's not confirmed yet. Iso continued. But, Han replied. Don't worry, if he was going to quit, he would have done it when he synthesized the 4-star character. Hearing that, Iso stopped crying. Really? She wiped her tears with her hand. All right. I'll trust you. Han asked, But why were you so worried? You'll die if we don't climb the tower. Isos confirmed that was correct. Hearing this, Han was shocked. You'll die, Isos said honestly. I will disappear. Han fell silent, calculating. Wait, if it's 6 months. Niflheim, there isn't much time left. The next day arrived. System notification. Please buy anything you want. Mobius cheers for the master's choice. You have selected the triple golden package. At this moment, Han and Eren were still training in the yard. System notification master has begun summoning. A large portal opened and a light emerged. System notification master has received Noken. The young man stepped out of the portal. What is this? Oh, and there are women here too. System notification master has received Why Not. This place is all right, but I want to eat something first. System notification master has received Gerlin as he stepped out. He challenged, Who's the leader here? Take us to a place to rest. Han chuckled softly and said to Eren, Looks like these kids need to be taught a lesson. You want to do the honors? Eren immediately refused. No, not me. A blonde guy stepped forward. Who the hell are you, Scram, if you don't want to die? Han smirked. You talk too much. I could hear your voice all the way from the training floor. Han turned to Edith. Edith, teach them a lesson. Jenna advised, Be gentler than you were when our group arrived, okay? The young man drew his sword and charged at Han. What? He got angry. No, not them the leader. Han turned and punched the guy, making his mouth bleed. Han thought to himself, 3 more spins, looks like Walter still hasn't learned a thing. And he was planning on just grabbing 2 random 1-star characters, just to fill out the team roster. There's a strategy of mixing high-level and low-level heroes in the same team, but you have to work with what you've got. Spinning 5 times is always better. System notification team composition combined. Han stood looking at the guy. He smiled. Welcome. Sorry for teaching you a lesson as soon as you arrived, but it looks like you'll be heading into battle immediately. A space-time rift opened. All of Team 3 returned from the rift. Han assessed the 3 of them. This time, it seemed they weren't hostile toward each other, although one person was seriously injured. But they passed the test without a single death. It seems they understood their roles in the team. Isos handed them their reward tickets. Good work, this is a gift from the master. A few days later in the waiting hall, Jenna worried, Isn't it really dangerous? What is, Jenna continued, those people? We should take back what was stolen from us. The blonde guy turned and looked at something. Han ran past, startling him. The guy turned again and walked away. Han said to Jenna, Just ignore them. Sometime later, despite not having a mage to balance the classes in their team, they weren't doing badly at all. Team 3 continued to get stronger without any deaths. Walter's plan seemed to be going smoothly. The blonde guy boasted, "Do you all know why they aren't being sent out? It's because they've been abandoned by the master. If we get stronger, we can synthesize them. Ah, except for that little mage brat. We could add her to our team." Another guy asked, confused, "Isn't the team already full?" The first guy continued, "We have 2 useless members. We can just get rid of one." Han, who was nearby, chuckled. "Oh my, that sounds interesting." "That's right, that's the plan." The guy was startled. What are you doing here?" Han replied, "Just getting a drink, please continue." The guy dodged the question. "It was nothing. I was just about to go to sleep." Han assessed them. They had no ability to work as a team. They treated the 1-star characters in their group like animals. Walter must be very pleased despite a few setbacks. Team 3 finally cleared the 14th floor. They had easily cleared the 13th and 14th floors, but they had struggled on the 12th. Or were they just lucky? Not a single member of Team 3 was above level 10. But Walter kept forcing them to continue. "By the time Team 3 reaches the 15th floor, we'll be synthesized." Ivanka was worried. "Shouldn't we try to do something they'll catch up to us at this rate?" She continued, "I don't know what to do, so you have to do something." Han replied, "I am. I won't need you guys to switch teams." Ivanka immediately said, "I don't want to go with them." "That's just wrong," Han continued. "Then just wait, until the opportunity comes." He ran beside Ivanka. Han asked her, "Have you mastered your control technique yet?" Ivanka said proudly, "Of course, who do you think I am?" Turning around, Ivanka pointed. The training equipment lifted off the ground. Static and dynamic control are basic level skills. Han praised her, "You're doing great." Ivanka overexerted herself, her vision spinning, but the master didn't take any action. The waiting room had enough equipment, but the number of people had already reached its limit. Some structures were unlocked after clearing the 10th floor, but none had been built yet. He needed to level up the system, but right now, he had no intention of doing so. Walter's intention was to focus everything on Team 3, preparing them to clear the 15th floor smoothly. Team 3 realized they had the master's favor and began to show their true colors. Right now, they were just scolding Chloe to get more meat in their portions, taking Robbie's spot on the sofa, and other small things. But if they succeeded in clearing the 15th floor, they would become even more violent. Isos made an announcement. "All groups gather in the square." The blonde guy sneered. "Heh, it's time. Let's go. This will be a piece of cake." System notification. Noken, Winton, and Gerlin have been given a low-grade health potion. Jenna was angry. "It takes so long to gather, and he just gives them something we made. The master is really going too far." Han replied, "We can just make more. I guess no one was here when we reached the 10th floor. Everyone is just standing around watching. This is better anyway." Opening a space-time rift, that guy pointed straight at Han's face. He sneered, "You son of a bitch, I'll see you again. When I come back, I'll tell the master to punish you." "You'd better get ready," Han calmly said. "So when you do get back..." Edis praised him. "He really means it." Aaron asked worriedly, "What if they succeed?" Han replied, "If they complete floor 15, we stop resisting. If not, we'll die." He calculated that the probability of Team 3 completing floor 15 wasn't 0. There will come a time when floor 15 is completed by a suicide squad. At that point, our resistance will be meaningless. Water will regain his confidence and won't need us anymore, especially if they return and obey the master. If I don't resist, I'll obviously be synthesized on floor 15. All right, then. Time to go kill everything. Whether we get synthesized after they complete floor 15 or they fail. Looking at the scene around him, the blonde guy was confused. It's a gamble. He was tense. While the 5 people were inside on the mission, everyone out here was anxiously awaiting the result. Both Jenna and Aaron looked restless. The girl named Edis was no exception, standing worriedly with her arms crossed as she waited for news. Even old man Roderick was grimly silent. This wasn't just about them. Everyone's fate here depended on it. 5 minutes had passed, but no notification had appeared. This made Han a little worried, but it was also a sign that they weren't in immediate danger yet. However, the very next second, a notification appeared that took him by surprise. All 5 members of Team 3 had perished at the exact same moment. Something truly horrible must have happened in there. Team 3 was wiped out in an instant. Mission failed. They had only been inside for 5 minutes. Han was certain Floor 15 was a special mission. However, that wasn't all. The next second, an earthquake shook the entire lobby. In the territory's lobby, Jenna screamed in terror, "What was that? What's happening?" A system notification popped up. "Master, do you wish to log out?" The master pressed the yes button. Isu hurriedly explained that the earthquake was his doing. Master threw his phone and logged out the instant the mission failed. Well, that was to be expected since his $90 had just vanished into thin air. Isu tugged on Han's sleeve, bawling, "Something's happened. What are we going to do?" Han, at a loss for words, reminded her, "A lot of people are watching." "Let go of me," Han said calmly. "The show's over, let's go back." Jenna at his side asked, "What about Team 3? He answered casually, "They were wiped out. Instead of clearing the floor, they were annihilated the moment they arrived. We didn't get a single clue about Floor 15. What a waste, Han thought. Jenna still seemed shocked. But they only just left. Han stated calmly, that was the extent of their skills. From that day on, Master Water didn't log in for a long time. The sounds of Han's fighting still echoed across the training grounds. Suddenly, Isu's voice called out, "Loki!" from behind. Obviously, the most worried person right now was Isu. The little fairy was truly concerned. "My beautiful body will disappear if this keeps up," she wailed, thrashing about. "What am I going to do?" "What am I going to do?" Han glared at her, annoyed. "If you've got nothing better to do, go take a nap. We'll just carry on as normal. Wake up, eat breakfast train, eat lunch train, and keep training until dinner," Han replied placidly. Faced with his calmness, our Isu only grew more anxious. "It's been 10 days. Besides, you guys, the one-star heroes, aren't doing anything. All they do all day is eat and drink. Since the Master and the threat of synthesis are gone, there's nothing threatening the heroes' safety anymore. It's made them lazy. Not a single one of them wants to go to the dungeons anymore." Han calmly wiped the sweat from his brow. 10 days in the lobby is 3 days in the real world. Suddenly, a system voice rang out, "Loading complete. Tap. Welcome to Big Makeup." While she was complaining about her fate, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. It was the very moment Isu had been waiting for all these days. The first login after a 10-day absence. Han asked in surprise, "What, he's back already?" However, the moment was fleeting. A pillar of light appeared only to immediately vanish. The system announced, "Screenshot taken. An image will be saved to your collection." The light was blinding. The Master logged in, took a screenshot, and then got the hell out of the game. Isu, with a sour look on her face, was clearly unhappy as she spoke. After all this time, the Master finally logs in and doesn't even do anything. Then she began to wonder, is the Master really planning to quit? Standing behind her, Han spoke up, exasperated by her expression. "It's not that he did nothing, he took a screenshot." Iso asked worriedly, "Why did you take a screenshot? Seeing the little girl's face drain of all color?" Han added a few words of encouragement. "Why not? It's a memento." Placing the wooden sword into the weapons crate, Han casually asked, "So what are your hobbies?" Iso flying. Beside Han answered innocently, "Surfing the web, the VIP museum." Hearing this, Han cracked a knowing smile and asked again, "So you can connect to the internet?" Iso, still oblivious, replied, "Of course." Then, as if she suddenly realized something,